Imagine staying calm no matter how chaotic life gets. Even when deadlines loom, people test your patience, or unexpected challenges arise, you remain grounded and peaceful. How different would life feel if stress couldn't control you? Today, we're diving into the art of staying calm in life's chaos. These timeless teachings, inspired by Buddhist philosophy, will help you find balance and clarity no matter what storms come your way. Life will always have its ups and downs, but peace doesn't come from avoiding chaos. It comes from learning how to stand strong in the middle of it. These strategies aren't just ideas. They're practical tools you can start using today to center yourself, even in the most overwhelming moments. What's one thing that tends to disrupt your calm? Comment below and let's tackle it together. If you're ready to take control of your inner peace and navigate life with grace, let's begin. Breathe like a lotus blossoming. In the midst of chaos, it's easy to feel like you're being pulled in every direction, struggling to keep your head above water. But what if, instead of fighting the storm, you found your anchor? The simple act of mindful breathing can transform even the most overwhelming moments into an opportunity for peace. Think of a lotus flower. It grows in muddy waters, yet blossoms pure and untouched, standing as a reminder that calmness is possible no matter the surroundings. To breathe like a lotus blossoming, start by grounding yourself in the present moment. Close your eyes and take a slow, deep breath. Inhale deeply through your nose, letting your belly rise, and then exhale gently through your mouth. Imagine each breath as a ripple spreading calmness through your body. With every inhale, you draw in peace. With every exhale, you release tension. This simple practice connects you to the stillness that lies beneath the surface of life's chaos. In Buddhist teachings, the breath is seen as the bridge between the body and the mind. It brings you back to the now, breaking the cycle of overthinking and stress. When the mind starts to race or emotions feel overwhelming, this breathing technique serves as your sanctuary. You don't have to change the situation around you. You only need to shift how you approach it. The breath becomes your inner oasis, a place of serenity that no external force can disturb. You can practice mindful breathing anywhere, during a stressful meeting, while stuck in traffic, or even in the middle of a difficult conversation. It's not about escaping reality, but finding calm within it. Over time, this habit creates a sense of resilience. You'll notice that the same situations that once rattled you now feel more manageable, all because you've mastered the art of pausing and grounding yourself. Just as the lotus flower doesn't resist the muddy waters, you can embrace the challenges around you without letting them define you. The beauty of this practice is its simplicity. No matter how hectic life becomes, your breath is always there, a constant companion to help you bloom with grace. Build a compassion shield. Imagine a day when criticism, harsh words, or misunderstandings no longer pierce your peace of mind. This isn't about hardening yourself to the world, but creating a shield of compassion, first for yourself, then for others. Building this shield allows you to approach chaos with grace and strength, transforming conflict into an opportunity for connection and growth. Self-compassion is the foundation of this shield. In Buddhist teachings, loving kindness, or metta, starts within. When you speak kindly to yourself, forgiving mistakes and acknowledging your efforts, you stop being your own harshest critic. Try this. When you feel overwhelmed or judged, pause and offer yourself gentle phrases like, "It's okay to feel this way," or "I'm doing my best." These words act as a balm, soothing your inner wounds and building a reservoir of strength. Once you've cultivated compassion inwardly, you can extend it outward. Empathy for others becomes easier when you recognize that everyone carries their own struggles. When someone speaks harshly or acts unkindly, it's often a reflection of their inner pain, not a judgment of your worth. Instead of reacting defensively, try to see the person as they are, a human being navigating their own chaos. This doesn't mean excusing bad behavior, but understanding it enough to protect your peace. A practical way to strengthen this compassion shield is through a simple visualization exercise. Picture yourself surrounded by a soft, glowing light that represents kindness and understanding. This light shields you from negativity, allowing hurtful words or actions to pass without touching your inner calm. As you practice, you'll notice that situations that once felt personal now feel distant, as though your shield is doing the work of protecting your heart. Compassion doesn't make you weak. It makes you unshakable. It helps you choose understanding over anger and patience over frustration. By offering kindness to yourself and others, you create an environment where peace thrives, even in chaos. Your shield of compassion becomes both your armor and your gift to the world, empowering you to stay calm and centered no matter what comes your way. Create a sacred me-time ritual. Life often feels like a race with no finish line, constant demands, endless to-do lists, and little time to catch your breath. But within this chaos lies a simple yet transformative practice, carving out sacred moments just for you. These moments, no matter how brief, are not indulgences. They are necessities. They become rituals that reconnect you to your inner calm and remind you of who you are beyond the roles you play for others. A sacred me-time ritual doesn't have to be elaborate. It could be as simple as lighting a candle, sipping tea with full awareness, or journaling your thoughts in a quiet corner. The key is to approach these moments with intention. Think of it as creating a sanctuary, even if it's just for 5 minutes. During this time, the world pauses, and your focus shifts inward. You're not escaping your life, you're recharging for it. In Buddhism, mindfulness transforms the ordinary into the extraordinary. When you approach your ritual with a mindful attitude, even small acts become sacred. Imagine lighting a candle. Instead of rushing through it, feel the warmth of the flame. Notice the gentle flicker of light, and let its glow symbolize the peace you're inviting into your life. This small gesture becomes a grounding practice, anchoring you amidst the noise. Sacred rituals are powerful because they signal to your mind and body that you're prioritizing yourself. This isn't selfish, it's self-preservation. By creating a routine of intentional pauses, you build resilience. You'll find that you can return to your tasks with renewed energy and focus, rather than feeling drained by life's demands. To begin, identify a time and space for your ritual. Perhaps it's the quiet of early morning, the calm of twilight, or a break during a busy afternoon. Personalize it. Use elements that bring you joy, whether it's a favorite scent, calming music, or a cozy blanket. Protect this time fiercely, treating it as a non-negotiable part of your day. Sacred me-time rituals are a gift you give yourself, a reminder that your well-being matters. These moments of solitude help you reconnect with your inner self, recharge your spirit, and face life's chaos with newfound clarity and grace. Surrender the illusion of control. How often do we stress over things we can't change, believing we must control every outcome? It's exhausting and futile, yet many of us cling tightly to this illusion of control. Buddhism teaches that peace comes not from controlling life's uncertainties, but from flowing gracefully with them. Surrendering the need to control every detail doesn't mean giving up. It means trusting that life unfolds as it should, even when it's messy or unexpected. The desire for control often stems from fear, the fear of failure, rejection, or the unknown. We think, if I can just manage everything perfectly, I'll feel safe. But life doesn't work that way. Despite our best efforts, plans fall apart, people change, and outcomes surprise us. Fighting against this reality only creates tension. True peace comes when you accept that some things are simply out of your hands. Start by identifying what you can and cannot control. You can control your actions, reactions, and effort, but not how others behave or how every situation turns out. Imagine you're holding a rope tied to a heavy weight. The more you pull, the more it resists, straining your body and mind. Letting go of the rope doesn't mean you lose. It means you free yourself from unnecessary struggle. One way to practice this surrender is through mindful reflection. Take a moment to sit quietly, breathe deeply, and ask yourself, what am I trying to control right now? Acknowledge the tension it's causing. Then, with each exhale, imagine releasing that tension, allowing it to drift away like a leaf on the wind. Visualize yourself lighter, unburdened by the need to force outcomes. In Buddhism, this perspective aligns with the concept of impermanence. Everything changes, and nothing stays fixed. Trying to control the uncontrollable is like trying to hold water in your hands. Instead, let life flow through your fingers, trusting that even in uncertainty, there's a rhythm and wisdom guiding you. Surrendering control doesn't mean passivity. It's about focusing your energy where it matters most, on your inner calm, your actions, and your intentions. When you stop wrestling with life's unpredictability, you make space for peace to take root. In letting go, you find freedom, and in freedom, you discover a sense of calm that no chaos can shake. Anchor in your Dharma. Life can feel overwhelming when chaos swirls around you, pulling you in multiple directions. In these moments, anchoring yourself in your Dharma, your purpose, becomes a guiding light. Dharma is a core Buddhist teaching, referring to living in alignment with your values and fulfilling your unique role in the grand tapestry of life. It's not just about what you do, it's about why and how you do it. By reconnecting with your Dharma, you create a sense of clarity and calm that transcends external noise. Imagine your Dharma as a compass. When life feels turbulent, it helps you find your true north. Aligning your actions with your core values means you're not just reacting to life's chaos, but moving through it with intention. It's the difference between drifting aimlessly in a storm and steering your ship with a steady hand. To anchor in your Dharma, start by reflecting on what truly matters to you. What brings you joy? What values guide your decisions? Perhaps it's compassion, honesty, or creativity. Write these down and think about how they align with your daily actions. Are you living in a way that honors these principles? If not, consider small adjustments that can bring your life into closer alignment with your values. When you're rooted in your Dharma, challenges lose some of their power. For example, if your Dharma involves helping others, a difficult day at work becomes less about frustration and more about serving a greater purpose. This shift in perspective transforms stress into an opportunity for growth and fulfillment. Dharma is not rigid, it evolves as you do. The key is to remain curious and open to discovering how your unique path unfolds. In chaotic times, return to this question: am I living in alignment with my Dharma? If the answer is yes, let that certainty ground you. If the answer is no, use it as an invitation to realign. Living in alignment with your Dharma doesn't mean life will always be easy, but it gives you a steady foundation. When you're clear on your purpose, you can navigate chaos with confidence, knowing that every action reflects your values. This alignment creates inner peace, making your Dharma a powerful anchor in the storms of life. Dance with Impermanence. Change is inevitable, yet so much of life's stress stems from our resistance to it. We cling to what feels safe and familiar, fearing the unknown. But in Buddhism, impermanence, anicca, is a fundamental truth of existence. Everything changes, from the seasons to our emotions. By learning to embrace this rhythm of life, you can release the fear of losing control and find beauty in the fleeting nature of the moment. Think of impermanence as a dance, not a battle. Fighting change only exhausts you, while flowing with it can bring unexpected peace. Imagine watching a river. Its water is never the same. It's always moving, always changing. Trying to stop the flow is impossible, but sitting by its edge and appreciating its motion can be deeply calming. Life is like that river, always in motion, always transforming. One way to embrace impermanence is by practicing mindfulness. Focus on the present moment, fully experiencing it without clinging to it. For example, savor your morning coffee without worrying about the day ahead or feeling sad that the moment will end. Instead, let the experience be complete as it is. This practice helps you cultivate gratitude for what's here now, rather than fearing its eventual absence. Impermanence also teaches you to release attachment. When you understand that nothing lasts forever, you can let go of the need to control or cling. This doesn't mean you stop caring. It means you care with an open heart, knowing that things, people, and experiences are gifts to be cherished while they're present. Consider relationships. Holding on to someone tightly out of fear of losing them often creates tension. But when you love with the understanding that the connection may evolve or fade, you appreciate the time you share even more deeply. This perspective allows love to flourish without the weight of unrealistic expectations. Embracing impermanence also helps you navigate loss and change with grace. Whether it's the end of a job, a relationship, or a phase of life, remembering that this too shall pass gives you the strength to move forward. Loss becomes less about what's gone and more about the new space it creates for growth. When you dance with impermanence, you free yourself from the weight of fear and resistance. Instead of dreading change, you begin to see it as an opportunity to grow and discover. This acceptance brings a profound sense of peace, allowing you to flow through life's chaos with grace and resilience. Practice the art of silence. In a world filled with constant noise, notifications, conversations, and the endless hum of activity, silence is a rare gift. Yet silence is more than the absence of sound. In Buddhism, it's seen as a sacred space where calmness, clarity, and self-discovery can flourish. When you intentionally practice silence, you create room to hear your inner voice, access deeper wisdom, and let peace take root. Think of silence as a retreat for the soul. In moments of quiet, the chatter of the mind begins to settle, like ripples on a pond growing still. This stillness allows you to observe your thoughts and emotions without judgment, revealing what truly matters beneath the surface noise. Silence isn't about avoiding life. It's about meeting it with greater awareness and intention. To begin, try incorporating small moments of intentional silence into your day. Start your morning without speaking or interacting with technology. Instead, sit quietly with a cup of tea, breathe deeply, and allow yourself to simply be. These first few minutes of stillness set the tone for the day, grounding you in peace before the chaos begins. Another powerful practice is carving out a silent hour. Choose a time during the day to step away from conversation, media, and distractions. Spend this time meditating, journaling, or simply sitting in stillness. If a full hour feels daunting, Even 10-15 minutes can create a noticeable shift in your mental state. Silence is also a tool for navigating busy or stressful environments. When chaos surrounds you, pause for a moment and tune into the quiet within. Close your eyes if you can, and take a few deep breaths. In the midst of external noise, this practice of internal silence can become your sanctuary. Intentional silence doesn't just calm the mind, it also enhances your relationships. By practicing mindful listening, allowing others to speak without interrupting or planning your response, you create deeper, more meaningful connections. Silence becomes a gift you offer both to yourself and to those around you. At first, embracing silence might feel uncomfortable. You may notice an urge to fill the space with sound or activity. This is natural. Instead of resisting the discomfort, allow it to pass. Over time, you'll find that silence no longer feels empty but full of insight, peace, and presence. Buddha said, silence is an empty space. Space is the home of the awakened mind. When you practice the art of silence, you nurture this awakened mind within yourself. Silence becomes more than a pause. It transforms into a powerful act of self-care and clarity. In the stillness, you rediscover your strength, your calm, and your true self. Thank you for exploring these powerful ways to stay calm in life's chaos. Remember, finding peace doesn't mean avoiding life's storms. It's about learning to dance in the rain. Each practice we've shared today is a step toward grounding yourself, nurturing inner balance, and thriving even in uncertainty. If you're ready to embrace these teachings and create more calm in your life, share in the comments below by writing, "I choose peace." Let this be your declaration of commitment to a calmer, more centered you. Don't forget, there was a time in my life when my mind felt like it was constantly racing, a storm of thoughts I couldn't control. Each day felt heavier, like I was carrying an invisible weight that no one else could see. I tried distracting myself, scrolling endlessly, diving into work, but it only made things worse. The noise never stopped. Then I stumbled upon a practice that changed everything. I learned that the root of my restless mind wasn't the world outside. It was the way I let it flood into me, unchecked, unfiltered. That's when I turned to the wisdom of Buddhism, and for the first time I felt a sense of calm I hadn't known was possible. Buddhism doesn't offer flashy solutions or complicated methods. It's grounded in simplicity and truth. What I'm about to share with you are strategies rooted in these ancient teachings, practical steps that helped me quiet the storm in my mind. They're not just theories, they work because they speak to the core of who we are. Let me start with something personal. I used to wake up every morning feeling exhausted, not because I didn't sleep, but because my thoughts never took a break. You know that feeling, don't you? The constant worrying about what might happen, replaying old conversations, or wondering if you're doing enough. It's draining. One day, I met someone who seemed to carry a peaceful energy, a calm presence I couldn't ignore. When I asked him how he managed to stay so composed, he told me something simple but powerful. You're not your thoughts. They're like clouds. They pass if you let them. At first, it sounded too easy, even a bit cliché, but I couldn't shake the idea. What if I didn't have to wrestle with every thought? What if I could choose what to focus on and let the rest drift away? That was the beginning of my journey into Buddhist wisdom. Through trial and error, I began applying small changes to my daily life. I didn't try to fix everything at once. That's not the way this works. Instead, I took one step at a time, learning to center myself in the present, creating little routines to ground my mind, and letting go of the need to control everything. Slowly, the fog lifted. I'm sharing this with you because I know what it feels like to be overwhelmed, to want a break from your own mind. And I also know it's possible to find clarity, to feel light again. These strategies aren't about changing who you are. They're about uncovering the peace that's already within you. Let's take this journey together. Whether you're looking for small moments of calm or a complete reset, these steps are a way to start. One by one, they'll help you let go of the noise, the clutter, and the constant overthinking. Not by fighting it, but by finding a better way to live with it. 1. Practice being in the present moment. Let me start with a truth I've learned the hard way. The present moment is all we truly have, yet most of us spend our lives anywhere but here. I used to be an expert at this. I was always lost in my head. If I wasn't rehashing mistakes from the past, I was worrying about things that hadn't even happened yet. Sound familiar? The truth is, the mind loves to wander. It's wired that way. But here's what no one tells you. The more time you spend chasing thoughts of yesterday or tomorrow, the more you miss out on the only time that matters, now. And trust me, I missed out on a lot before I realized this. Buddhist teachings have a beautiful way of bringing us back to the present. They remind us that the mind, like a restless monkey, will jump from branch to branch unless we train it to stay grounded. One of the most transformative lessons I've learned is that I don't have to follow every thought. I can choose to let them pass like leaves floating down a river. But this isn't about ignoring reality. It's about being fully alive to what's in front of you. When I started practicing mindfulness, I realized how much of my life I'd spent on autopilot. Washing dishes. My body was there, but my mind was replaying an awkward conversation from 3 days ago. Walking outside. I'd scroll through my phone, barely noticing the sky or the feel of the ground under my feet. I wasn't living, I was existing in fragments. So how do we reclaim the present? Start small. For me, it began with something as simple as focusing on my breath. Right now, as you're reading this, take a moment to notice your breathing. Don't change it. Just feel it. Inhale, exhale. That's it. You're already in the present moment. When I began incorporating this practice into my day, everything shifted. Instead of being consumed by worries about the future, I found myself fully immersed in little moments. The warmth of my morning tea, the sound of birds outside, even the texture of the soap on my hands as I washed them. These weren't extraordinary experiences, but they felt profound because I was truly there. One of the most powerful Buddhist teachings on this is from Thich Nhat Hanh, who said, "Drink your tea slowly and reverently, as if it is the axis on which the whole world revolves." At first, I didn't understand this. How could drinking tea be meaningful? But when I tried it, really slowing down and paying attention, I realized it's not the tea that's special. It's the act of being fully present. Now, I know what some of you might be thinking. But I have too much going on. I don't have time to just sit and breathe. I used to think that too. But here's the thing. Mindfulness doesn't require extra time. You can practice it while doing what you're already doing, walking, eating, even working. The key is to focus on this moment, not the one before or after. For example, when I work now, I set clear boundaries for my mind. I tell myself, this is what I'm doing right now. Nothing else matters in this moment. And whenever I notice my thoughts drifting, because they always will, I gently bring them back. It's not about perfection. It's about presence. I won't lie to you. It takes practice. Your mind will resist at first. It will want to drag you back into old patterns of overthinking. But every time you choose to return to the present, you're building a skill that will change your life. The present moment is a gift we often overlook. But when we slow down and embrace it, we find something extraordinary, peace. And that peace, my friends, is worth everything. 2. Create simple routines for your mind. Let me tell you a little secret. Your mind craves structure, even if it doesn't always seem like it. I used to think routines were boring, even restrictive. I thought living spontaneously meant I was free. But the truth? Without some kind of routine, my mind was all over the place, jumping from one thought to the next with no sense of direction. It was exhausting. Here's the thing. When the mind doesn't have something constructive to focus on, it fills the void with unnecessary noise, worries, regrets, random to-do lists. And that's where the chaos begins. Buddhism taught me that simplicity and discipline are the antidotes to this mental clutter. It's not about rigid schedules or turning your life into a checklist. It's about creating small, intentional habits that give your mind a sense of purpose and calm. Let me share an example. Every morning, I used to wake up and immediately check my phone, emails, social media, the news. Before I even got out of bed, my mind was already overwhelmed. One day, I decided to try something different. Inspired by Buddhist teachings, I created a simple morning ritual. I started my day with 5 minutes of quiet reflection. No phone, no distractions, just me, sitting in stillness. At first, it felt strange. My mind didn't know what to do without the usual flood of information. But after a few days, something shifted. I noticed that those 5 minutes set the tone for my entire day. My thoughts felt clearer, my emotions steadier. It was such a small change, but it had a huge impact. Buddhism emphasizes the power of repetition. It's not about making one grand effort. It's about the little things we do consistently. A favorite teaching of mine is from the Dhammapada. Little by little, a person becomes good as a pot is filled with water, drop by drop. This is the essence of creating routines. Each small action builds on the last, and over time, they transform you. I want you to think about the areas in your life where your mind feels the most scattered. Is it in the mornings, during work, at night before bed? Pick one of those times and create a simple routine. It doesn't have to be complicated. Maybe you start your day by writing down 3 things you're grateful for, or you take a 2-minute break during work to breathe deeply, or you end your day by reading something uplifting instead of scrolling through your phone. One of the most helpful routines I've adopted is breaking tasks into smaller steps. In Buddhism, this ties into the concept of right effort, focusing on what's manageable and productive. When I feel overwhelmed by everything I have to do, I write down just the next step. Not the whole project, not the big picture, just the next thing. It's amazing how much lighter your mind feels when you approach life this way. But here's the key. Don't expect perfection. Some days you'll forget to stick to your routine. That's okay. The point isn't to be rigid. It's to give your mind something steady to hold on to. Every time you return to your practice, you're reinforcing the habit and building a foundation for peace. Creating simple routines has been one of the most grounding practices in my life. It's not about adding more to your plate. It's about subtracting the unnecessary and focusing on what truly matters. When your mind has a rhythm to follow, it stops chasing every random thought. And in that stillness, you find clarity, focus, and freedom. 3. Limit the consumption of unnecessary information. Let me be honest with you, there was a time in my life when I was a complete information junkie. I'd wake up, check the news, scroll through social media, and dive into every random article or video that caught my eye. By the end of the day, my mind felt like an overstuffed suitcase, packed with so much useless information that I couldn't find anything important when I needed it. The turning point came when I realized this. My mind wasn't overwhelmed because the world was noisy. It was overwhelmed because I kept letting the noise in. In Buddhism, there's a teaching called Indriya Samvara, or sense restraint, which means being mindful of what you allow to enter your senses. At first, it sounds restrictive, but it's actually liberating. Think of it as decluttering your mental space so you can focus on what truly matters. The world we live in is overflowing with information. Notifications ping constantly, headlines scream for attention, and social media tempts us with endless scrolling. But here's the hard truth. Most of what we consume doesn't add value to our lives. Instead, it creates mental clutter, making it harder to think clearly or feel at peace. When I started applying sense restraint, I didn't cut myself off from the world entirely. I just became more intentional about what I let in. The first step was identifying my biggest triggers. For me, it was the endless cycle of social media and news. I realized I wasn't gaining anything meaningful from refreshing my feeds every hour. It was just a habit, one that drained my energy and filled my mind with noise. So, I made a simple change. I set boundaries. I limited my social media time to 30 minutes a day and chose specific times to check the news instead of letting it hijack my attention throughout the day. At first it was hard. My fingers instinctively reached for my phone, craving that quick hit of dopamine. But with time I noticed something incredible. My mind felt lighter. I had more room to think, to breathe, to simply be. This isn't about isolation. Buddhism doesn't teach us to shut out the world. It teaches us to engage with it wisely. Before you consume something, ask yourself, does this serve me? Does it help me grow, learn, or find peace? If the answer is no, let it go. You don't have to watch every video, read every article, or respond to every message. Protect your attention like it's sacred, because it is. One practice that helped me was replacing unnecessary consumption with intentional content. Instead of mindlessly scrolling, I started reading books that inspired me or listening to talks that uplifted me. I even began spending more time in silence, letting my mind settle instead of stuffing it with more input. It was uncomfortable at first, but that discomfort was a sign I was on the right path. You might be wondering, how do I even start with this? Begin small. Choose one area of your life where information feels overwhelming. Maybe it's social media, email, or even conversations with certain people. Set a boundary. Maybe it's turning off notifications, unfollowing accounts that don't add value, or dedicating certain times of the day to disconnect. You'll be amazed at how much mental clarity you gain when you stop letting the world control your focus. Limiting unnecessary information isn't about shutting yourself off. It's about choosing what deserves your attention and letting go of the rest. And in that space of quiet, you'll find something precious. The ability to hear your own thoughts, to connect with your inner wisdom, and to feel truly alive. 4. Practice daily gratitude. I'll never forget the day someone asked me, "What are you grateful for today?" I froze, not because I didn't have anything to be thankful for, but because I'd never made it a habit to notice. Life always felt like a race, chasing goals, fixing problems, worrying about what wasn't working. Gratitude, that felt like a luxury I didn't have time for. But here's what I learned. Gratitude isn't just a nice thought. It's a transformative practice. In Buddhism, gratitude is deeply tied to the concept of mudita, or appreciative joy. It's the ability to find happiness in what you already have, rather than always striving for more. And let me tell you, this shift changed everything for me. There's something incredibly grounding about taking a moment to acknowledge the good in your life. It's like hitting the pause button on your worries and saying, "Wait a minute, there's beauty here too." When I started practicing gratitude daily, I noticed an immediate difference in how I felt. The stress didn't vanish, but it lost its grip. I wasn't just focused on what was wrong. I began to see what was right. Practicing gratitude doesn't have to be complicated. For me, it started with writing down 3 things I was grateful for at the end of each day. Sometimes they were big things, like my health or a meaningful conversation. Other times they were small, like the warmth of the sun on my face or the sound of rain outside. The size didn't matter. What mattered was the act of noticing. Here's the beautiful thing about gratitude. The more you practice it, the more it grows. It's like training your mind to focus on abundance instead of lack. And this isn't just a feel-good exercise. It's rooted in neuroscience. When you focus on gratitude, your brain releases dopamine and serotonin, the feel-good chemicals that boost your mood and reduce stress. Science is catching up with what Buddhism has taught for centuries. Gratitude is powerful. But let's be honest, some days it's hard to feel grateful. Maybe you're dealing with challenges that make it hard to see the silver lining. I've been there too. On those days, I remind myself of a Buddhist teaching. Even in suffering, there is something to be learned. Gratitude doesn't mean ignoring the hard stuff. It means finding the lessons, the growth, and the moments of light, even in the darkness. If you're just starting this practice, keep it simple. Before bed, take a few minutes to reflect on what went well that day. Write it down if you can. Over time, this practice becomes a habit, a lens through which you see the world. And the world looks different when you're grateful. Colors seem brighter, challenges feel smaller, and life, even with its imperfections, feels enough. Gratitude is a gift you give yourself. It doesn't cost anything, but it's worth everything. When you cultivate a grateful heart, you stop chasing happiness and start finding it in the life you already have. And that, my friends, is a freedom unlike any other. 5. The technique of negative visualization. Let me share something counterintuitive that completely transformed the way I think about challenges and fears. It's called negative visualization. At first, it might sound odd. Why would anyone intentionally think about worst-case scenarios? Isn't that pessimistic? But here's the truth. This practice isn't about inviting negativity. It's about facing it head-on, so it no longer holds power over you. Before I learned this technique, I was the type of person who avoided difficult thoughts. If I was worried about losing something, my job, a relationship, my health, I'd push those fears to the back of my mind, pretending they didn't exist. But avoidance didn't help. Those unspoken fears lingered, creating an undercurrent of anxiety that never truly left me. Then I came across this profound Buddhist teaching. Attachment is the root of suffering. It struck me that much of my mental turmoil came from clinging to things and fearing their loss. Negative visualization gave me a way to confront those fears and, paradoxically, find peace. Here's how it works. Instead of running from the thought of losing something, you gently bring it into focus. For example, if you're afraid of failing at a project, imagine what that failure might look like. What would happen? How would it feel? Then go deeper. What would you do next? How would you rebuild? The goal isn't to dwell in the negativity, but to see that even in the worst-case scenario, you have the strength to endure. I'll give you a personal example. One of my biggest fears used to be losing my job. Every time I thought about it, a wave of panic would hit me. But when I practiced negative visualization, I imagined it happening. I asked myself, what if I got laid off tomorrow? What would I do? At first it felt uncomfortable, but as I walked through the scenario in my mind, something amazing happened. I realized I had options. I could find another job, lean on my savings, or even explore a new path. The fear lost its edge because I'd already lived through it in my mind. Buddhism teaches us to accept impermanence. Everything in life is fleeting. Our possessions, relationships, even our bodies. Negative visualization helps us embrace this reality. Instead of fearing loss, we come to terms with it. And in doing so, we find a deeper appreciation for what we have right now. Another beautiful aspect of this practice is that it cultivates gratitude. When you visualize losing something, your health, a loved one, or even a simple pleasure like your morning coffee, you begin to cherish it more. Suddenly, the things you take for granted feel precious. You stop rushing through life and start savoring it. If you're new to negative visualization, start small. Take a quiet moment to reflect on something you value, a relationship, an opportunity, or even your physical abilities. Now imagine what life would be like without it. It's not about scaring yourself, it's about recognizing its significance. Then, bring your awareness back to the present and let gratitude fill you. This practice might feel uncomfortable at first, but that's the point. Growth comes from leaning into discomfort, not avoiding it. And the more you practice, the more resilient you become. Life's uncertainties lose their power over you because you've already prepared your mind for them. Negative visualization isn't about living in fear, it's about finding freedom from it. By confronting what we're afraid of, we discover that we're stronger than we think, and in that strength, we find peace. 6. Develop a service-oriented mindset. Let me ask you a question. When was the last time you did something purely for someone else, without expecting anything in return? If you're like most people, it might not happen as often as you'd like. I know it didn't for me. For a long time, I was so caught up in my own worries, goals, and to-do lists that I barely thought about how I could help others. But when I finally shifted my focus outward, everything changed. Buddhism places a deep emphasis on compassion and service. One of my favorite teachings is this: if you light a lamp for someone, it will also brighten your path. At first, I didn't fully understand what this meant, but as I began to incorporate acts of service into my life, I realized that helping others doesn't just benefit them, it also brings clarity, purpose, and peace to your own mind. Let me share a story. A few years ago, I was going through a tough time. My thoughts felt like a tangled mess, and I couldn't seem to break free from my own problems. One day, a friend mentioned that a local shelter needed volunteers. I hesitated. My mind was already so overwhelmed. How could I possibly help someone else? But something nudged me to go. That day, I spent a few hours serving meals to people in need. It was simple work, but something incredible happened. For the first time in weeks, my thoughts quieted. I wasn't obsessing over my own worries. I was fully present, focused on the act of giving. By the time I left, I felt lighter, as if a weight had been lifted. That experience taught me a profound truth. When we shift our attention from ourselves to others, we create space for peace in our own minds. Developing a service-oriented mindset doesn't mean you have to make grand gestures or dedicate your life to charity, though those are wonderful things to do. It's about finding small, meaningful ways to contribute to the well-being of others. Maybe it's offering a kind word to a coworker, helping a neighbor with groceries, or simply listening when someone needs to talk. These small acts of service ripple outward, creating a sense of connection and purpose. In Buddhism, this is tied to the concept of right action, living in a way that benefits not just yourself, but also the world around you. Service isn't just something you do, it's a way of being. It's a practice that opens your heart and reminds you that we're all interconnected. But let's be honest, helping others isn't always easy. Sometimes you're tired, busy, or dealing with your own struggles. I've felt that way too. But here's what I've learned. The times when you feel least able to give are often the times when giving has the greatest impact. Not just for the person you're helping, but for yourself. Service pulls you out of your own head and into the present moment. It reminds you that you're part of something bigger. If you're not sure where to start, begin with what feels natural. Look around and ask yourself, who needs help? What can I offer? It doesn't have to be perfect or profound. The act itself is enough. When you cultivate a service-oriented mindset, you transform not just the lives of others, but your own. Your worries feel smaller, your heart grows fuller, and your mind finds peace in the simple act of giving. As the Buddha taught, our own life has meaning to the extent that it touches others. In serving others, we serve ourselves in the most beautiful way possible. 7. Learn to say no. I used to be the kind of person who said yes to everything. Need help with a project? Sure. Want me to stay late at work? No problem. Can you take on just one more responsibility? Of course. At first, it felt good. People appreciated me, praised me, and leaned on me. But over time, I realized something. Every yes I said to others was often a no to myself. This wasn't sustainable. My mind was cluttered, my energy drained, and I felt like I was losing control of my own life. That's when I discovered the power of saying no. And let me tell you, it was liberating. Buddhism teaches us about the importance of boundaries. One of the core principles is right speech, samavaka, which includes not just how we speak to others, but how we honor our truth. Saying no when you need to is one of the most honest and compassionate things you can do for yourself and others. If you overcommit and stretch yourself too thin, you're not only hurting yourself, but also failing to give your best to the things you've already agreed to. Let me share a personal story. There was a time when I was juggling work, personal commitments, and endless favors for others. One day, a close friend asked me to help them move. I wanted to say yes, but I knew I was already overwhelmed. Still, the guilt crept in. What if they think I'm selfish? What if they get upset? These thoughts plagued me until I remembered a Buddhist teaching. You cannot pour from an empty cup. If I didn't take care of my own well-being, I wouldn't be able to show up fully for anyone else. So I said no. Gently but firmly, I explained my situation, and to my surprise, my friend understood. It was a pivotal moment for me. I realized that saying no didn't make me a bad person. It made me an honest one. And the relief I felt afterward was undeniable. Learning to say no isn't easy, especially if you're used to being a people pleaser. But it's a skill worth developing. Here's what helped me. Before committing to something, I pause and ask myself, do I have the time, energy, and mental space for this? If the answer is no, I honor that. Sometimes I'll say, I wish I could help, but I can't right now. Other times, a simple, I'm sorry, I can't, is enough. No excuses, no guilt. Buddhism reminds us that boundaries are not barriers, they're acts of self-respect. They create the space we need to nurture ourselves so we can give more freely and authentically when the time is right. When you learn to say no, you take back control of your life, you protect your peace, and perhaps most importantly, you give yourself permission to prioritize what truly matters. 8. Stop seeking approval from others. For a long time, I lived for the approval of others. Every decision I made, from the clothes I wore to the way I spoke, was influenced by what I thought people wanted from me. And while I didn't realize it at the time, this constant need for validation was exhausting. My mind was always racing with thoughts like, did they like what I said? Am I good enough? What if they think I'm not capable? One day, I stumbled upon a Buddhist teaching that hit me like a lightning bolt. Those who are free from attachment to praise and blame are truly at peace. It was so simple yet so profound. I realized I was letting the opinions of others dictate my self-worth. I was giving away my power, tying my happiness to something I couldn't control. From that moment, I started working on letting go of the need for approval. It wasn't easy. In a world where likes, comments, and external validation seem to measure success, choosing to prioritize your own opinion feels like swimming against the tide, but every small step I took brought me closer to freedom. Here's what I learned. Seeking approval is a trap. No matter how much you do, you can never please everyone. And even if you manage to win someone's approval, it's fleeting. People's opinions change. What they value today might not matter tomorrow, but your relationship with yourself, that's constant. And it's the only approval you truly need. One of the most practical ways I began shifting my mindset was by asking myself a simple question. Am I doing this because it aligns with my values, or because I want someone else to validate me? If the answer was the latter, I'd pause and reevaluate. It was uncomfortable at first, but over time, I started trusting myself more. I began making choices that felt authentic, not performative. Another breakthrough came when I stopped over-explaining myself. Buddhism teaches us the value of simplicity and authenticity. You don't owe anyone a detailed explanation for living your truth. If someone questions your decisions, it's okay to calmly state your reason and move on. Their understanding, or lack of it, doesn't define you. Letting go of the need for approval doesn't mean you stop caring about others. It means you stop letting their opinions control your sense of self. You can still value feedback, but you learn to discern what's constructive from what's unnecessary. And when criticism comes your way, you accept it without letting it derail you. This shift in mindset is liberating. When you stop seeking approval, you reclaim your energy. Your mind becomes quieter, less focused on external noise. You start living for yourself, not for the expectations of others. And that's when true peace sets in. The Buddha said, "Do not seek refuge in others. Be a light unto yourself." Those words have become my mantra. Every time I catch myself falling into old patterns of seeking validation, I return to them. They remind me that my worth isn't something to be earned. It's something that's already within me. And it's within you too. All you have to do is claim it. 9. Simplify your decisions. Let me ask you something. How often do you find yourself stuck in the endless cycle of decision-making? From the smallest choices like what to wear or what to eat, to bigger ones like career moves or personal relationships, every day can feel like a series of mental roadblocks. I used to live like that, constantly overthinking, analyzing every detail, and second-guessing myself. It was exhausting. Then I learned one of the most powerful lessons from Buddhism. Simplicity is freedom. The Buddha taught that much of our suffering comes from unnecessary complications. When we streamline our decisions, we not only save energy, but also free ourselves from the mental clutter that keeps us stuck. I'll share a story from my own life. There was a time when even deciding what to cook for dinner felt overwhelming. I'd scroll through recipes, consider every ingredient, and second-guess my choice before finally settling on something. By the time I started cooking, I was mentally drained. It sounds trivial, but these small decisions added up, leaving me with less energy for the bigger, more meaningful parts of life. One day, I realized that this constant decision fatigue wasn't about the choices themselves. It was about my relationship with them. I was giving too much weight to things that didn't deserve it. Inspired by Buddhist principles, I started simplifying my decisions in practical ways. For example, I created a weekly meal plan so I didn't have to think about what to cook every night. I also embraced the idea of a default wardrobe, choosing a few versatile pieces I loved and wearing them regularly instead of agonizing over what to wear. This practice spilled over into other areas of my life. At work, I started prioritizing tasks in advance, focusing on one thing at a time instead of juggling everything at once. In relationships, I stopped over-analyzing my words and trusted my intentions. Each of these changes was small, but together they created a sense of ease I hadn't known before. Buddhism teaches us to focus on what's essential and let go of what isn't. A favorite quote of mine is from the Buddha himself. "Do not carry with you what does not serve you." When we apply this wisdom to decision-making, it becomes clear that most choices don't require as much energy as we give them. Here's what worked for me. I started creating systems. For example, instead of deciding every morning whether to meditate, I made it a non-negotiable part of my routine. By turning decisions into habits, I freed up my mental space for more important things. I also learned to limit my options. Research shows that having too many choices can overwhelm us, so I began narrowing down my choices to 2 or 3 options for anything I needed to decide. Simplifying your decisions doesn't mean you avoid important choices. It means you reserve your energy for them. When your mind isn't bogged down by trivial decisions, You can approach the bigger ones with clarity and confidence. And with time, you'll find that your life feels lighter, more intentional, and less chaotic. 10. Practice emotional detachment. Let me tell you something I wish I had understood years ago. Your emotions don't have to control you. For most of my life, I let them dictate my thoughts, decisions, and reactions. If something upset me, I'd dwell on it for hours, replaying it in my mind. If I felt anxious, I'd spiral into overthinking. It was exhausting, and worse, it kept me stuck. Then I discovered the power of emotional detachment through Buddhist teachings. At first I misunderstood it. I thought detachment meant not feeling anything, like becoming cold or indifferent. But I was wrong. Detachment isn't about suppressing your emotions. It's about learning to observe them without letting them consume you. Buddhism teaches us that emotions are like waves. They rise, peak, and eventually pass. The problem is, we often cling to them, trying to hold on to the good ones or fight against the bad ones. This clinging is what causes suffering. The Buddha said, "You only lose what you cling to." When I started practicing detachment, I realized I didn't have to cling or resist. I could simply let emotions flow through me. Let me share a personal example. There was a time when a disagreement with a close friend left me feeling hurt and angry. My old habit would have been to replay the conversation endlessly, analyzing every word and fueling my frustration. But this time I paused. I reminded myself that my emotions weren't permanent, that they didn't define me. Instead of reacting, I sat with the feeling. I noticed how it felt in my body, acknowledged its presence, and allowed it to pass naturally. To my surprise, the intensity faded much faster than I expected. This practice is called mindful awareness, and it's a cornerstone of emotional detachment. It doesn't mean ignoring your emotions. It means creating space between you and them. Instead of saying, "I am angry," try saying, "I feel anger." That small shift reminds you that emotions are temporary states, not permanent identities. Another tool that helped me was self-inquiry. When I felt overwhelmed by an emotion, I'd ask myself, why am I feeling this way? Is it because of something I can control or something I can't? More often than not, I'd realize that my emotional turmoil was tied to things outside my control, someone else's opinion, an unpredictable outcome, or a past event I couldn't change. Letting go of the need to control those things brought me immense relief. Practicing emotional detachment doesn't mean you stop caring. In fact, it allows you to care more deeply because you're no longer clouded by reactivity. When you're not consumed by your own emotions, you can approach situations with clarity, compassion, and wisdom. Here's a simple way to start. The next time you feel a strong emotion, pause. Take a deep breath and name what you're feeling. This is anger. This is fear. This is sadness. Then remind yourself, this too shall pass. Visualize the emotion as a cloud drifting across the sky or a wave rolling onto the shore. It's temporary and it will fade. Over time, you'll notice a shift. You'll still feel emotions, but they won't control you. You'll respond to life's challenges with greater ease and perspective. Emotional detachment isn't about numbing yourself, it's about freeing yourself. And in that freedom, you'll find a profound sense of peace. 11. Set clear boundaries. Let me ask you a question. When was the last time you said yes to something you really didn't want to do? Maybe it was taking on extra work, spending time with someone who drains your energy, or letting a situation continue even though it made you uncomfortable. I've been there more times than I can count, and for the longest time I thought saying yes was just part of being a good person. But here's what I learned the hard way. Every time you let someone cross your boundaries, you sacrifice a piece of your peace. Boundaries are one of the most loving and powerful things you can set for yourself and for others. Buddhism teaches us that balance is key to living a harmonious life. Without boundaries, we become overwhelmed, resentful, and out of alignment with ourselves. A teaching I often reflect on is this: you cannot always control others, but you can control what you allow. For a long time I struggled with boundaries. I thought setting them would make me seem selfish or unkind. But the truth is, boundaries aren't walls, they're guidelines. They teach others how to treat you while protecting your emotional and mental well-being. Without them, it's like leaving the door to your mind wide open, letting anyone walk in and disrupt your peace. Let me share a story. There was a time when I said yes to every work request, even when it meant staying late, working weekends, or sacrificing personal time. I wanted to be seen as dependable, valuable, and agreeable. But over time, I began to resent the very people I was trying to please. My mind was constantly racing with thoughts of frustration and exhaustion. That's when I realized I wasn't angry at others. I was angry at myself for not setting boundaries. So I started small. The next time someone asked for something I couldn't realistically take on, I said no, politely but firmly. At first it was terrifying. I worried about disappointing people or being judged. But to my surprise, most people respected my honesty, and the sense of relief I felt was worth every moment of discomfort. Buddhism teaches us to be compassionate, but compassion begins with yourself. Setting boundaries isn't about shutting people out. It's about showing them how to respect your limits while also respecting theirs. It's an act of self-respect and self-care. Here's how I started creating boundaries in my life. 1. Be clear and honest. Communicate your limits calmly and directly. For example, instead of saying, "I'll try to make it," say, "I'm not available, but thank you for thinking of me." People appreciate clarity, even if it's not what they wanted to hear. 2. Stop over-explaining. This was a big one for me. I used to feel like I needed to justify my boundaries with a detailed explanation. But the truth is, no is a complete sentence. You don't owe anyone an elaborate reason for protecting your peace. 3. Protect your time and energy. Buddhism emphasizes mindfulness and being present. You can't do that if you're constantly overcommitted. Learn to prioritize what truly matters and let go of what doesn't. One of the biggest challenges with boundaries is guilt. I used to feel terrible for saying no, as if I were letting people down. But then I realized something. Every time I overextended myself to please others, I was letting myself down, and the resentment that followed helped no one. A Buddhist principle that helped me reframe this guilt is the idea of right action, samma kammanta. It reminds us that our actions should align with our values and well-being. Saying no isn't selfish, it's an act of integrity. It allows you to show up fully for the things and people that truly matter. If you're new to setting boundaries, start with small steps. The next time someone asks for something that feels like too much, take a moment to reflect before responding. Ask yourself, does this align with my values? Do I have the time and energy for this? If the answer is no, honor that. It might feel uncomfortable at first, but like any practice, it gets easier with time. The beauty of boundaries is that they create clarity, not just for you, but for the people around you. When you set clear limits, you teach others how to engage with you in a way that's respectful and balanced. And in doing so, you protect your peace, your energy, and your mind. The Buddha said, "You are the guardian of your own happiness." Setting boundaries is how you guard that happiness. It's not about keeping people out. It's about ensuring that what you allow into your life aligns with your well-being. And when you do that, you create space for the kind of peace and clarity that transforms not just your mind, but your entire life. Detoxifying your mind and finding clarity isn't about adding more to your plate. It's about peeling back the layers of unnecessary thoughts, distractions, and habits that weigh you down. You know, getting older can feel like stepping into a new season of life, a season where you're supposed to have it all figured out. But let me tell you, the challenges don't disappear, they just change. Over the years, I've come to realize that the weight we carry isn't just about what life throws at us. It's about the stories we hold on to, the habits we refuse to let go of, and the lessons we overlook. Buddhist teachings have always emphasized simplicity, clarity, and being present. These aren't just abstract ideas, they're practical tools for living a life of peace and purpose, no matter your age. The truth is, it's not about fixing everything that went wrong in the past. It's about learning how to live lighter, freer, and more grounded in the here and now. As I stand here, I want to speak from experience about the things we should be letting go of and the wisdom we can embrace as we walk this path together. A friend of mine, Emma, called me a few months ago. She's someone who's always been busy, raising her kids, building her career, keeping everything in check. But now, with her kids grown and retirement around the corner, she told me she felt stuck. "I should feel free," she said, "but instead I feel restless, like I'm missing something." We met for coffee, and as she talked, I could see where her struggle was coming from. She was still holding on to the weight of past regrets, the what-ifs, the if-onlys. She felt disconnected from her present because she was chasing an image of what her life should have been. I told her something I've learned from Buddhist teachings. "Emma, you're carrying a bag full of stones. Every regret, every fear, every expectation, that's another stone weighing you down. But here's the thing, you can put the bag down. You don't need to carry it anymore." She looked at me and said, "But how do I do that?" You start by asking yourself what really matters right now. Not yesterday, not last year, right now. What brings you peace? What brings you joy? Everything else, let it go. A few weeks later, she called me again. She'd started a small garden, joined a book club, and even started meditating for 10 minutes every morning. "I can't say everything's perfect," she told me, "but I feel lighter. I'm finally learning how to live in the moment." That's what I want us to focus on today, the stones we carry as we grow older and how to finally set them down. It's not about changing who you are or trying to rewrite the past. It's about freeing yourself to fully live the life you have, right here, right now. Let's dive into the wisdom we can use to make this journey lighter and more meaningful, shall we? 1. Isolating yourself. I've seen it happen far too often. As we age, the world around us can feel like it's shrinking. Friends move away, family grows busier, and we start telling ourselves, "I don't need to bother anyone." Maybe you've felt this too, the temptation to pull back, to retreat into yourself, thinking it's easier that way. But let me tell you, isolation doesn't protect you, it starves you. I've had moments when I thought being alone was the answer. After all, life gets noisy, doesn't it? Sometimes we feel misunderstood or out of place, especially as the years roll on. But in those quiet moments of isolation, something else sneaks in: loneliness. And that loneliness can grow like a shadow, stretching across every corner of your life. Buddhism teaches us the interconnectedness of all things. Think about it. A tree doesn't thrive on its own. It relies on the soil, the sun, the rain, and even the other trees around it to create a thriving ecosystem. We're no different. Connection isn't just a nice thing to have, it's essential. I once met an older gentleman named Raj at a meditation retreat. Raj had spent most of his life building his career, traveling the world, and supporting his family. But when he retired, he found himself in a house that suddenly felt too big and too quiet. He told me, "I thought I'd earned this peace, but now it feels more like emptiness." What struck me most was how he had slowly pulled away from the people who once gave his life meaning. His reason? He didn't want to be a burden. That hit me hard because I've felt the same way at times. It's so easy to convince ourselves that keeping our distance is for the best. But here's the truth. Connection is never a burden, it's a gift. And it's not just about having people around you, it's about being with people in a way that nourishes your soul. For Raj, things started to shift when he decided to join a community gardening group. He didn't even like gardening that much, but he liked the idea of being around others. Week by week, as he shared tips on planting and laughed over stories about stubborn weeds, something changed. I didn't just feel less alone, he told me. I felt alive again. What I've learned and what Buddhism reinforces is that isolation breeds suffering. When we cut ourselves off, we lose the mirror that others provide, the reflection that reminds us of who we are. Even when connection feels messy or inconvenient, it's worth it. If you're feeling isolated, start small. Call a friend, even if it's been years. Join a local class or group that interests you. Volunteer for a cause you care about. It's not about filling your calendar with noise. It's about finding those meaningful moments that make your heart feel less heavy. The Buddha taught that life is suffering, but he also taught the path to relieve that suffering. Connection is one of those paths. When we open ourselves to others, we create space for compassion, not just for them, but for ourselves too. So if you're holding back, thinking it's easier to go it alone, let this be a gentle reminder. You are not a burden. You are a part of this world just as much as the sun and the stars, and the world is brighter when you let yourself connect with it. 2. Obsession over the past. Let me ask you something. How much of your time do you spend thinking about the past? Be honest. I know I've caught myself replaying old conversations, revisiting mistakes and wondering, what if I had done things differently? It's so easy to get stuck in that loop, isn't it? But let me tell you what I've learned the hard way. Holding on to the past is like trying to carry water in your hands. No matter how tightly you grip, it always slips away, leaving you tired and empty. I remember a woman I once worked with named Clara. She was in her late 60s, and she carried this deep sadness with her. One day, over tea, she shared her story. Decades ago, she had a falling out with her sister over something she couldn't even fully remember. But the guilt of it stayed with her, eating away at her joy. If only I had said something sooner, she told me. Maybe things would be different now. Clara's story broke my heart because I've been there too. Haunted by things I can't change, weighed down by regrets that only exist in my mind. But here's what Buddhism teaches us. The past is gone. It's a shadow that only exists if we keep turning to look at it. The Buddha often spoke about attachment and how it causes suffering. We attach ourselves to the past, clinging to moments that no longer exist, and in doing so, we miss the beauty of what's right in front of us. What helped Clara wasn't fixing the past, it was accepting it. She began practicing mindfulness, sitting quietly each morning and acknowledging her thoughts without judgment. I started to see my regrets like clouds, she told me. They pass by, but they don't define the sky. That's the power of letting go. It's not about erasing the past or pretending it didn't happen. It's about giving yourself permission to release its hold on you. I've started a simple practice that I'd like to share with you. Every evening, I take a few minutes to reflect on my day. I ask myself, what did I learn today? What brought me joy? What can I let go of? It's not always easy, but it's incredibly freeing. One of my favorite Buddhist teachings is this. You cannot step into the same river twice. The river flows, always changing, just like life. Clinging to the past is like trying to stop that river. It's exhausting, and it only leads to frustration. Instead of obsessing over what's behind you, try turning your attention to what's here, now. What can you do in this moment to bring peace to yourself and those around you? Maybe it's calling someone you've been meaning to reconnect with. Maybe it's forgiving yourself for something you did long ago. Or maybe it's simply taking a deep breath and allowing yourself to be present. Clara eventually reached out to her sister. It wasn't perfect, and it didn't erase the years they had lost, but it brought her a sense of peace she hadn't felt in decades. "I can't change what happened," she said, "but I can choose how I move forward." That's what I want for all of us, to move forward with lightness and grace, free from the chains of yesterday. The past is a chapter in your story, but it's not the whole book. Let yourself write the pages that come next, and remember this: you don't have to carry it all. Put the weight down. The present is waiting for you. 3. Neglecting your health. Let me start with something I learned the hard way. Taking care of yourself isn't optional, it's essential. For years, I thought of health as just something physical. If I wasn't sick, I assumed I was fine. But life has a way of teaching you otherwise. Health isn't just about your body, it's about your mind, your energy, and your ability to enjoy the life you've been given. I once met a woman named Anita at a community gathering. She was lively, always the first to crack a joke or share a story. But one day, she confided in me that she was struggling. "I feel like my body's betraying me," she said. Over the years, she'd put everyone else first. Her kids, her job, her neighbors. And now, in her 60s, she found herself facing health challenges that could have been prevented if she had only listened to her body sooner. I've seen this pattern over and over. We think we're invincible, that we'll have time to rest and recover later. But later comes, and we realize the cost of neglecting ourselves. Buddhism teaches us the importance of balance. If the body is a temple, as many say, then it's our responsibility to care for it, not out of vanity, but out of respect for the life we've been given. Caring for your health doesn't mean reversing time or chasing perfection. It means giving yourself the energy and strength to fully experience life. It's about small, intentional steps. Drinking enough water, eating foods that nourish you, moving your body in ways that feel good. One Buddhist teaching that stays with me is about mindfulness in eating. It's simple. Eat with awareness. When you eat, don't just shove food into your mouth while scrolling through your phone or watching TV. Pay attention to the flavors, the textures, the way your body feels as you nourish it. This practice has taught me that food isn't just fuel, it's a way to care for yourself. The same applies to movement. You don't have to run marathons or spend hours at the gym. Even a daily walk can be transformative. When I started taking morning walks, I noticed a shift, not just in my physical health, but in my mental clarity. There's something about moving your body while noticing the world around you that grounds you in the present. And let's not forget mental health. I've learned that ignoring stress or pushing through emotional pain only makes things worse. Practices like meditation, journaling, or simply talking to someone you trust can make a world of difference. Anita eventually started small. She joined a local yoga class, swapped sugary snacks for fresh fruits, and began meditating for 10 minutes a day. "I feel like I'm finally giving myself permission to matter," she told me. And you know what? She looked lighter, not just physically, but in her spirit. So here's my message to you. Don't wait until your body forces you to pay attention. Start now. Whether it's drinking more water, going for a walk, or simply taking deep breaths during stressful moments, every small action counts. Your health is the foundation of everything else. Take care of it, and it will take care of you. 4. Stop learning. I've always believed that curiosity is one of the most powerful tools we have. The moment we stop learning, we stop growing. And let me tell you, growth doesn't have an expiration date. I've met people in their 70s and 80s who are more vibrant and open-minded than people half their age, simply because they never let their curiosity fade. One of my favorite Buddhist teachings is about the beginner's mind. It's the idea that we should approach life with the curiosity and openness of a beginner, no matter how much we think we know. When we adopt this mindset, Every day becomes an opportunity to learn something new. I remember a man named Carlos who joined one of my workshops. He was 72 and had just retired after decades in the same job. "I don't know what to do with myself now," he admitted. "I feel like I've stopped being useful." We talked about the joy of learning, not for a specific purpose, but for the sake of curiosity. I encouraged him to think about something he'd always wanted to try, but never had the time for. A few weeks later, he called me and said, "I signed up for a pottery class. I'm terrible at it, but I love it." That's the beauty of learning. It's not about being perfect or achieving a specific goal. It's about keeping your mind alive, exploring new ideas, and finding joy in the process. I've experienced this myself. A few years ago, I decided to learn how to play the guitar. At first, I felt ridiculous. My fingers wouldn't cooperate, and I struggled to play even the simplest chords. But over time, I started to notice something. It wasn't just about the music. The act of learning itself brought me a sense of accomplishment and excitement that I hadn't felt in years. Buddhism teaches us to be present in the moment, and learning is one of the best ways to practice this. When you're truly engaged in something new, your mind doesn't have room for regrets about the past or worries about the future. You're simply here, experiencing the joy of discovery. Learning doesn't have to mean going back to school or taking formal classes. It can be as simple as reading a book on a topic you've always been curious about, trying a new recipe, or watching a documentary that broadens your perspective. Carlos eventually became so passionate about pottery that he started making small gifts for his family and friends. "It's not about the pots," he told me. "It's about the fact that I'm still growing, still finding new ways to express myself." That's the lesson I want to share with you. Never let yourself believe that you've learned everything there is to know. The world is vast, and there's always something new to explore. Keep asking questions, keep challenging yourself, and keep that spark of curiosity alive. Because here's the truth: the mind that stays open stays young, and the person who keeps learning keeps living fully. So, what's the next thing you want to learn? Start today. You might just surprise yourself. 5. Resist change. Change is one of those things that most of us secretly fear, even if we don't say it out loud. I'll admit it, I've struggled with it too. There's something comforting about the familiar, even when it no longer serves us. But here's the thing: life doesn't wait for us to be ready. It moves, shifts, and transforms whether we want it to or not. One of the core teachings of Buddhism is impermanence, the idea that everything in life is constantly changing. The seasons, the tides, our bodies, our relationships, even our thoughts, they all evolve. Clinging to what was or trying to stop the inevitable only causes suffering. I once had a neighbor, Maria, who taught me an unforgettable lesson about embracing change. Maria had lived in the same house for 40 years, raising her kids and creating countless memories. But when her husband passed away and her children moved out, the house began to feel more like a museum than a home. She resisted moving for years, holding on to the life she used to have. "I can't leave this place," she told me. "It's who I am." But the day finally came when the upkeep became too much, and Maria made the difficult decision to sell her home. At first, she was heartbroken, but as the months went by, something shifted. She started exploring her new neighborhood, meeting new people, and even joining a local hiking club. "I didn't lose myself," she said to me one day. "I found a new version of myself." That's what change does. It doesn't erase who we are. It helps us discover new layers of ourselves. But it requires letting go. In Buddhism, there's a metaphor about holding onto a rope that's being pulled. The tighter you grip, the more your hands burn. But if you let go, you free yourself from the pain. Resisting change is like holding that rope. It hurts because we're fighting reality instead of flowing with it. I've started to see change differently in my own life. Instead of fearing it, I ask myself, what's this moment trying to teach me? Sometimes it's uncomfortable, even painful, but those are the moments that push us to grow. If you're struggling with change, start small. Maybe it's reorganizing your home, trying a new routine, or letting go of something that no longer serves you. It's not about leaping into the unknown all at once. It's about taking one step and seeing where it leads. Maria's story reminds me that change isn't the end of something, it's the beginning of something new. The Buddha taught that the only constant in life is change, and when we learn to accept it, we find freedom. So, if you're holding on to that rope, ask yourself, is it time to let go? You might just find that what's waiting on the other side is better than anything you could have imagined. 6. Underestimating the power of gratitude. Let me ask you something. When was the last time you stopped to appreciate what you already have? I don't mean the big milestones or the flashy achievements. I mean the quiet, everyday blessings that we often overlook. I'll be honest with you, there was a time in my life when gratitude felt like an afterthought. I was so focused on what I didn't have, on the goals I hadn't reached, that I rarely took the time to acknowledge the good things that were already present. But here's what I've learned. Gratitude isn't just a feel-good practice. It's a transformative mindset that changes the way you experience the world. One of my favorite Buddhist teachings is about contentment. The Buddha said, "Contentment is the greatest wealth." It's not about having everything you want. It's about wanting and appreciating what you have. I remember visiting a small monastery in the countryside a few years ago. The monks lived simple lives. No phones, no fancy belongings, just the bare essentials. At first, I couldn't understand how they could be so joyful with so little. But as I spent more time with them, I realized their happiness came from their deep sense of gratitude. They didn't see their lives as lacking. They saw them as full. Gratitude doesn't have to be complicated. It's in the small things, the warmth of the sun on your face, the laughter of a friend, the feeling of a good meal in your belly. It's about shifting your focus from what's missing to what's already here. I've started keeping a gratitude journal. Each night before bed, I write down 3 things I'm grateful for. Some days it's something big, like a meaningful conversation. Other days, it's something as simple as a good cup of tea. But no matter what it is, the act of acknowledging it changes my perspective. I once shared this practice with a friend, Daniel, who was going through a tough time. He'd recently lost his job and was feeling lost. At first, he was skeptical. "How is writing down a few good things going to fix my problems?" he asked. But he gave it a try. A few weeks later, he called me and said, "It hasn't solved everything, but I feel lighter. I'm starting to notice the good things I used to overlook." That's the power of gratitude. It doesn't erase challenges, but it gives you the strength to face them with a clearer, calmer mind. Buddhism teaches that gratitude is a form of mindfulness. When we're grateful, we're present. We're not caught up in regrets about the past or worries about the future. We're here, appreciating the beauty of this moment. So, don't underestimate the power of gratitude. Start small, maybe by saying thank you more often, or taking a moment each day to reflect on what you're thankful for. Over time, you'll notice something shift. The world doesn't change, but the way you see it does. Gratitude is like a seed. The more you nurture it, the more it grows, filling your life with joy and contentment. And let me tell you, that's a gift worth cultivating. 7. Holding grudges. Let me ask you, has holding on to resentment ever truly made you feel better? I used to believe that holding a grudge was a form of justice, a way to keep people accountable for their wrongs. But over time I realized something profound. Grudges don't hurt the person you're angry with. They hurt you. There was a time when I struggled with forgiving someone close to me. They'd said something that cut deep, and I replayed their words in my mind like a broken record. I convinced myself that staying angry was my way of protecting myself, but in reality, the only thing I was protecting was my pride. Buddhism teaches that clinging to anger is like holding onto a hot coal with the intention of throwing it at someone else. You're the one who gets burned. That's exactly what grudges do. They weigh us down, cloud our judgment, and rob us of peace. I remember talking to a friend, Sam, who had been estranged from his brother for years. "He betrayed my trust," Sam told me, "and I'll never forgive him." But as we talked, it became clear that the anger was eating away at Sam far more than it was affecting his brother. "Every time I think about him, I feel this knot in my stomach," he admitted. Grudges are like that. They don't just sit quietly in the background. They fester, taking up space in your heart and mind. And the saddest part? They block you from fully experiencing the joy and connection that life has to offer. Forgiveness doesn't mean excusing someone's behavior or forgetting what happened. It means releasing the hold that resentment has over you. It's an act of self-compassion, a way to free yourself from the chains of the past. Sam eventually reached out to his brother. It wasn't an instant reconciliation, but it was a step, and that step brought Sam a sense of relief he hadn't felt in years. "I didn't realize how much space that anger was taking up," he told me. Buddhism emphasizes compassion, not just for others, but for yourself. Letting go of a grudge is one of the most compassionate things you can do for yourself. It doesn't mean you're weak. It means you're strong enough to choose peace over bitterness. If you're holding on to resentment, start by acknowledging it. Sit with it, feel it, and then ask yourself, is this serving me? If the answer is no, take a small step toward letting it go. Maybe it's writing a letter you never send, or simply saying to yourself, "I release this for my own peace." Remember, forgiveness isn't a gift you give to others. It's a gift you give to yourself. Letting go of a grudge doesn't erase the past, but it does open the door to a brighter, lighter future. 8. Stop setting goals. Here's something I've learned. The moment we stop setting goals, we stop growing. And when we stop growing, life starts to feel stagnant. It doesn't matter how old you are or how much you've accomplished. There's always room to dream, to strive, and to create. I once worked with a man named Victor who had recently retired. He had spent decades working hard, providing for his family, and chasing big ambitions. But when retirement came, he found himself adrift. "I thought I'd enjoy the freedom," he told me, "but now I just feel lost." What Victor was missing wasn't work, it was purpose. Goals give us a sense of direction, a reason to wake up in the morning with energy and intention. Buddhism teaches us to live in the present, but that doesn't mean we can't have aspirations. It means we approach them with mindfulness, focusing on the journey as much as the destination. I suggested Victor start small. "What's one thing you've always wanted to try but never had the time for?" He thought for a moment and said, "I've always wanted to learn how to cook." A few weeks later, he called me to share his excitement about a cooking class he'd joined. "It's not about the food," he said. "It's about feeling alive again." That's the beauty of setting goals. They remind us that life is still full of possibilities, no matter our age. Goals don't have to be grand or life-changing. They can be as simple as starting a new hobby, reconnecting with an old friend, or learning something new. For me, one of the most fulfilling goals I set was to start a daily meditation practice. At first, it felt awkward and difficult, but over time, it became a ritual that centered me and gave me a sense of accomplishment. Buddhist teachings emphasize the importance of intention. When you set a goal, ask yourself why it matters to you. Is it aligned with your values? Does it bring you joy or contribute to your growth? Goals grounded in intention are more fulfilling and sustainable. If you're unsure where to start, think about what excites you, what challenges you, or what you've always been curious about. It could be learning a new skill, volunteering for a cause, or even setting a goal to be more present in your daily life. Victor eventually became an avid home chef, hosting dinner parties for his friends and family. "It's not just about cooking," he said. "It's about creating, sharing, and feeling like I'm still moving forward." So, don't stop setting goals. No matter where you are in life, there's always room to grow, to dream, and to create. Goals are like a compass. They give you direction and remind you that every day is an opportunity to move closer to the life you want to live. And remember, it's not about how big the goal is, it's about the heart you put into it. Start small, stay curious, and keep moving forward. The journey is just as important as the destination. 9. Neglecting your hobbies. Hobbies are more than just ways to pass the time. They're lifelines to joy, creativity, and a sense of purpose. I've met so many people who let their hobbies slip away as life got busier. "I don't have time for that anymore," they'd say. But here's the truth. Hobbies aren't luxuries. They're necessities for a fulfilling life. There was a period in my life when I stopped making time for the things I loved. Work and responsibilities piled up, and I convinced myself that hobbies were a distraction. But as the weeks turned into months, I started to feel this dullness creeping in. Life became a series of tasks instead of something to savor. Then one day, I picked up an old sketchbook that had been gathering dust. It had been years since I'd drawn anything, but as I started to sketch, something awakened in me. It wasn't just about the drawing, it was about reconnecting with a part of myself I'd neglected for far too long. Buddhism teaches us the importance of being present, and hobbies are a beautiful way to practice that. When you're fully immersed in something you love, whether it's painting, gardening, playing music, or baking, you're in the moment. Your mind isn't racing with worries about the past or future. It's focused, calm, and alive. I remember a man named Javier who came to one of my talks. He was in his late 60s and had recently lost his wife. "I feel like I don't know who I am anymore," he told me. "We used to do everything together." I asked him what he used to enjoy before life got so heavy. He paused, then smiled faintly. "I used to love woodworking." A few months later, I received an email from Javier. He'd dusted off his tools and started making small wooden boxes. "It's not just the crafting," he wrote. "It's the way it makes me feel, calm, focused, and connected to something beyond myself." Hobbies have that power. They remind us of the simple joys of creation, exploration, and play. They're not about being productive or achieving something grand. They're about nurturing your spirit. If you've let your hobbies drift away, start by revisiting what used to make you happy. Or try something entirely new. Join a class, watch a tutorial, or just dive in. Don't worry about being perfect. Hobbies aren't about perfection, they're about the process. Life isn't just about what you have to do, it's about what you get to do. And hobbies are one of the greatest gifts you can give yourself. So, pick up that paintbrush, dust off that instrument, or dig into the garden. Your soul will thank you. 10. Ignoring your emotions. There's a misconception that strength means suppressing your emotions, pushing them aside, and soldiering on. I used to believe that too, but over time, I've learned that true strength comes from facing your emotions, not running from them. Buddhism teaches that emotions are like waves. They rise, they peak, and then they fall. They're temporary, but if we resist them or pretend they're not there, they become stronger, like a tide that's building into a storm. I remember a friend, Sophie, who seemed to have it all together. She was calm, composed, and always had a smile on her face. But one evening, over tea, she opened up to me. "I feel like I'm carrying so much inside," she admitted, "but I don't want to burden anyone, so I just push it down." The problem with ignoring emotions is that they don't go away, they fester, and eventually they find a way to surface, often in ways we don't expect or want. For Sophie, it came out as anxiety and sleepless nights. Emotions aren't weaknesses, they're signals. They tell us when something needs attention, whether it's a boundary that's been crossed, a loss that needs grieving, or a joy that's waiting to be celebrated. Ignoring them doesn't make them disappear, it just delays the healing process. Buddhist mindfulness practices teach us to observe our emotions without judgment. Instead of labeling them as good or bad, we simply acknowledge them. Ah, there's anger, or here's sadness. This simple act of recognition creates space between you and the emotion, allowing you to respond rather than react. I encouraged Sophie to try journaling, a safe space where she could express everything she was feeling without fear of judgment. At first, it felt awkward for her. "I don't even know what to write," she told me. But as the days went by, the words started to flow. "It's like opening a valve," she said. "I didn't realize how much I was holding in." Another powerful tool is meditation. Sitting quietly with your emotions might feel uncomfortable at first, but it teaches you to accept them as part of the human experience. You learn that it's okay to feel deeply. It's part of what makes us alive. If you've been ignoring your emotions, take a moment to pause. Ask yourself, what am I really feeling right now? You might be surprised at what comes up, and whatever it is, give yourself permission to feel it fully. Remember, emotions are not your enemy. They're your guide. They point you toward what needs healing, what needs changing, and what needs celebrating. By honoring your emotions, you honor yourself. So, don't ignore your emotions. Let them in, listen to what they're telling you, and then let them flow. It's one of the most compassionate acts you can do for yourself. 11. Settling for mediocrity. Let me share something I've learned through experience. Settling for mediocrity doesn't make life easier, it makes it dull. There was a time in my life when I thought, this is good enough. Why push for more? But deep down, I knew I was holding back. I wasn't living up to my potential, and it left me feeling restless and unfulfilled. Buddhism teaches us the concept of right effort, putting energy into actions that align with our values and contribute to a meaningful life. It's not about perfection or constant achievement. It's about striving to be the best version of yourself. I remember a conversation I had with a man named Thomas. He was in his 50s and stuck in a job he didn't like. "It pays the bills," he told me, "but I feel like I'm just going through the motions." When I asked him what he wanted out of life, he hesitated. "I don't know," he said, "but it's been so long since I asked myself that question." That's the danger of settling for mediocrity. It makes you forget how to dream. You lose touch with the spark that makes life exciting and purposeful. Thomas decided to start small. He took a weekend class in photography, something he'd always been curious about. That simple step reignited his passion for creativity, and within a year, he had started a side business capturing portraits. "It's not just about the photos," he told me. "It's about feeling alive again." Settling for mediocrity isn't just about work. It can creep into your relationships, your hobbies, even your personal growth. Buddhism reminds us to live with intention. Ask yourself, am I putting my energy into things that truly matter to me? If the answer is no, it's time to make a change. This doesn't mean you need to overhaul your entire life overnight. Start with one area. Maybe it's pursuing a hobby you've neglected, improving your health, or deepening a relationship. What matters is that you're moving forward, even if it's one small step at a time. Life is too short to settle for good enough. Strive for excellence, not to prove anything to anyone else, but to honor the potential within you. When you challenge yourself to grow, you'll find that life becomes richer, more vibrant, and infinitely more rewarding. 12. Stop nurturing your relationships. If there's one thing I've learned, it's that relationships are the heartbeat of life. They're what ground us, lift us, and remind us of who we are. Yet as we get older, it's easy to let them drift. Time, distance, and life's busyness can make us lose touch, even with the people who matter most. Buddhism emphasizes interconnectedness. The idea that we're all deeply connected, like threads in a vast web. When we nurture our relationships, we're not just enriching the lives of others, we're strengthening the very fabric of our own lives. I remember a woman named Clara who shared her story with me. She'd been so focused on her career for decades that she hadn't realized how much her friendships had faded. "I didn't mean to let them go," she said, "but one day I looked around and realized how quiet my life had become." Clara decided to make a change. She started reaching out to old friends, scheduling weekly phone calls, and even hosting small gatherings. "It's not about the quantity of relationships," she told me later. "It's about the quality. Just hearing a friend's voice can make all the difference." Relationships require effort, but that effort is always worth it. Whether it's a simple text to say you're thinking of someone or making time to share a meal, these small gestures strengthen the bonds that keep us connected. Buddhism teaches us to be present, and this applies to relationships too. When you're with someone, truly be with them. Listen without planning your response. Engage without distractions. Let them feel seen and heard. And it's not just about old relationships. It's never too late to build new ones. I've met people who, in their 70s and 80s, formed friendships that transformed their lives. One man I know joined a local book club and said it was like rediscovering a part of himself he thought was long gone. If you've let some relationships fade, don't be afraid to reach out. It might feel awkward at first, but most people will appreciate the effort. And if there are relationships that bring more pain than joy, it's okay to set boundaries. Nurturing relationships doesn't mean holding on to all of them. It means cherishing the ones that truly matter. When we invest in our connections with others, we're reminded of one of life's simplest and most profound truths. We're not alone. So, pick up the phone, send that message, or make plans to visit someone you've been meaning to see. Your relationships are like a garden. They need care, attention, and love to flourish, and the beauty they bring to your life is well worth the effort. 13. Worrying excessively about others' opinions. Let me start with a question. How many times have you held back because you were worried about what someone else might think? I've been there, and I know how exhausting it can be. The constant second-guessing, the fear of judgment. It's like carrying a heavy backpack that you don't even realize you're wearing. But here's the thing. No matter what you do, people will always have opinions. And most of the time, those opinions have more to do with them than with you. Buddhism teaches us about the impermanence of external validation. The Buddha said, praise and blame, gain and loss, pleasure and pain, all these things come and go. Chasing after approval or fearing criticism is like trying to hold on to the wind. It's impossible, and it leaves you drained. I remember a young woman named Maya who came to one of my talks. She was bright, talented, and full of potential, but she was stuck in a cycle of self-doubt. "I always worry about what others think," she confessed. "It's like their opinions control my life." I asked her a simple question. If you weren't worried about what others think, what would you do differently? Her eyes lit up as she listed all the things she wanted to try. Writing, traveling, even starting her own business. "But what if I fail? What if people judge me?" she asked. The truth is, worrying excessively about others' opinions often stops us from living authentically. We shrink ourselves to fit into boxes we were never meant to be in. We abandon our dreams, passions, and true selves just to avoid the possibility of criticism. But let me tell you something I've learned. The people who truly matter won't judge you for being yourself. And the ones who judge you? They're usually projecting their own insecurities. In Buddhism, there's a practice called equanimity. a state of calm and balance no matter what's happening around you. When you cultivate equanimity, you learn to detach from both praise and criticism. You stop letting others' opinions define your worth. Maya eventually took a leap of faith. She started a small travel blog, sharing her adventures and insights. "I was terrified at first," she told me later, "but the more I wrote, the more I realized how much joy it brought me." And you know what? Most people were supportive. The ones who weren't didn't matter as much as I thought they would. If you're struggling with this, start by asking yourself, whose opinion are you so afraid of, and why? Often, we find that the fear is rooted in assumptions, not facts. Another practice I've found helpful is mindfulness. When you catch yourself worrying about what others think, pause and take a deep breath. Ask yourself, is this fear helping me, or is it holding me back? At the end of the day, you are the one who has to live with your choices. Don't let someone else's fleeting opinion dictate your life. Remember, their opinions are just that, opinions. They don't define your value or your potential. So, release the need to please everyone. Focus on living a life that feels true to you. When you let go of the weight of others' opinions, you'll find a sense of freedom and peace that is truly priceless. Your life is yours to live. Make it count. As we've explored in today's fast-paced and ever-changing world, stress and anxiety have become constant companions for many of us. We hold on to worries about the future, regrets from the past, and the overwhelming need to control everything around us. This relentless grasping not only drains our energy, but also prevents us from living fully in the present moment. But what if the key to peace wasn't about holding on tighter, but about letting go? Buddhist wisdom offers timeless lessons on how to release the mental and emotional burdens that weigh us down. These teachings guide us to approach life with grace, balance, and a sense of inner freedom, no matter what challenges come our way. In this video, we'll explore 5 powerful Buddhist lessons to help you let go, reduce stress, and embrace peace in your life. From mastering the art of non-attachment to focusing on what you can control, these principles provide practical and transformative tools for navigating modern life. As you listen, reflect on your own journey and consider this. What are you holding on to that no longer serves you? Share your thoughts in the comments below. Your insights might inspire someone else to start their own journey of letting go. Now, let's dive into these profound lessons and discover the freedom that comes with releasing what no longer serves your well-being. Lesson 1. Accept impermanence. Everything in life is in constant motion. Seasons change, relationships evolve, and even the most solid-seeming structures eventually shift or fade. Yet, we often resist this truth, clinging tightly to people, possessions, and circumstances, hoping to make them last forever. This resistance is a major source of stress and anxiety. Accepting impermanence, the Buddhist teaching that nothing is permanent, helps us release this need to control and cling, replacing fear with peace. At first, the idea of impermanence can feel unsettling. We might think, if nothing lasts, what's the point of trying? But impermanence isn't meant to discourage us. Instead, it's a reminder to cherish the present moment and let go of the illusion of permanence. When we accept that change is inevitable, we stop wasting energy fighting the natural flow of life. Imagine a flowing river. You can't stop the water from moving, nor can you hold on to it. The more you try, the more exhausted you become. But if you allow the river to flow, accepting its nature, you can navigate it with ease. This is the essence of embracing impermanence, learning to flow with life rather than against it. One of the key ways to practice this is to observe your attachments. Ask yourself, what am I clinging to? It could be a relationship you're afraid to lose, a job title you've tied your identity to, or even a version of yourself you no longer are. Once you identify these attachments, reflect on how they add stress to your life. For example, think about a time you resisted change. Perhaps a friendship drifted apart, and instead of letting it evolve naturally, you tried to hold on to what it once was. This clinging likely caused frustration, sadness, or even conflict. But if you had embraced impermanence, you might have found peace in appreciating the role that friendship played in your life at the time, even as it changed. Another practice to help you accept impermanence is mindfulness. When you stay present, you fully experience the moment without being weighed down by fears of the future or regrets from the past. Take a few minutes each day to observe your surroundings, a sunrise, a blooming flower, or even the laughter of a loved one. Acknowledge that these moments are fleeting and let that realization deepen your appreciation for them. Buddhist teachings also remind us that impermanence brings freedom. Imagine holding on to a burning rope. The tighter you grip, the more pain you feel. Letting go doesn't mean you lose something. It means you release unnecessary suffering. Similarly, when you stop clinging to what you cannot control, you free yourself from the anxiety that comes with trying to keep everything the same. A story often shared in Buddhist teachings illustrates this perfectly. A monk was asked why he remained calm even when his belongings were stolen. He replied, "I owned nothing to begin with. Everything I had was only borrowed." This perspective can transform how we view our possessions, relationships, and experiences, not as things we own, but as gifts we are privileged to enjoy for a time. In modern life, accepting impermanence can also help us navigate challenges more gracefully. When faced with difficulties, remind yourself, "This too shall pass." This simple phrase holds profound wisdom, allowing you to see that no matter how overwhelming a situation feels, it is temporary. The same is true for joy and success. By embracing their fleeting nature, you savor them more fully without the fear of losing them. Gratitude is another powerful way to practice accepting impermanence. When you appreciate what you have right now, you're less likely to cling to it out of fear. Start a gratitude journal, noting daily the things you're thankful for. This habit shifts your focus from what you might lose to what you currently have, fostering a sense of abundance and peace. Accepting impermanence doesn't mean giving up or becoming passive. It means engaging fully with life, knowing that everything is part of a greater cycle of change. When you embrace this truth, you stop fearing the inevitable and start living with greater freedom, resilience, and joy. Let this lesson guide you. Life is impermanent, and that's what makes it precious. When you accept that nothing lasts forever, you let go of the need to control the uncontrollable, allowing peace to take root in your heart. Instead of clinging, you can approach each moment with gratitude and openness, knowing that it is a unique and fleeting gift. Lesson 2. Detach from outcomes. In a world driven by achievements and results, we're conditioned to measure our worth by what we accomplish. Success is often defined by outcomes, a promotion, recognition, or reaching a specific goal. While ambition can be a powerful motivator, it also comes with a cost, the stress and disappointment that arise when things don't go as planned. Detaching from outcomes frees us from this cycle, allowing us to focus on what truly matters, the effort we put in, and the growth we experience along the way. At its core, detachment from outcomes doesn't mean giving up on goals or becoming indifferent. Instead, it's about shifting your focus from the results you can't control to the actions you can. When you attach your happiness or self-worth to a specific outcome, you give that result power over your emotions. If it doesn't happen the way you hoped, You feel frustrated or defeated. By letting go of the need to control outcomes, you create space for clarity, resilience, and peace. Consider the example of a gardener. They can plant seeds, water the soil, and provide sunlight, but they can't force the plants to grow. The outcome, whether the garden flourishes or struggles, depends on factors beyond their control. Yet, the gardener's role remains essential. They find joy in the act of nurturing, knowing that their effort is meaningful regardless of the harvest. This is the mindset of detaching from outcomes, pouring your energy into what you can do and trusting the process without clinging to the end result. A practical way to cultivate this mindset is to reflect on your motivations. Ask yourself, why am I pursuing this goal? If your answer is tied to external validation, like impressing others or gaining approval, you're more likely to experience stress and disappointment. But if your motivation comes from a place of personal growth or genuine passion, the journey itself becomes rewarding, no matter the result. Mindfulness can also help you detach from outcomes. When you practice mindfulness, you stay present in the process rather than fixating on the future. For example, if you're working on a challenging project, focus on the steps you're taking right now instead of obsessing over whether it will succeed. This approach not only reduces anxiety, but also enhances your performance, as your energy is directed toward the task at hand. Letting go of attachment to outcomes also teaches resilience. Life is unpredictable, and even our best efforts can lead to unexpected results. By focusing on effort over results, you learn to adapt and grow from setbacks, rather than letting them define you. Failure in this perspective is not the end, but a step in the process of learning and evolving. A story from Buddhist teachings beautifully illustrates this lesson. A farmer loses his horse, and his neighbors lament his misfortune. The farmer simply replies, "Maybe." The next day, the horse returns with a group of wild horses, and the neighbors celebrate his luck. Again, the farmer replies, "Maybe." The following day, his son breaks his leg while trying to tame one of the horses. The neighbors express their sympathy, but the farmer says, "Maybe." Days later, the army comes to recruit young men for war, but leaves the son behind because of his injury. The farmer's equanimity throughout these events shows the power of detaching from immediate outcomes and trusting the flow of life. In modern life, this approach can be transformative. Imagine applying for a job or starting a creative project. Instead of fixating on whether you'll land the position or achieve recognition, focus on the effort you're putting in. Ask yourself, am I doing my best? Am I staying true to my values? When you align your actions with your purpose, the process itself becomes fulfilling. Gratitude is another tool for detaching from outcomes. When you focus on what you've gained from the journey, lessons learned, skills developed, or connections made, you cultivate a sense of abundance. This gratitude shifts your perspective from what didn't happen to what did, helping you find joy even in unexpected results. Detachment from outcomes doesn't mean abandoning your goals or lowering your standards. It means pursuing them with intention and purpose while releasing the need to control every aspect of the result. This mindset not only reduces stress, but also allows you to act with greater clarity and confidence. Let this lesson guide you. Focus on your effort, not the outcome. When you pour your energy into what you can control, your actions, your attitude, and your intentions, you free yourself from the weight of unmet expectations. The result? A deeper sense of peace and purpose, no matter where the journey takes you. Lesson 3. Master the art of non-attachment. In our relationships, possessions, and life circumstances, Emotional attachments often run deep. We cling to the people we love, the things we own, and the situations we feel define us. While these attachments can bring temporary comfort, they can also become a source of suffering when change, loss, or impermanence inevitably enters the picture. Non-attachment, a cornerstone of Buddhist philosophy, invites us to let go, not to stop caring, but to create space for freedom, resilience, and peace. The art of non-attachment is often misunderstood as coldness or indifference, but nothing could be further from the truth. Non-attachment is not about distancing yourself from others or giving up on life. It's about engaging fully with the present moment while releasing the need to control, possess, or cling. This practice allows you to love and live with an open heart, unburdened by fear or expectations. Imagine holding sand in your hand. If you squeeze it tightly, it slips through your fingers. But if you hold it gently, it remains in your palm. Non-attachment works in the same way. The tighter you cling to people, possessions, or outcomes, the more likely you are to experience stress and disappointment. By loosening your grip, you allow life to flow naturally, cultivating a sense of peace and balance. A key aspect of non-attachment is recognizing that everything is impermanent. Relationships evolve, material possessions break or fade, and situations change. When we resist this natural flow, we set ourselves up for frustration. But when we embrace impermanence, we let go of the need to hold on tightly, allowing ourselves to experience the beauty of each moment without fear of losing it. Practicing non-attachment begins with self-awareness. Ask yourself, what am I afraid of losing? What am I holding on to so tightly that it's causing me stress or anxiety? These questions can help you uncover the attachments that are weighing you down. For example, think about a relationship where you've placed high expectations on the other person to meet your emotional needs. When they don't act as you hope, you may feel hurt, frustrated, or even resentful. This suffering often stems from attachment, not the love itself, but the need for the relationship to fulfill your expectations. By practicing non-attachment, you can shift your focus from what you expect to receive to what you freely give. This approach not only reduces tension, but also strengthens the bond, as it's rooted in mutual respect and acceptance rather than control. Mindfulness is a powerful tool for cultivating non-attachment. When you practice mindfulness, you learn to observe your thoughts and emotions without judgment. This awareness helps you notice when attachment arises and gently guides you toward letting go. For example, if you find yourself worrying about losing a job or material possession, pause and ask yourself, am I defined by this? Does my happiness truly depend on it? These reflections can help you detach from the fear of loss and focus on what truly matters. Another aspect of non-attachment is simplifying your life. Clutter, both physical and mental, can weigh heavily on your sense of peace. Consider letting go of possessions that no longer serve you or habits that drain your energy. By simplifying, you create space for what truly nourishes your soul. Gratitude also plays a significant role in non-attachment. When you appreciate what you have without clinging to it, you cultivate a sense of abundance and joy. Try starting a daily gratitude practice where you reflect on the people, experiences, or things that enrich your life. Gratitude shifts your focus from fear of loss to appreciation for the present, reinforcing your ability to let go. Buddhist teachings often share a simple yet profound perspective. You can enjoy the flower without needing to own the garden. This wisdom reminds us that non-attachment allows us to experience life fully without being weighed down by the need to control or possess. A famous Buddhist story illustrates this beautifully. A monk carrying a teacup was asked if he worried about breaking it. He replied, "The cup is already broken." This mindset doesn't mean the monk doesn't care for the cup. It means he accepts its impermanence. Whether it breaks today or years from now, he is free from the anxiety of holding on to it. Practicing non-attachment in modern life can be incredibly freeing. When faced with challenges or uncertainties, remind yourself, I am not my possessions. I am not my circumstances. I am more than my attachments. This perspective empowers you to face life's changes with grace and resilience. Let this lesson guide you. Non-attachment isn't about giving up. It's about letting go. By releasing emotional attachments to people, possessions, and situations, you create space for freedom and inner peace. You can still love deeply, work passionately, and live fully, just without the fear of losing what you hold dear. In that space of letting go, you'll discover a strength and serenity that no attachment could ever provide. Lesson 4. Cultivate present moment awareness. In the hustle and bustle of modern life, our minds often drift into the past or race toward the future. We replay old regrets, overanalyze past interactions, or worry about things that haven't even happened yet. This habit of mental time travel robs us of the peace available in the only moment we truly have, the present. Cultivating present moment awareness is a transformative practice that allows you to reduce stress, release worry, and foster a deep sense of calm and clarity. Imagine standing in a river. The past flows behind you and the future rushes toward you, but you're standing in the present, where the water is most refreshing. Yet, many of us either try to swim upstream against the current of past mistakes or are swept away by the torrent of future anxieties. Learning to anchor yourself in the present moment lets you experience life as it is, not as your mind projects it to be. Buddhist teachings often emphasize mindfulness as the key to present moment awareness. Mindfulness is the practice of observing your thoughts, feelings, and surroundings without judgment. It's about being fully present, whether you're sipping a cup of tea, having a conversation, or simply breathing. When you practice mindfulness, you bring your attention back to the now, grounding yourself in the richness of the moment. Start with something simple. Your breath. Your breath is always with you, serving as an anchor to the present. The next time you feel overwhelmed, pause and take a deep breath. Inhale deeply through your nose, feeling your chest rise. Exhale slowly through your mouth, letting tension melt away. Repeat this for a few moments, focusing solely on the sensation of breathing. You'll find that this simple act of mindfulness can instantly calm your mind and body. Another way to cultivate present moment awareness is to engage fully in what you're doing. Whether you're washing dishes, walking in nature, or having a meal, immerse yourself in the experience. Notice the sensations, sights, sounds, and even smells around you. For example, if you're eating, savor each bite, the texture, the flavors, the act of nourishing your body. This practice not only enhances your enjoyment, but also quiets the mind's restless chatter. Mindfulness helps you break free from the mental loops that create stress. When you're grounded in the present, you're less likely to ruminate on past regrets or obsess over future uncertainties. Instead, you respond to life with clarity and calmness. Consider this perspective. The present moment is the only place where life truly happens. The past is gone and the future is unknown, but the here and now is where you have power. Power to act, to connect, to experience peace. Recognizing this truth shifts your mindset, freeing you from the traps of overthinking. A well-known Buddhist story illustrates the value of present moment awareness. A man is chased by a tiger and ends up clinging to a vine over a cliff. Below, Another tiger waits, and as he hangs there, he notices a single strawberry growing nearby. Instead of fixating on his dire situation, he reaches out, plucks the strawberry, and enjoys its sweetness. This story reminds us that even in difficult times, the present holds something precious, if we have the presence of mind to see it. Incorporating mindfulness into daily life doesn't require monumental changes. Small, consistent practices can have a profound impact. Here are a few ideas to get started. Morning ritual. Begin your day with 5 minutes of mindful breathing or reflection. Set an intention to stay present as much as possible throughout the day. Mindful pauses. Throughout the day, take short breaks to tune into your surroundings. Notice the colors, sounds, and sensations around you. Technology boundaries. Limit distractions by setting boundaries with devices. When you're working or spending time with loved ones, put your phone aside and focus fully on the task or conversation. Gratitude practice. End your day by reflecting on 3 moments you were fully present. These moments of gratitude help reinforce your awareness and appreciation for the now. It's important to remember that mindfulness is a practice, not a destination. Your mind will wander. That's natural. The key is to notice when it happens and gently guide your attention back to the present. With time, you'll find it easier to stay grounded and less reactive to stresses. Cultivating present moment awareness also helps you build resilience. When you're anchored in the now, challenges feel less overwhelming because you're not magnifying them with fears of what might happen or judgments about what already has. You approach problems with a clear, focused mind, making solutions easier to find. Let this lesson guide you. Life unfolds in the present. When you cultivate mindfulness, you gain access to the peace, beauty, and strength that exists in this very moment. By grounding yourself in the here and now, you not only release stress, but also open the door to a deeper connection with yourself and the world around you. In this state of awareness, you discover that the present isn't just a fleeting moment. It's the space where your truest, most peaceful self resides. Lesson 5. Practice compassion for yourself and others. Compassion is one of the most transformative practices you can adopt, both for yourself and the people around you. In a world that often values achievement over empathy, practicing forgiveness and kindness is a radical act that can dissolve resentment, heal emotional wounds, and lead to lasting inner peace. By embracing compassion, you break free from the chains of self-criticism and judgment, creating space for healing and connection. At its core, compassion begins with yourself. Many of us are our own harshest critics, replaying past mistakes, holding on to guilt, or striving for an impossible standard of perfection. This internal dialogue often creates unnecessary suffering, building walls of shame and self-doubt. But Buddhist teachings remind us that kindness toward oneself is the foundation of peace. As the Buddha said, you, yourself, as much as anybody in the entire universe, deserve your love and affection. Practicing self-compassion means treating yourself with the same understanding and care you would offer to a close friend. When you make a mistake, instead of berating yourself, pause and acknowledge your humanity. Remind yourself that imperfection is part of being human and that every misstep is an opportunity to grow. This shift in mindset reduces the grip of self-criticism and opens the door to self-acceptance. One way to cultivate self-compassion is through mindfulness. When negative self-talk arises, observe it without judgment and counter it with a kind, affirming statement. For example, if you catch yourself thinking, "I'm not good enough," replace it with, "I'm doing my best, and that's enough." Over time, this practice helps rewire your inner narrative, fostering a sense of worthiness and peace. Equally important is extending compassion to others. Holding on to anger, resentment, or judgment toward others weighs heavily on your emotional well-being. Forgiveness is a powerful act of compassion that liberates you from this burden. It doesn't mean condoning harmful behavior or forgetting what happened. It means releasing the emotional grip that the situation holds over you. A well-known Buddhist story illustrates the power of forgiveness. Two monks were traveling together when they encountered a woman who needed help crossing a river. One monk carried her across and then continued on his way. Hours later, the other monk, still fuming, said, "Why did you carry that woman? We're not supposed to do that." The first monk replied, "I put her down hours ago. Why are you still carrying her?" This story reminds us that clinging to anger or judgment only prolongs our suffering. Letting go through forgiveness is an act of self-compassion that frees us from emotional weight. Compassion for others also involves empathy, the ability to see the world through someone else's perspective. When someone behaves hurtfully, consider what pain or insecurity might be driving their actions. By understanding their struggles, you soften your own reaction and create room for understanding. This doesn't mean excusing harmful behavior, but it allows you to respond with clarity and kindness instead of escalating conflict. Gratitude and loving-kindness meditation are powerful tools for nurturing compassion. In loving-kindness meditation, you begin by sending goodwill to yourself, silently repeating phrases like, "May I be happy," "May I be healthy," "May I be at peace." Then, you expand these wishes to include loved ones, acquaintances, and even people you find difficult. This practice gradually dissolves feelings of resentment and fosters a sense of interconnectedness with others. Practicing compassion also means setting healthy boundaries. It's not about letting others take advantage of you or tolerating harmful behavior. True compassion balances kindness with self-respect. For instance, if someone consistently disrespects you, compassion may involve stepping away from the relationship while still wishing them well. This approach allows you to protect your peace without harboring resentment. Compassion transforms relationships, both with yourself and others. When you treat yourself kindly, you naturally extend that warmth to the people around you. This creates a ripple effect, fostering deeper connections and more harmonious interactions. Compassionate living also reduces stress, as it shifts your focus from anger and judgment to understanding and healing. Let this lesson guide you. Forgiveness and kindness are not signs of weakness. They are acts of courage and strength. By practicing compassion, you free yourself from the grip of resentment and self-criticism, creating space for emotional healing and inner peace. Remember, compassion isn't just something you do for others, it's a gift you give yourself. In the end, compassion reminds us of our shared humanity. We are all navigating life's challenges, doing the best we can with what we know. By embracing compassion, you contribute to a more peaceful, understanding world, while nurturing your own emotional well-being. Let kindness be your anchor, guiding you toward a life of love, resilience, and serenity. Letting go is a journey, and these Buddhist lessons are just the beginning. By embracing acceptance, detachment, and compassion, you can release stress and create a life filled with clarity and peace. Remember, transformation happens one mindful step at a time. When the first light of day touches my face, I pause to reflect on the gift of being alive. I wasn't always like this. There were mornings I started with chaos, rushing, worrying, and dragging yesterday's burdens into today. It's a familiar feeling for many of us, isn't it? Waking up tired, overwhelmed or distracted before the day even begins. But then I discovered something profound. Buddhism teaches us that every morning is an opportunity to reset our minds and live with purpose. It's not about perfection, it's about intention. Starting the day with awareness can change the energy of not just your morning, but your entire life. What we do in those first precious moments sets the tone for how we think, feel, and act. If we fill that time with distractions or negativity, the day becomes heavier. But when we ground ourselves in mindfulness and wisdom, we open the door to peace and clarity. Let me share a story. Years ago, I met an old monk during a retreat. He was calm, radiant, and carried an energy of unwavering peace. Curious, I asked him what his secret was. He smiled and said, "How I stand up each morning determines how I live my day." He told me he never jumped out of bed in a rush, nor did he reach for anything outside of himself before connecting within. "The morning," he said, "is like the fertile soil of a garden. If you plant seeds of awareness and kindness, the rest of your day will flourish." He described how he began each morning with simple, conscious actions, stretching gently to honor his body, drinking water to awaken his being, and spending a moment in silence to observe his thoughts without judgment. He never reached for distractions or let negative thoughts take root. Instead, he focused on gratitude for the gift of breath and the chance to begin again. His words stayed with me, and I decided to try this practice myself. At first, it wasn't easy. My phone felt like an old habit I couldn't shake, and my mind raced with worries. But with time, I noticed something remarkable. By changing small actions, my mornings transformed. I felt lighter, more present, and more in control of my day. These teachings reminded me that Buddhism isn't about complex rituals. It's about small, intentional choices that shape our inner world. When we honor the start of the day with care, we nurture a life of balance and wisdom. Let's walk through the 10 things I've learned we should avoid in those crucial moments after we rise. These aren't just rules, they're invitations to live more mindfully and fully. 1. Do not check your phone immediately. I used to believe that checking my phone first thing in the morning was harmless. Like many people, I thought it was productive to glance at my emails, messages, and even the news before I'd properly woken up. But here's the truth. I was wrong. Starting my day with a screen didn't give me focus or clarity. Instead, it left me feeling overwhelmed, reactive, and disconnected from myself before the day even began. In Buddhism, we're taught that the mind is like still water. When we wake up, our thoughts are calm, like a lake at dawn, undisturbed by the winds of the world. The moment we reach for our phones, it's as if we throw a handful of pebbles into that stillness, creating ripples of distraction, anxiety, and noise. I remember a particularly chaotic morning when I was jolted awake by my alarm. Before I'd even sat up in bed, I picked up my phone to check my notifications. One message from work sent my mind racing. Another email reminded me of an overdue task. Then, out of habit, I scrolled through social media. By the time I got out of bed, my head was already buzzing with stress. The peace of the morning had been shattered, not by the messages themselves, but by my choice to let them dictate the start of my day. I knew something had to change. One morning I decided to experiment. I left my phone in another room the night before, and when I woke up, I resisted the urge to reach for it. Instead, I sat quietly on the edge of my bed, closed my eyes, and took a few deep breaths. At first it felt strange, almost unsettling, to be alone with my thoughts. But as the minutes passed, I realized something profound. I didn't need my phone to feel connected. I needed stillness. Buddhism teaches us about mindfulness, the art of being fully present in each moment. When we reach for our phones first thing in the morning, we give away our attention before we've even had a chance to center ourselves, It's like handing over the steering wheel of your day to someone else. Instead of grounding ourselves in awareness, we let the noise of the world take control. What I've learned is this: the first moments of your morning are sacred. They are an opportunity to plant the seeds of intention, gratitude, and clarity. When you replace your phone with mindfulness, you set a tone of peace and purpose for the hours ahead. Now, I start my mornings differently. Before I even think about my phone, I take a moment to sit in stillness. Sometimes I focus on my breath. Other times I reflect on what I'm grateful for. It could be something as simple as the warmth of the sunlight or the fact that I've been given another day to grow. These small practices have transformed not only my mornings, but my entire approach to life. If you're like me and struggle to let go of the habit, here's what helped me. Set boundaries with your phone. Leave it in another room or put it on Do Not Disturb mode before you sleep. Replace the habit with something meaningful. Spend those first moments meditating, journaling, or simply stretching. Be patient with yourself. Breaking the habit takes time, but the rewards are worth it. When you wake up tomorrow, try this. Let the phone wait. Give yourself the gift of starting the day on your terms. Feel the stillness, embrace the quiet, and notice how it sets a foundation for a more mindful and peaceful day. 2. Do not snooze your alarm repeatedly. I used to be a chronic snoozer. My alarm would go off, and I'd hit that snooze button like it was a lifeline. 5 more minutes, I'd tell myself, then another 5, and another. It felt comforting in the moment, but by the time I finally got out of bed, I was groggy, rushed, and honestly, a little guilty. It was like starting my day in a battle I'd already lost. Buddhism teaches us to meet each moment with awareness and acceptance. When we hit snooze, we're resisting the present moment. We're saying, "Not yet, I'm not ready." But here's the thing, the day doesn't wait for us. Life moves forward, whether we embrace it or not. I remember a particularly frustrating morning when my snooze habit caught up with me. I had a meeting scheduled early, and I'd promised myself I'd get up with my first alarm to prepare. But when the alarm rang, I hit snooze. Then again, and again. By the time I finally rolled out of bed, I was panicked, rushing to get ready and feeling completely out of control. That day felt chaotic, not because of the meeting, but because of how I'd started it. Something had to change. I realized that the way I woke up wasn't just affecting my mornings, it was setting the tone for my entire day. I needed to reclaim my mornings with intention and discipline. One morning I made a decision. No more snooze button. When the alarm rang, I sat up immediately. It wasn't easy. I wanted to crawl back under the covers, but I reminded myself of something I'd learned from Buddhist teachings. Small actions lead to great transformations. By choosing to rise with the alarm, I was choosing to start my day with awareness and purpose. What I discovered was surprising. Waking up without snoozing felt empowering. It was like winning the first battle of the day. Instead of dragging myself out of bed, I felt a sense of accomplishment, a quiet pride that carried into everything else I did. Here's what helped me break the habit. Set a clear intention the night before. Remind yourself why it's important to get up when the alarm rings. Whether it's to meditate, exercise, or simply enjoy a peaceful start to the day, having a purpose makes it easier. Create a morning ritual you look forward to. For me, it's a cup of tea and a few moments of silence before the world wakes up. Find something that motivates you to rise. Place the alarm out of reach. This simple trick forces you to physically get out of bed, making it harder to hit snooze. Buddhism emphasizes the importance of discipline, not as a form of restriction, but as a path to freedom. When we choose to rise with the alarm, we're not just getting out of bed. We're cultivating a mindset of readiness and resilience. We're telling ourselves, "I'm ready to meet the day." If you struggle with this, Let me offer a small challenge. Tomorrow morning, when the alarm rings, take one deep breath and sit up. Resist the urge to snooze, feel the discomfort, and then notice how it transforms into clarity and energy as you embrace the moment. The way we wake up matters. It's not just about getting out of bed. It's about how we choose to begin the day. By letting go of the snooze button, you're not just waking up. You're stepping into your life with awareness, courage, and intention. And that, my friends, is a powerful way to live. 3. Do not complain immediately. Let's be honest. We've all had mornings when we woke up feeling off. Maybe the alarm felt too loud, the bed felt too comfortable to leave, or the thought of facing a busy day was just overwhelming. I used to be the kind of person who let those feelings spill out as complaints. Why is it so early? I didn't get enough sleep. I don't want to do this today. Those words became my soundtrack, and before I even got out of bed, I had already set a negative tone for my day. Buddhism teaches us that suffering often begins not with external circumstances, but with how we perceive and respond to them. Complaining is one of the most common ways we resist reality. It feels like a release, but in truth, it's a trap. When we complain, we reinforce the negativity we're trying to escape. I realized this during a conversation with a mentor. I had been venting about how busy and stressful my mornings were, expecting sympathy. Instead, he looked at me with kindness and said, "Why do you let the first moments of your day carry such a heavy burden? You're alive. Start there." His words hit me hard. The next morning, when I felt the familiar urge to complain, I paused. Instead of grumbling about being tired, I simply took a deep breath and said, "Thank you for this new day." It wasn't dramatic, but it shifted something in me. I started to see my mornings as opportunities rather than obstacles. Complaining creates a mental loop of dissatisfaction. The more we complain, the more we focus on what's wrong, and the more our minds seek out additional problems. Buddhism invites us to break this cycle by cultivating gratitude and acceptance. When I catch myself slipping back into old habits, I ask myself, does this complaint help me? Does it make me feel lighter, happier, or more at peace? The answer is always no. Complaining doesn't solve problems, it magnifies them. Here's what I practice instead. 1. Acknowledge the feeling without judgment. If I wake up feeling tired or frustrated, I don't push it away. I simply notice it. I'm feeling this way right now, and that's okay. 2. Replace complaints with gratitude. Before saying anything negative, I think of one thing I'm thankful for, big or small. 3. Focus on intention. Instead of dwelling on what feels difficult, I remind myself of my purpose for the day. These small shifts have made a world of difference. The mornings I start with gratitude feel lighter and more productive. Instead of dragging negative energy into the day, I carry a sense of peace and presence. The next time you feel like complaining in the morning, pause. Take a deep breath and choose a different response. You'll notice how this simple act transforms not just your morning, but your entire day. 4. Do not jump out of bed in a rush. There was a time when my mornings were a whirlwind. The alarm would go off, and I'd leap out of bed like I was already behind schedule. My mind raced with tasks, my body felt tense, and before I even brushed my teeth, I was in a state of stress. It felt efficient at first, but in reality, it left me feeling scattered and exhausted before the day even began. Buddhism teaches us to approach life with mindfulness and balance. When we rush, we abandon the present moment and allow anxiety to take the lead. Jumping out of bed in a hurry may seem harmless, but it sets a frantic tone that ripples through the rest of the day. I'll never forget the morning this hit me. I had overslept slightly, and in my panic, I rushed through everything, dressing, eating, even thinking. By the time I left the house, I had forgotten my keys, spilled my coffee, and felt like the world was against me. That evening, as I reflected on the day, I realized that it wasn't the world that had caused my stress. It was how I had started my morning. The next day, I tried something different. When the alarm rang, I didn't jump out of bed. Instead, I sat up slowly, placed my feet on the ground, and took 3 deep breaths. I told myself, there's no need to rush. The day will unfold in its own time. That small change had a profound effect. By starting the day with intention and calm, I felt more grounded and in control. The tasks I had to tackle didn't seem as overwhelming, and I was able to approach them with clarity. Buddhism reminds us that how we begin anything, be it a day, a task, or a conversation, sets the tone for what follows. When we rush, we create tension, but when we move with purpose, we cultivate peace. Here's how I've embraced a slower start. 1. Allow a moment of stillness. After waking, I take a few breaths before getting out of bed. It's a simple practice, but it helps me feel present. 2. Stretch gently. Before diving into the day, I spend a few minutes stretching to awaken my body with kindness. 3. Set a mindful intention. Whether it's a word, a phrase, or a simple thought, I remind myself of how I want to show up for the day. Starting the morning without rushing doesn't mean neglecting responsibilities. It means approaching them with a clear and steady mind. I've found that when I take my time, I'm actually more productive. I make fewer mistakes, feel less stressed, and enjoy the day more. If you find yourself rushing out of bed, I encourage you to try this. Tomorrow morning, give yourself 5 extra minutes. Sit up slowly, take a few breaths, and let your body wake up naturally. Notice how it feels to start the day with calm instead of chaos. Life moves quickly enough on its own. By slowing down in the morning, we give ourselves the gift of presence, and that, my friends, is one of the most powerful ways to begin the day. 5. Do not forget to hydrate. I used to wake up and rush straight into my day without a second thought. A quick glance at my to-do list, a few sips of coffee, and I was off. What I didn't realize was that my body was crying out for something so simple yet so vital: water. It wasn't until I started feeling sluggish and foggy in the mornings that I paused to reflect on why. The answer was obvious. My body had gone hours without hydration, and I was neglecting its most basic need. Buddhism teaches us the importance of nurturing the body as the vessel for the mind. Without care and attention, our bodies cannot fully support us in our pursuit of mindfulness, wisdom, and compassion. Hydration is the first act of kindness we can offer ourselves each morning. I remember learning this lesson the hard way. One morning, after waking up particularly groggy, I went straight to my usual coffee routine. By mid-morning, I felt jittery, dehydrated, and strangely irritable. That evening, while reading about the importance of balance in Buddhism, it struck me. I had ignored what my body truly needed in favor of what I thought I wanted. The next morning, I made a small but transformative change. Before reaching for anything else, I drank a full glass of water. The effect was immediate. I felt refreshed, more alert, and even calmer. It was as though my body was saying, "Thank you for listening." Hydration isn't just about quenching thirst. It's about resetting and replenishing. During the hours we sleep, our bodies lose water through breathing and natural processes. When we wake, our cells are ready to absorb the hydration they need to function optimally. Skipping this step is like trying to start a car with no fuel. It may move, but it won't run smoothly. Now, my morning routine begins with this simple ritual. I sit quietly, drink a glass of water, and allow myself to feel its cooling, nourishing effect. It's a moment of mindfulness that connects me to my body and sets a tone of care for the rest of the day. If you've never made hydration a priority, Start tomorrow. Keep a glass or bottle of water by your bed, and when you wake, take a few moments to drink it mindfully. Notice how it feels to give your body exactly what it needs. It's a small act with a profound impact. 6. Do not skip breakfast. For years, I skipped breakfast in the name of convenience. Mornings were busy, and eating felt like just one more thing to do. I'd tell myself, I'll grab something later, but more often than not, later turned into feeling drained, irritable and distracted halfway through the morning. It wasn't until I embraced the wisdom of Buddhism that I realized skipping breakfast wasn't just about food, it was about neglecting an opportunity to nourish myself with intention. Buddhism emphasizes living in harmony with the body, mind, and environment. When we skip breakfast, we deny our bodies the energy they need to support us. It's like expecting a lamp to shine brightly without plugging it in. One morning, after yet another rushed start, I found myself unable to focus during a meditation session. My mind kept drifting to thoughts of hunger and fatigue. It was then that I remembered a teaching from the Buddha. The wise nourish the body as they would a child, with care and attention. I realized I had been treating breakfast as an inconvenience instead of the gift it truly is. The next morning, I committed to change. I started small, preparing a simple bowl of oatmeal topped with fresh fruit. As I sat down to eat, I reminded myself to be fully present. Each bite became an act of mindfulness, tasting, chewing, and appreciating the nourishment. That morning, I felt a difference. My energy was steady, my mind was clearer, and I approached my tasks with a sense of balance. Breakfast doesn't have to be complicated. It's not about creating a gourmet spread. It's about offering your body the fuel it needs to thrive. Whether it's a piece of fruit, a smoothie, or a slice of toast with almond butter, the act of eating with intention can transform your entire day. Now, breakfast has become one of my favorite moments of the morning. It's a time to pause, reflect, and prepare myself, not just physically, but mentally and emotionally. By starting the day with nourishment, I feel more grounded and better equipped to face whatever comes. If you've been skipping breakfast, let me encourage you to rethink that habit. Tomorrow, take a few minutes to prepare something simple and eat it with presence. Notice how it feels to honor your body and give it the care it deserves. You might find that this small act sets a tone of balance and gratitude that carries you through the day. When we nourish ourselves with mindfulness, we create a foundation for peace, energy, and focus. And isn't that what every morning deserves? 7. Do not start the day without a conscious plan. I used to wake up and drift aimlessly through my mornings. I'd respond to whatever came my way, emails, chores, random thoughts, without any sense of direction. By the time midday rolled around, I'd often feel frustrated, wondering where my time had gone. The truth was, I wasn't living intentionally. I was reacting to life instead of guiding it. Buddhism teaches us the value of mindfulness and intention in every moment. The morning, being the foundation of the day, is a sacred opportunity to set a clear path. Without a conscious plan, we become like a boat without a rudder, drifting wherever the current takes us. One day I realized the impact of my lack of planning. I had a long list of things I wanted to accomplish, but by the evening I'd barely made progress. Instead of feeling productive, I felt overwhelmed. That evening, as I reflected, I asked myself a simple question. What do I want my mornings to represent? The answer was clear. I wanted my mornings to reflect clarity, focus, and purpose. The next day, I tried something different. Before getting out of bed, I took a few moments to mentally map out my day. I asked myself 3 questions. What is the most important thing I want to accomplish today? How do I want to show up for myself and others? What can I let go of to stay focused? This small shift changed everything. Having a conscious plan gave me a sense of direction and purpose. My mornings felt lighter, my tasks felt more manageable, and I ended the day with a sense of fulfillment. Planning doesn't have to be complicated. It's not about rigid schedules or overloading your to-do list. It's about aligning your actions with your intentions. When you start the day with clarity, you create a flow that guides you through challenges and distractions with ease. Here's how I make planning a part of my morning practice. 1. Set a daily intention. This can be a simple word or phrase, like focus, compassion, or peace. 2. Prioritize 3 key tasks. Instead of overwhelming yourself with a long list, focus on the 3 most important things you want to accomplish. 3. Visualize the day ahead. Spend a moment imagining how you want your day to unfold. Starting the day with a conscious plan isn't just practical, it's empowering. It reminds us that we have the ability to shape our lives through thoughtful choices. When you wake up tomorrow, take a moment to plan your day with intention. Notice how this simple practice transforms not just your productivity, but your overall sense of purpose. 8. Do not allow negative thoughts. Mornings used to feel heavy for me. I'd wake up, and before my feet even touched the ground, my mind would be flooded with worries. What if I don't get everything done today? What if something goes wrong? Why do I feel so tired? These thoughts felt automatic, like an unwelcome visitor I couldn't keep out. Buddhism teaches us that the mind is like a garden. If we allow weeds, negative thoughts, to grow unchecked, they can overrun the entire space. But with mindfulness, we can cultivate positivity and uproot negativity before it takes hold. One morning, after waking up particularly anxious, I decided to do something different. Instead of letting my thoughts spiral, I paused and took a deep breath. I asked myself, are these thoughts helping me, or are they weighing me down? The answer was obvious. They were only creating stress. I remembered a teaching from the Buddha: what you think, you become; what you feel, you attract; what you imagine, you create. In that moment, I realized I had the power to choose my thoughts. I didn't have to let negativity define my morning. I could redirect my mind towards something constructive. Now, when I wake up, I practice a simple exercise to guard against negative thoughts. I call it the 3 reframes. 1. Notice the thought. Instead of ignoring it, I acknowledge it. I see you, worry. 2. Question its validity. I ask, is this thought true? Is it helpful? Often, the answer is no. 3. Replace it with gratitude. I shift my focus to something positive, like the opportunity to start fresh or the support of loved ones. This practice has transformed my mornings. Instead of feeling weighed down, I feel lighter and more resilient. Negative thoughts still arise, but they no longer control me. I see them for what they are: temporary clouds passing through a clear sky. Buddhism teaches us to approach our thoughts with compassion, not judgment. It's not about forcing ourselves to think positively all the time. It's about creating space for awareness and choosing thoughts that serve us. If you struggle with negative thoughts in the morning, here's what I recommend. Start with a mantra. A simple phrase like "I am at peace" or "This is a new beginning" can help anchor your mind. Practice gratitude. List 3 things you're thankful for, no matter how small. Gratitude shifts your focus from lack to abundance. Breathe mindfully. When negative thoughts arise, take a few deep breaths and focus on the present moment. The way we think in the morning shapes how we experience the day. By choosing thoughts of gratitude, hope, and possibility, we create a foundation for peace and joy. When you wake up tomorrow, pay attention to your mind's first words. If negativity creeps in, pause, breathe, and gently redirect your thoughts. You'll find that even the smallest shift can make a world of difference. 9. Do not neglect your body. For years, I woke up and went straight into my day without thinking about my body. I'd rush through my morning routine, grab a quick cup of coffee, and dive headfirst into work. My body was an afterthought, something I expected to function without care or attention. But over time, I began to notice the toll it was taking. I felt stiff, sluggish, and out of sync. My energy would fade before the day had truly begun. Buddhism teaches us that the body is the temple of the mind. If the body is neglected, the mind cannot operate at its full potential. Taking care of the body is not an indulgence. It's an essential part of living mindfully. I'll never forget the moment this truth hit me. One morning, as I sat at my desk feeling unusually tense, I realized I hadn't moved my body intentionally in days. It wasn't just physical discomfort. I felt disconnected from myself. That evening, I reflected on how little attention I had been giving to my physical well-being. I remembered a teaching from the Buddha. To keep the body in good health is a duty. Otherwise, we shall not be able to keep our mind strong and clear. The next morning, I made a commitment to myself. Before diving into the day, I would take a few moments to honor my body. I started small, just a few stretches to loosen up and awaken my muscles. Over time, this became a cherished part of my morning routine. Now, I dedicate a few minutes every morning to move mindfully. Sometimes it's stretching, other times it's yoga or a short walk. This simple act has transformed the way I feel throughout the day. My energy is steadier, my mind is clearer, and I feel more grounded. If you've been neglecting your body in the mornings, I encourage you to try this. Start with a stretch. Reach your arms overhead, roll your shoulders, and stretch your legs. It doesn't have to be complicated. Just move in a way that feels good. Focus on your breath. As you move, pay attention to your breathing. Inhale deeply and exhale slowly to connect your body and mind. Be consistent. Even 5 minutes of mindful movement each morning can make a difference. Taking care of your body is an act of self-respect and mindfulness. When you wake up tomorrow, give your body the attention it deserves. Notice how even the smallest movements bring a sense of vitality and connection. Your body supports you in everything you do. Show it some love. 10. Do not skip morning meditation. I used to think I didn't have time to meditate in the morning. My days were packed, and I convinced myself that sitting quietly for even a few minutes wasn't practical. But deep down, I knew something was missing. My mornings felt chaotic, and my mind was often racing before I even stepped out of bed. Buddhism places great emphasis on meditation as a tool to center the mind and cultivate awareness. Skipping this practice is like starting a journey without a map. It's easy to get lost in distractions and stress. One morning, after waking up particularly anxious, I decided to try something different. Instead of rushing into my day, I sat cross-legged on the floor and closed my eyes. I didn't set any expectations. I just focused on my breath. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. For the first time in a long time, I felt stillness. That simple act of meditation changed everything. It wasn't just the practice itself, it was the intention behind it. By choosing to start my day with mindfulness, I was reclaiming my mornings as a space for peace and clarity. Now, morning meditation is a non-negotiable part of my routine. Even if it's just 5 minutes, those moments of stillness set the tone for my entire day. I've noticed that I'm less reactive, more focused, and better equipped to handle challenges. Meditation has become my anchor, reminding me that no matter how busy life gets, there is always a place of calm within me. If you're new to meditation, don't worry. It doesn't have to be complicated. Here's how I recommend starting. 1. Find a quiet spot. Sit comfortably, either on the floor or in a chair. 2. Focus on your breath. Pay attention to the sensation of air entering and leaving your nose. 3. Let go of expectations. If your mind wanders, that's okay. Gently bring your focus back to your breath. Morning meditation isn't about achieving perfection. It's about creating space for awareness. It's a practice that grows over time, and even a few minutes can make a profound difference. When you wake up tomorrow, resist the urge to dive straight into your tasks. Instead, take a moment to sit in stillness. Feel the rhythm of your breath and allow yourself to simply be. Notice how this small act of mindfulness transforms your morning and sets a foundation for a calmer, more intentional day. Meditation is a gift you give yourself, a moment to reconnect with the present and prepare your mind for whatever lies ahead. Make it a part of your mornings, and you'll find that the peace you cultivate stays with you throughout the day. As we've explored today, life often feels overwhelming, doesn't it? The constant demands, unexpected challenges, and the relentless pace can leave even the strongest of us feeling unbalanced. There's no pause button, no rewind, no perfect way to prepare for what's next. Yet, amidst the chaos, some people radiate a calm, steady presence. They don't crumble under pressure or lose themselves in negativity. Instead, they move through life with grace, handling its storms with a quiet resilience. It's not because their lives are easier, it's because they've mastered something deeply transformative, a way of being that embraces peace and positivity from within. The truth is, life will never stop throwing curveballs. Stressful situations, tough decisions, and moments of uncertainty are part of the human experience. But what defines us is how we respond. Some allow the weight of the world to crush their spirit, while others seem to rise above it, finding strength and clarity even when circumstances are far from ideal. The difference lies not in luck or privilege, but in mindset, in the tools and perspectives they use to meet life head-on. Peace isn't about living in a bubble, free from problems. It's about cultivating a state of mind that remains steady no matter what happens. It's about reclaiming your power when the world feels out of control, about grounding yourself in the present when the noise becomes too loud. Positivity, too, isn't blind optimism or pretending that everything is perfect. It's a courageous choice, a decision to see light in the darkness and to focus on the opportunities within challenges. Together, peace and positivity are like a compass, guiding you through life's roughest terrain. These qualities are not reserved for a select few. They are not traits you're either born with or without. They are skills you can develop, habits you can nurture, and ways of thinking that you can embrace. They don't require a major life overhaul or dramatic gestures. Instead, they grow from small, deliberate choices that anchor you in the moment, soften the grip of negativity, and open your heart to what truly matters. Think of the times when you felt truly at ease, when you've laughed freely or felt grateful for something simple. Those moments are reminders of what's possible. They're proof that calmness and positivity are within your reach, no matter how messy or unpredictable life gets. They show you that peace isn't a luxury, it's your birthright. Yet, in a world that seems to thrive on chaos, cultivating calm and positivity requires intention. We're surrounded by distractions, bombarded by negativity, and often pulled into a spiral of overthinking. It's easy to feel trapped, reacting to everything as if it's urgent, losing sight of the bigger picture. But here's the good news. You can choose a different way. You can pause, reflect, and realign with what truly serves you. Letting go is one of the most liberating steps on this journey. Letting go of the need to control everything. Letting go of the relentless pursuit of perfection. Letting go of the fear of what others think. When you release these burdens, you create space. space for peace to settle in, for positivity to flourish. You begin to see life not as a series of problems to solve, but as a tapestry of moments to experience. Gratitude is another key to unlocking the shift. Not the shallow kind of gratitude that glosses over difficulties, but the deep, heartfelt kind that notices the beauty in the small things. A kind word, a moment of stillness, a lesson learned in the face of adversity. Gratitude transforms how you see the world. It shifts your focus from what's missing to what's present, from scarcity to abundance. And in that shift, your spirit is lifted, your perspective widened. This isn't about ignoring life's challenges or pretending they don't exist. It's about approaching them with a different energy. When you stop fighting against what is and start working with it, everything changes. You stop being swept away by the current and start navigating it with intention. This shift doesn't happen overnight, but with practice, it becomes second nature. Every small step you take toward calmness and positivity strengthens your ability to face life with courage and grace. The world today often feels like a pressure cooker. Expectations are high, comparisons are endless, and the fear of failure looms large. But calmness gives you the ability to step back and breathe, to find clarity in the noise. Positivity reminds you that even when the path is hard, there's always something worth holding on to, whether it's a lesson, a moment of connection, or simply the knowledge that you've survived another day. Perhaps one of the most beautiful things about cultivating peace and positivity is the way it ripples outward. When you find your center, you inspire others to do the same. Your calm becomes a source of strength for those around you. Your positivity becomes a light in their darkness. It's a gift you give not only to yourself, but to everyone you touch. The journey toward a calmer, more positive life doesn't require grand gestures. It starts with a single choice, a choice to pause when you feel overwhelmed, to take a deep breath when emotions run high, to respond with kindness when faced with negativity. These small, intentional actions add up, creating a life that feels more balanced, more fulfilling, and more aligned with who you truly are. As you take these steps, remember that progress is more important than perfection. There will be days when calmness feels elusive and positivity seems like a distant dream. That's okay. What matters is that you keep showing up for yourself, that you keep trying. Each moment is an opportunity to begin again, to choose peace over chaos, hope over despair. This path is not about becoming someone else. It's about becoming more fully yourself. It's about reconnecting with the part of you that is naturally calm, naturally positive, naturally resilient. That part of you has always been there, waiting for you to nurture it. And as you do, you'll find that life doesn't have to feel so heavy. You'll discover that even in the midst of difficulty, there is beauty, there is meaning, there is joy. So here's to reclaiming your calm. Here's to choosing positivity, not as a denial of life's struggles, but as a bold declaration of your resilience. Here's to finding the strength to face each day with an open heart and a steady spirit. Because when you do, life becomes not just something to endure, but something to truly embrace. The way we breathe carries a hidden power, one that often goes unnoticed, yet shapes the very essence of how we feel, think, and respond to life. It's more than an automatic function. It's a bridge between the chaos of the outer world and the quiet strength within us. Every breath holds the potential to calm a racing mind, soothe a tense body, and anchor us when everything else feels unstable. The secret isn't in changing the world outside, but in how we connect to our breath in the moments that matter most. Let's explore how this simple act, done with mindfulness, becomes the foundation for cultivating lasting peace and resilience. Breathing is one of the most intimate and immediate actions we take, yet its profound impact often goes unacknowledged. The pace and depth of each breath directly influence our nervous system, our emotional state, and even our ability to process information. Shallow, rapid breathing keeps the body in a heightened state of alertness, signaling danger to the brain, even when there is none. This creates a loop of stress that becomes harder to escape the longer it persists. Mindful breathing, on the other hand, serves as a reset button, breaking this cycle and bringing clarity where there was once confusion. Deep, intentional breathing activates the parasympathetic nervous system, the body's natural mechanism for rest and recovery. It slows the heart rate, lowers blood pressure, and reduces the flood of stress hormones. This physical shift is not just a bodily response. It also changes how we interpret and experience the world. A calm body creates the space for a calm mind, and from this state, we can approach life's challenges with steadiness and perspective. The ancient practice of focusing on the breath, rooted in traditions like Buddhism, reveals why this seemingly simple act is so transformative. Observing the breath teaches presence. When the mind drifts to worries about the past or fears about the future, bringing attention to the breath pulls us back into the now. This practice anchors us in reality, allowing us to engage fully with what is, rather than getting lost in what might have been or what could be. Beyond its role in grounding us, mindful breathing becomes a tool for self-awareness. When we tune into the rhythm of our breath, we start to notice patterns, how it quickens with frustration or shortens with fear. This awareness is the first step in breaking free from reactive habits. By consciously softening and deepening the breath, we send a signal to our mind and body that we are safe, even in moments of discomfort. Certain breathing techniques amplify these benefits, each with its unique purpose. One such method is diaphragmatic breathing, also known as belly breathing. This involves drawing each breath deep into the diaphragm, rather than shallowly into the chest. As the belly expands with each inhale, tension is released from the upper body, and the nervous system is calmed. Practicing this for just a few minutes a day strengthens the connection between the body and mind, making it easier to access calmness during times of stress. Alternate nostril breathing, a practice rooted in yogic traditions, offers another layer of benefit. This technique balances the energy in the body, harmonizing the left and right hemispheres of the brain. With one nostril closed, a slow inhale is taken through the other, followed by a switch for the exhale. This rhythmic alternation promotes mental clarity, emotional stability, and a deep sense of inner balance. For those seeking to improve focus and mental resilience, box breathing is a powerful ally. This method involves inhaling for a set count, holding the breath, exhaling for the same count, and holding again before the next inhale. By regulating the breath in this structured way, the mind becomes less scattered and emotional overwhelm diminishes. Athletes, military personnel, and high-stakes professionals often use this technique to maintain composure under pressure, a testament to its efficacy. The breath also connects us to the body's energy systems, known as prana in Eastern philosophies. When breathing is shallow or irregular, this vital energy becomes blocked, leading to feelings of fatigue, restlessness, or irritability. By cultivating a full, steady breath, we allow this energy to flow freely, restoring vitality and a sense of well-being. Practicing mindful breathing doesn't require long stretches of time or special conditions. It can be integrated into daily life, while waiting in line, during a stressful meeting, or as a morning ritual. Each moment spent attending to the breath strengthens the ability to remain centered, regardless of external circumstances. Over time, these moments of mindfulness accumulate, reshaping how we interact with the world. Breathing also serves as a gateway to deeper meditation practices, where the mind learns to settle even further. In these still moments, the breath becomes more than a tool for calm. It becomes a guide to self-discovery. Observing the natural ebb and flow of the breath mirrors the impermanence of life itself, a reminder that all things come and go, and that peace is found in accepting this truth rather than resisting it. The role of breath extends to how we communicate with others. A steady, mindful breath fosters patience and compassion, allowing us to respond thoughtfully instead of reacting impulsively. It helps us remain present during conversations, truly listening rather than rushing to reply. This presence deepens our connections, making our interactions more meaningful and less transactional. Science continues to reveal new layers of understanding about the breath's impact. Research shows that slow, deep breathing enhances brain function, improving memory and decision-making. It reduces inflammation in the body, supports cardiovascular health, and even strengthens the immune system. These findings underscore what ancient wisdom has long known, that the breath is not just a life-sustaining act, but a cornerstone of physical, mental, and emotional well-being. Breathing also plays a role in how we process and release emotions. During moments of anger, fear, or sadness, the breath often becomes constricted. This physical restriction mirrors the emotional state, creating a feedback loop that intensifies the feeling. Consciously softening the breath during these times can interrupt this loop, providing a pathway to release the emotion rather than letting it take control. For those dealing with chronic stress or anxiety, mindful breathing offers a sense of empowerment. It reminds us that even when external circumstances feel overwhelming, we always have a tool within us to regain stability. This realization can be profoundly liberating, shifting the narrative from one of helplessness to one of agency. As we deepen our relationship with the breath, it becomes a source of creativity and inspiration. The stillness cultivated through mindful breathing creates the mental space needed for new ideas to emerge. Artists, writers, and thinkers often describe their most creative moments as those when they feel most relaxed and present, states that mindful breathing naturally fosters. In moments of physical discomfort or pain, the breath becomes a source of strength. By breathing into the area of tension or focusing on the rhythm of the breath, we can shift our attention away from the sensation, reducing its intensity. This practice is often used in pain management, demonstrating the profound connection between the breath and the body's perception of discomfort. The transformative power of breathing also lies in its accessibility. Unlike other wellness practices that may require resources, training, or specific environments, the breath is always with us. It's a constant companion, available at any moment to guide us back to peace and clarity. Each breath we take is an opportunity, a chance to reset, to ground ourselves, and to connect with the present. By embracing the full potential of mindful breathing, we unlock not only a tool for calm, but a deeper understanding of ourselves. It is through this understanding that true inner peace begins to take root. The breath is a powerful tool to anchor the mind and find calm, but it is only one part of the equation for inner peace. As you master breathing techniques to stabilize your emotions, a deeper challenge often emerges: the way thoughts shape your reality. The mind, left unchecked, has a habit of pulling us into spirals of negativity. But there's good news. The same mind that creates these thoughts also holds the power to transform them into stepping stones for growth. It's not about ignoring negative thoughts, but learning to reshape them into something constructive and empowering. Negative thoughts often feel like an uninvited guest at the worst possible moments. They show up as doubts, fears, and judgments, creating walls where there could be open doors. These thoughts are natural. They are part of being human. However, their persistence and power over us are not inevitable. When understood and managed, these mental patterns can become the very fuel that drives personal growth and clarity. The first step to transforming negativity is awareness. Thoughts often operate in the background, like a radio station playing static. This mental noise shapes our perceptions without us even realizing it. By bringing attention to these patterns, we interrupt their automatic hold over us. Awareness acts as a spotlight, revealing what's lurking in the shadows. When you become conscious of a recurring negative thought, you gain the power to question it. Challenging a negative thought doesn't mean denying its existence. It means holding it up to the light of reason and curiosity. For example, if the thought arises, "I always fail," ask yourself, is this true? What evidence supports this? What evidence contradicts it? Often you'll find that such sweeping statements are exaggerated or based on isolated incidents. This process of questioning weakens the grip of negativity, replacing blind acceptance with rational insight. Reframing is a powerful tool in this transformation. Instead of seeing challenges as obstacles, you can learn to view them as opportunities to grow stronger, wiser, and more resilient. For instance, failing at a task can be reframed as a lesson in what doesn't work, guiding you closer to what does. Reframing doesn't erase difficulties, but shifts the focus from defeat to possibility. It's about asking, what can I learn from this? Instead of, why is this happening to me? Another key to transforming negative thoughts is self-compassion. Often, the harshest critic we face is the one inside our own minds. Negative self-talk perpetuates a cycle of doubt and frustration. By replacing judgment with kindness, you create a space where growth becomes possible. Treat yourself as you would a dear friend, offering encouragement rather than criticism, support rather than blame. This shift doesn't excuse mistakes. It empowers you to move forward without the burden of unnecessary guilt. Gratitude also plays a significant role in reframing negativity. The mind naturally gravitates toward problems. It's part of our survival instinct. But this tendency can leave us blind to what's going well. Cultivating gratitude interrupts this pattern, training the brain to recognize the positive alongside the negative. By consistently acknowledging even small blessings, you build a foundation of positivity that makes it easier to handle challenges when they arise. Mindfulness is another transformative practice. Negative thoughts often gain momentum because we're not fully present. They pull us into regrets about the past or fears about the future, robbing us of the moment at hand. By grounding yourself in the present, through breathing, physical sensations, or simply observing your surroundings, you break the cycle of rumination. Mindfulness teaches you to see thoughts as fleeting experiences rather than absolute truths, giving you the freedom to choose which ones deserve your attention. The language you use to describe your experiences also shapes your mindset. Words have power. When you frame situations in terms of absolutes, using words like always or never, you create a narrative that feels inescapable. By adopting more balanced language, you open the door to new possibilities. Saying, "This is hard, but I'm learning," feels vastly different from, "I can't do this." Small shifts in language create profound shifts in perspective. Visualization is another technique to counteract negativity. The mind responds strongly to imagery, often more so than words. When you catch yourself spiraling into a negative thought, Take a moment to visualize a positive outcome or an alternate path forward. For instance, if you're worried about an upcoming presentation, picture yourself speaking confidently and receiving positive feedback. This mental rehearsal not only calms your nerves, but also primes your brain for success. Physical movement can also help transform negative thoughts. The body and mind are deeply connected, and physical activity has been shown to release endorphins, the body's natural mood elevators. Whether it's a brisk walk, yoga, or dancing to your favorite song, movement interrupts the stagnant energy of negativity, replacing it with vitality and focus. It's a reminder that sometimes the best way to change your thoughts is to change your physical state. Connecting with others provides another avenue for reframing negativity. Isolation often amplifies negative thoughts, making them feel more real and unmanageable. Sharing your feelings with someone you trust brings perspective. They might offer insights you hadn't considered, or simply provide the reassurance that you're not alone. Building a strong support network creates a safety net for those times when negativity feels overwhelming. Setting boundaries with your own mind is a skill worth cultivating. Just as you wouldn't let a toxic person dominate your space, you can learn to limit the influence of negative thoughts. This doesn't mean suppressing them. It means deciding how much energy and time they deserve. Practices like setting aside a specific worry time each day allow you to acknowledge concerns without letting them take over your life. Developing a growth mindset is crucial for long-term transformation. This mindset, championed by psychologist Carol Dweck, focuses on the belief that abilities and intelligence can be developed through effort and learning. When you adopt a growth mindset, failures and setbacks become opportunities to grow rather than confirmations of inadequacy. This perspective turns the fear of making mistakes into a willingness to embrace challenges. Acts of kindness, both toward yourself and others, can shift negative thought patterns. Engaging in small, meaningful acts, like helping a neighbor, volunteering, or even offering a genuine compliment, creates a ripple effect of positivity. These actions remind you of your capacity to make a difference, redirecting focus from what's wrong to what's possible. Breathing exercises, as explored earlier, continue to play a pivotal role in managing negativity. By combining mindful breathing with visualization or affirmations, you create a multi-layered approach to reframing thoughts. For instance, as you breathe deeply, you can repeat a calming phrase like, "I am capable," or "This too shall pass." The rhythm of the breath amplifies the impact of the words, grounding you in positivity. Journaling is a powerful way to process and transform negative thoughts. Writing down your worries and fears gives them a tangible form, making them feel less overwhelming. As you write, challenge the validity of each thought and explore alternative perspectives. This practice not only clarifies your thinking, but also serves as a record of how far you've come. Spirituality, whether through formal religion or personal beliefs, can also provide solace and strength. Connecting with something larger than yourself, a sense of purpose, a higher power, or the beauty of nature, offers a perspective that transcends daily struggles. This connection can remind you that life's challenges, while significant, are only one part of a much larger journey. Celebrate progress, no matter how small. The process of transforming negative thoughts into positive growth is ongoing, and every step forward deserves recognition. Whether it's catching a negative thought before it spirals or successfully reframing a challenging situation, these victories build momentum. Acknowledging them reinforces your ability to grow and adapt, creating a positive feedback loop that strengthens your resilience. As you embrace these techniques, you'll find that negativity loses its grip. Instead of being held back by self-doubt or fear, you'll begin to see challenges as opportunities to evolve. This isn't just about changing how you think, it's about transforming how you experience life, opening the door to a deeper sense of peace and possibility. Recognizing the power of reframing negativity opens the door to a transformative shift in how we experience life. Yet, as we reshape our thoughts and find growth in challenges, another profound skill comes into focus: the ability to care deeply without being overwhelmed. There's an art to staying present with compassion while protecting your inner peace. This is emotional detachment, a balance between engagement and resilience, allowing you to remain steady even amidst life's turbulence. Mastering this balance doesn't mean hardening your heart. It means learning to navigate life with wisdom and grace. At the core of emotional detachment is the understanding that we cannot control everything. People will make choices that challenge us, situations will unfold unexpectedly, and emotions will rise within us like waves. Emotional detachment doesn't mean denying or suppressing these feelings. Instead, it's about cultivating the ability to observe them without becoming entangled. This practice creates a space between the trigger and your response, offering clarity and control. Detachment begins with self-awareness. When emotions arise, whether they are anger, sadness, or frustration, it's easy to let them dictate your actions. But by pausing and acknowledging the feeling without judgment, you shift from being reactive to being reflective. Ask yourself, what is this emotion trying to tell me? Often, emotions act as signals, highlighting unmet needs, unresolved conflicts, or hidden fears. Recognizing their purpose helps you respond thoughtfully rather than impulsively. Mindfulness deepens this process. By staying present, you learn to witness your emotions as they come and go, much like watching clouds drift across the sky. This perspective reminds you that emotions are temporary. They rise, peak, and eventually fade. Practicing mindfulness teaches you to hold space for your feelings without being consumed by them. Over time, this practice builds emotional resilience, allowing you to face challenges with a steady heart. A key element of emotional detachment is recognizing the boundaries of your responsibility. Often, we carry the weight of others' choices and struggles, believing it's our job to fix everything. This can lead to emotional exhaustion and even resentment. Detachment requires acknowledging that while you can offer support, you cannot control how others respond or what paths they choose. This isn't indifference, it's respect for their autonomy and a commitment to protecting your own energy. Compassion plays a central role in balancing detachment with connection. It's possible to care deeply while maintaining a healthy emotional distance. Compassion means showing kindness and understanding without absorbing the pain or negativity of others. Instead of taking on their burdens, you can offer a listening ear, words of encouragement, or practical help. This approach allows you to remain empathetic without losing yourself in their struggles. Learning to let go is another essential aspect of emotional detachment. Clinging to expectations, whether for yourself, others, or life itself, creates unnecessary suffering. Letting go doesn't mean giving up. It means accepting reality as it is and working from that place of truth. This acceptance frees you from the frustration of trying to control the uncontrollable, allowing you to focus your energy where it matters most. Breathing techniques, as explored earlier, serve as powerful tools for emotional regulation. When faced with overwhelming emotions, returning to the breath anchors you in the present moment. Deep, intentional breathing calms the nervous system, creating space for reflection and response. This simple practice reinforces the boundary between your inner peace and the chaos around you. Healthy boundaries are another cornerstone of emotional detachment. These boundaries protect your well-being while maintaining respect for others. They can take many forms: saying no to requests that drain you, limiting time spent in toxic environments, or communicating your needs clearly and kindly. Boundaries are not walls. They are guidelines that define how you engage with the world while preserving your peace. Developing a non-judgmental attitude also strengthens detachment. Judgment often amplifies emotional intensity, making it harder to see situations clearly. By approaching experiences and people with curiosity rather than criticism, you reduce the emotional charge and open yourself to understanding. This shift in perspective fosters compassion while reducing the emotional toll of conflict or disappointment. Practicing gratitude can also transform your relationship with emotional challenges. When emotions run high, gratitude serves as a grounding force, reminding you of the good that remains even in difficult times. It shifts your focus from what's wrong to what's right, creating a sense of balance and perspective. Gratitude doesn't eliminate pain, but it helps you navigate it with a steadier heart. Emotional detachment also requires cultivating self-trust. When you trust yourself to handle life's challenges, you become less dependent on external validation or approval. This inner confidence allows you to engage with others from a place of strength rather than neediness. Self-trust grows through consistent self-care, reflection, and the practice of honoring your boundaries and values. One powerful way to build detachment is through reframing your perspective on suffering. Rather than viewing it as something to avoid, see it as an opportunity for growth and connection. Pain, whether your own or another's, can deepen your understanding of the human experience and strengthen your capacity for compassion. This doesn't mean seeking out suffering, but embracing the lessons it offers when it arises. Spiritual practices can also enhance emotional detachment by connecting you to something greater than yourself. Whether through meditation, prayer, or time spent in nature, these practices remind you of the vastness of life and your place within it. This broader perspective makes personal struggles feel less overwhelming, allowing you to approach them with calm and clarity. Forgiveness is another transformative practice that supports emotional detachment. Holding on to resentment ties you to the pain of the past, draining your energy and clouding your perspective. Forgiveness doesn't excuse harmful behavior, but it releases its hold on you, freeing you to move forward. This act of letting go strengthens your emotional resilience and creates space for healing. Developing emotional detachment also involves recognizing the stories you tell yourself. The mind often creates narratives around experiences, assigning blame, predicting outcomes, or attaching meaning. By questioning these stories, you gain clarity and reduce their emotional impact. This practice helps you see situations as they are, rather than through the lens of assumptions or fears. Acts of kindness, both toward yourself and others, reinforce the balance between compassion and detachment. By engaging in small, meaningful acts, whether offering help, expressing gratitude, or simply being present, you nurture connection without becoming overburdened. These actions remind you of the shared humanity that binds us all, deepening your empathy while preserving your inner peace. Journaling offers a practical way to process emotions and strengthen detachment. Writing down your thoughts and feelings provides clarity, helping you identify patterns and triggers. It creates a safe space to explore your emotions without judgment, allowing you to release them constructively. Over time, this practice fosters self-awareness and emotional balance. Another key to practicing emotional detachment is focusing on what you can control. Life is filled with uncertainties, but by directing your energy toward your actions, choices, and attitudes, you reclaim your sense of agency. This focus reduces the stress of trying to manage what lies beyond your influence, allowing you to respond effectively to what's within your reach. Physical movement supports emotional resilience by releasing tension and grounding you in your body. Activities like yoga, walking, or stretching connect you to the present moment, shifting your focus from overwhelming emotions to the rhythm of your movement. This practice reinforces the mind-body connection, creating a sense of calm and balance. Celebrating small victories along the way strengthens your ability to remain compassionate without losing yourself. Each time you set a boundary, let go of a lingering expectation, or respond to a challenge with kindness and clarity, you reinforce your emotional resilience. These moments remind you that growth is an ongoing journey, one built on consistent effort and self-awareness. As you continue to cultivate emotional detachment, you'll find that life's chaos feels less consuming. Challenges will arise, emotions will ebb and flow, but your sense of inner peace will remain steady. This balance between connection and resilience doesn't just benefit you, it creates a ripple effect, fostering harmony in your relationships and inspiring those around you to embrace their own inner strength. Emotional detachment teaches the power of holding space for experiences without being overwhelmed by them. Yet, even as we develop resilience and compassion, there's a deeper lesson waiting to be embraced: letting go of control. The desire to hold on, to shape outcomes exactly as we want them, often creates unnecessary tension. This grip on control is where much of life's stress begins. But when we loosen that hold, a profound freedom unfolds. A freedom rooted in trust, acceptance, and peace. Control is often an illusion. The world moves in ways that defy prediction, and even the most carefully laid plans can unravel in moments. The weather shifts unexpectedly, relationships take turns we didn't foresee, and circumstances emerge beyond our preparation. This unpredictability is not a flaw in life, it's its essence. When we resist it, stress grows. When we embrace it, freedom begins. Acceptance is at the heart of letting go. Acceptance doesn't mean agreeing with or liking everything that happens. It means recognizing things as they are, without trying to force them into a different shape. This approach reduces inner conflict. Instead of battling against reality, you work with it. Acceptance provides the foundation for clarity, helping you see situations objectively and respond effectively. Letting go of control requires releasing expectations. Expectations often set us up for disappointment, as they're built on a future we can't guarantee. When things don't go as planned, frustration and resentment take root. By holding expectations loosely, you allow space for life to unfold naturally. This openness doesn't mean passivity. It means adapting with grace when outcomes differ from your hopes. The concept of impermanence plays a significant role in this journey. Nothing in life is permanent. Joys and sorrows alike are temporary, flowing through our lives like rivers that never stop moving. Clinging to any one moment, good or bad, creates suffering. When you internalize the truth of impermanence, you find peace in the midst of change. This awareness teaches you to appreciate life's fleeting beauty without becoming trapped by its inevitable shifts. Letting go of control often involves shifting focus from outcomes to actions. While you can't dictate how events will turn out, you can choose how you approach them. This mindset empowers you to give your best effort without becoming overly attached to results. It's a liberating shift, turning your attention toward the present moment rather than an uncertain future. Mindfulness supports this process by grounding you in the now. When you're fully present, the need to control diminishes. You become more attuned to what's happening around you, responding to life as it unfolds instead of trying to manipulate it. This presence allows you to see opportunities and solutions that might be missed when your mind is consumed by worry about what's next. Letting go also involves releasing the stories we tell ourselves about how things should be. These narratives create rigid frameworks that leave little room for life's natural flow. By questioning these stories, you open yourself to new perspectives. This shift in thinking helps you move from resistance to acceptance, reducing the stress that comes from clinging to fixed ideas. Forgiveness is another essential element of letting go. Holding on to past grievances keeps you tethered to pain and resentment, draining your energy and clouding your perspective. Forgiveness doesn't erase what happened, but it frees you from the weight of carrying it. This act of release allows you to move forward with greater lightness and clarity. Letting go also challenges the ego. The ego often drives the desire for control, seeking to protect its sense of identity and power. But this attachment to control is a fragile foundation, easily shaken by life's unpredictability. Releasing ego-driven needs fosters humility and trust, helping you navigate challenges with a sense of inner strength. Trust plays a pivotal role in letting go. Trusting in yourself, in others, and in life's inherent rhythm creates a sense of ease. This trust doesn't mean blind faith. It means acknowledging that not everything needs to be micromanaged for things to work out. Trust grows through experiences of letting go and discovering that more often than not, things fall into place in their own time. Letting go of control doesn't mean abandoning responsibility. It's about knowing where your influence ends and learning to surrender the rest. This balance allows you to act with intention while releasing the anxiety of outcomes beyond your grasp. It's an approach that respects both effort and the natural flow of life. Gratitude supports this practice by shifting focus to what is rather than what isn't. When you let go of control, gratitude grounds you in the abundance already present. It reminds you that, even amidst uncertainty, there's much to appreciate. Gratitude turns your attention toward what's working, reducing the fear of what might go wrong. Learning to release control over others is equally important. People have their own paths, and attempting to control their choices often leads to conflict. Respecting others' autonomy fosters healthier relationships, built on trust and mutual understanding rather than manipulation or coercion. This respect strengthens connections while allowing you to conserve your energy. Breathing techniques provide practical support in moments when letting go feels particularly challenging. Deep, intentional breaths calm the nervous system, bringing you back to the present moment. This simple act reminds you that control is unnecessary for stability. The breath becomes a symbol of trust, a reminder that life flows naturally when we allow it. Nature offers a profound lesson in letting go. Seasons change, rivers flow, and life adapts without resistance. Observing nature's rhythms inspires us to embrace change with the same grace. This connection to the natural world reinforces the idea that letting go is not a loss, but a return to life's inherent wisdom. Acts of self-compassion help ease the discomfort of releasing control. Letting go can feel vulnerable, as it often requires stepping into the unknown. Being kind to yourself during this process creates a supportive environment for growth. Self-compassion reminds you that it's okay to feel uncertain, and that courage lies in embracing this uncertainty. Developing patience is another essential aspect of letting go. The need for control often stems from a desire for immediate results. Patience allows you to trust the process, recognizing that meaningful outcomes take time. This mindset reduces frustration and cultivates a sense of peace, even when progress feels slow. Letting go also involves simplifying your life. Clutter, whether physical, emotional, or mental, creates a sense of chaos that fuels the need for control. By decluttering, you create space for clarity and calm. Simplification makes it easier to release what doesn't serve you, focusing your energy on what truly matters. Releasing control doesn't mean giving up on dreams or goals. It means pursuing them with flexibility and openness. This approach allows you to adapt as circumstances change, turning obstacles into opportunities. It's a mindset that values the journey as much as the destination. As you practice letting go, you'll notice a shift in how you experience life. Stress diminishes, relationships deepen, and moments of joy become more frequent. This freedom is not a fleeting state, but a lasting transformation, rooted in acceptance and trust. Letting go of control isn't just a strategy for reducing stress. It's a pathway to living with greater ease, authenticity, and peace. Letting go of control opens the door to a deeper freedom, but as life unfolds, challenges remain an inevitable part of the journey. While they may initially feel like barriers or setbacks, challenges carry the potential to reshape us in ways we never anticipated. Growth often hides within adversity, waiting to be uncovered by those willing to see difficulties through a different lens. By learning to reframe challenges as opportunities, we transform life's trials into profound lessons that strengthen, refine, and elevate us. The way we perceive a challenge determines how we approach it. When a situation feels like an insurmountable obstacle, the mind narrows its focus, often spiraling into doubt, fear, or frustration. Reframing invites a broader perspective. It encourages us to ask different questions. What can this teach me? How can this moment shape me for the better? Shifting the narrative doesn't erase the difficulty, but allows us to engage with it in a way that fosters growth rather than resistance. Challenges test our resilience, but they also reveal it. The strength you possess often becomes most visible when it's called into action. Obstacles are like weights in a gym. They might feel heavy and uncomfortable at first, but as you face them, they build your capacity. Reframing a challenge as a form of training shifts the focus from the pain of the moment to the progress it can bring. Each effort becomes a step toward becoming stronger and more adaptable. Perspective is key to this transformation. When you zoom out from a challenging situation, it often looks less overwhelming. This doesn't diminish its importance, but places it within the larger context of your life. A temporary setback doesn't define your journey. It's a single chapter in a much longer story. Recognizing this helps you approach challenges with patience and curiosity rather than despair or urgency. Reframing challenges also requires embracing discomfort. Growth rarely happens in comfort zones. Challenges stretch us, pushing us to confront limitations and expand our capabilities. The discomfort you feel in these moments is not a sign of failure, but evidence of transformation in progress. By leaning into this discomfort with an open mind, you allow it to shape you in meaningful ways. Adopting a problem-solving mindset is another powerful tool for reframing. Challenges often feel overwhelming when viewed as problems with no solutions. Shifting your focus to actionable steps, no matter how small, helps break the issue into manageable pieces. Each step forward builds momentum, transforming what seemed impossible into a series of achievable tasks. The stories we tell ourselves about challenges significantly influence how we navigate them. A narrative of defeat, "I can't do this," or "this always happens to me," creates barriers to growth. Rewriting these stories with language that empowers, "I'm learning through this," or "This is preparing me for something greater," changes the way we engage with difficulties. Words are not just descriptions, they are tools for shaping reality. Self-reflection plays a crucial role in reframing challenges. Taking time to examine what the situation is teaching you uncovers insights that might otherwise go unnoticed. Reflecting on past challenges can also remind you of your ability to overcome adversity. The knowledge that you've faced hardships before and emerged stronger creates confidence and optimism for tackling present difficulties. Gratitude offers another layer of perspective. While it might seem counterintuitive to feel grateful for challenges, this mindset shifts the focus from loss to learning. Gratitude acknowledges the growth that comes from hardship, the lessons learned, the resilience built, and the opportunities uncovered. This doesn't mean denying the difficulty, but finding meaning within it. Support from others can help reframe challenges. Sharing your struggles with trusted friends or mentors often provides fresh perspectives. They might see possibilities or strengths you've overlooked, offering encouragement that shifts your outlook. Connection reminds you that challenges are a shared part of the human experience, reducing feelings of isolation or inadequacy. Cultivating flexibility is essential for transforming obstacles into opportunities. Life rarely unfolds according to plan, and challenges often arise when circumstances deviate from expectations. Flexibility allows you to adapt without losing sight of your goals. It encourages creativity and problem-solving and helps you navigate detours with grace rather than frustration. Challenges also provide opportunities to discover untapped potential. Facing adversity often reveals skills, strengths, or qualities you didn't know you possessed. These hidden aspects of yourself come to light when you're pushed beyond what feels comfortable or familiar. Every challenge becomes a chance to explore and expand your own capacity. Reframing challenges involves focusing on growth rather than perfection. It's easy to get caught up in the desire for flawless outcomes, but this mindset can lead to unnecessary stress. Embracing growth as the goal shifts the emphasis from getting everything right to learning and improving. Progress, no matter how small, becomes a source of encouragement. Taking responsibility for your perspective is another critical step in reframing challenges. While you can't control external circumstances, you can control how you interpret and respond to them. This sense of agency transforms challenges from something that happens to you into something you actively engage with. It empowers you to shape your experience rather than feeling at the mercy of events. Mindfulness supports this process by grounding you in the present moment. Challenges often feel overwhelming when your mind projects fears about the future or replays past mistakes. Staying present reduces the emotional weight of these thoughts, allowing you to focus on what you can do here and now. Mindfulness doesn't eliminate challenges, but helps you approach them with clarity and composure. The act of reframing challenges also builds emotional intelligence. It teaches you to navigate complex emotions, balancing acceptance with action. Emotional intelligence helps you stay resilient in the face of adversity, recognizing that feelings like frustration or sadness are natural but temporary. This awareness allows you to respond thoughtfully rather than react impulsively. Developing a sense of purpose enhances your ability to reframe challenges. When you're connected to a deeper meaning or goal, obstacles feel less like barriers and more like stepping stones. Purpose provides motivation and direction, reminding you that challenges are part of a greater journey rather than isolated difficulties. Creativity flourishes in the face of challenges when you approach them with an open mind. Adversity often forces you to think in new ways, finding innovative solutions, or exploring paths you might not have considered otherwise. This creative problem-solving builds confidence and opens doors to unexpected opportunities. Acts of kindness, both toward yourself and others, foster resilience during challenging times. Showing compassion to yourself reduces self-criticism, creating space for growth. Extending kindness to others strengthens connections and reminds you of the shared nature of struggle. These acts create a sense of community and support, reinforcing your ability to face difficulties with grace. Celebrating small victories along the way helps sustain motivation. Challenges often feel daunting because the end goal seems far off. Recognizing progress, no matter how incremental, builds momentum and keeps you focused. Each step forward becomes a reminder of your strength and capability. Learning to see challenges as opportunities also deepens self-awareness. It encourages you to examine your reactions, identify patterns, and understand your triggers. This introspection not only helps you navigate current difficulties, but also prepares you for future ones. Self-awareness becomes a tool for continuous growth, turning each challenge into a learning experience. As you practice reframing, you'll notice a shift in how you approach life. Challenges no longer feel like threats, but invitations to grow, learn, and evolve. This mindset doesn't eliminate adversity, but transforms your relationship with it, allowing you to engage with life's difficulties from a place of strength, wisdom, and hope. Recognizing challenges as opportunities for growth brings clarity and resilience, but there is another perspective that has the power to elevate the human spirit even further: gratitude. It shifts focus from what is missing to what is already present, from what could go wrong to what is right. Gratitude is not just an emotional response, it's a transformative mindset. It allows us to see life through a lens of abundance, turning even the simplest moments into sources of joy and inspiration. Gratitude begins with awareness. Often, life's blessings are overshadowed by its demands. The busyness of daily routines makes it easy to overlook the small, meaningful details that color our existence. Taking a moment to pause and reflect on these details creates a foundation for gratitude. It's about noticing the warmth of sunlight on your skin, the comfort of a kind word, or the support of someone who cares. These seemingly minor elements hold immense power when acknowledged. Focusing on gratitude rewires the brain. Studies in neuroscience reveal that regularly practicing gratitude strengthens neural pathways associated with positivity and contentment. It's like training a muscle. The more you engage with it, the stronger it becomes. This shift not only improves emotional well-being, but also enhances resilience, making it easier to handle life's difficulties with grace. Gratitude is a practice, not a one-time event. Cultivating it requires consistency and intention. One effective way to do this is through a gratitude journal, by writing down 3 to 5 things you're grateful for each day. You create a habit of seeking the good in your life. Over time, this practice sharpens your ability to recognize blessings in real time, even during challenging moments. Gratitude also fosters perspective. When difficulties arise, it's easy to feel consumed by what's wrong. Gratitude balances this tendency by reminding us of what's still right. For instance, facing a tough decision might feel overwhelming, but gratitude for the ability to choose reframes the situation. This shift doesn't erase challenges, but provides a more balanced view, reducing their emotional weight. Expressing gratitude strengthens relationships. A heartfelt thank you builds connection and fosters mutual appreciation. When you take the time to acknowledge the contributions of others, you nurture trust and goodwill. This exchange of gratitude creates a ripple effect, inspiring those around you to do the same, creating an environment where kindness and appreciation flourish. Gratitude also deepens self-awareness. Recognizing what you're thankful for reveals what truly matters to you. It highlights your values, priorities, and sources of joy. This insight helps you align your actions with your authentic self, creating a life that feels more fulfilling and meaningful. Practicing gratitude doesn't mean ignoring difficulties. Instead, it involves finding light in the midst of darkness. For example, a challenging experience might reveal inner strength or bring unexpected opportunities for growth. Acknowledging these silver linings doesn't diminish the difficulty, but transforms how you engage with it. Gratitude is closely linked to mindfulness. By staying present, you become more attuned to life's subtle blessings. This presence enhances your ability to appreciate fleeting moments that might otherwise go unnoticed. A laugh shared with a friend, the sound of rain, or the feeling of accomplishment after completing a task. Gratitude magnifies the beauty in the everyday. Physical health benefits also arise from practicing gratitude. Research shows that individuals who focus on gratitude experience lower stress levels, improved sleep, and stronger immune systems. This connection between gratitude and well-being underscores its holistic power, benefiting not just the mind, but the body as well. Gratitude expands your capacity for joy. When you actively seek reasons to be thankful, you shift from passively experiencing life to actively celebrating it. This mindset opens you to greater appreciation for the world around you, enriching your experiences and deepening your sense of connection. Acts of kindness amplify gratitude. When you extend generosity to others, it often inspires reflection on the kindness you've received. This cycle strengthens your awareness of the interconnectedness of humanity, reinforcing the idea that gratitude is not just personal, but communal. Gratitude also challenges the scarcity mindset. Instead of focusing on what's lacking, it redirects attention to what is already abundant. This shift reduces feelings of envy or inadequacy, fostering contentment and inner peace. By appreciating what you have, you create a sense of sufficiency that grounds you, even in times of uncertainty. Rituals of gratitude enhance its impact. Whether it's taking a moment to give thanks before meals, sharing what you're grateful for during conversations, or dedicating time to reflect at the end of the day, these rituals anchor gratitude in your daily life. They create a rhythm that ensures gratitude remains an integral part of your experience. Gratitude is a bridge to hope. In difficult times, reflecting on what you're thankful for reminds you that goodness persists even in the face of adversity. This hope provides the strength to keep moving forward, reinforcing resilience and determination. Learning to express gratitude inwardly is equally important. Often we are quick to acknowledge others but overlook ourselves. Recognizing your own efforts, strengths, and progress fosters self-compassion and confidence. This inner gratitude creates a foundation of self-respect that strengthens your ability to navigate challenges. Gratitude shifts your relationship with time. Instead of rushing through moments or longing for the past, it anchors you in the present. This shift enhances your ability to savor experiences, turning ordinary moments into treasured memories. It transforms the way you engage with life, emphasizing quality over quantity. The environment you create also impacts your ability to cultivate gratitude. Surrounding yourself with people, spaces, and experiences that inspire positivity enhances your capacity for appreciation. Decluttering your physical and mental space allows gratitude to take root more easily, free from distractions or negativity. Gratitude inspires creativity by opening your mind to new possibilities. When you focus on what's working well, you're more likely to approach challenges with optimism and ingenuity. This creative energy fuels problem-solving and innovation, transforming obstacles into opportunities. Sharing gratitude multiplies its effects. Expressing thankfulness publicly, through a note, conversation, or even a gesture, spreads positivity to others. This act not only uplifts those around you, but reinforces your own sense of appreciation, creating a cycle of shared joy. Practicing gratitude in nature enhances its impact. Observing the natural world fosters a sense of awe and interconnectedness, deepening your appreciation for life's beauty and resilience. Whether it's watching a sunrise, walking in a forest, or simply feeling the breeze, nature amplifies the practice of gratitude. The practice of gratitude doesn't require perfect conditions. It thrives even in challenging times, proving its transformative power. By choosing gratitude, you align yourself with a perspective that uplifts, heals, and connects. Over time, this mindset becomes second nature, reshaping how you experience the world and enriching every aspect of your life. Gratitude teaches us to focus on the beauty of what we already have, and its ripple effects touch every area of life. But even the most grateful heart thrives best in an environment that supports and uplifts it. The people we surround ourselves with play a vital role in shaping our thoughts, emotions, and sense of peace. Relationships, when rooted in positivity, can nurture our growth, amplify joy, and provide strength during difficult times. Building a circle of positive energy is not about perfection. It's about creating a space where support, understanding, and encouragement flourish. The energy of those around you directly influences your own. If surrounded by negativity, doubt, or criticism, it becomes harder to maintain your own sense of peace and optimism. On the other hand, being in the presence of those who inspire, uplift, and encourage can transform your perspective, making even the toughest challenges feel lighter. Positive energy is contagious, and choosing the right environment allows you to absorb and share it freely. Building a supportive circle begins with self-awareness. Reflecting on how different relationships affect your emotions and energy helps you identify which connections nurture you and which may drain you. This awareness isn't about judging others, but understanding what aligns with your values and needs. By focusing on relationships that contribute positively to your well-being, you prioritize your peace without compromising your compassion for others. Creating positive relationships requires intentionality. It's not just about avoiding negativity, but actively seeking and nurturing bonds that inspire growth. This could mean finding mentors who challenge you in a constructive way, friends who celebrate your achievements without jealousy, or loved ones who offer empathy rather than judgment during tough times. These connections create a foundation of trust and mutual respect, allowing positivity to thrive. Communication plays a crucial role in cultivating positive energy. Open, honest conversations foster understanding and deepen connections. Expressing your thoughts and feelings with clarity invites others to do the same, creating an environment where authenticity is valued. This openness builds stronger bonds, allowing relationships to grow on a foundation of mutual respect and care. Listening is equally important. When you truly hear someone, you validate their experiences and emotions, creating space for meaningful connection. Active listening goes beyond waiting for your turn to speak. It involves being fully present and engaged. This attentiveness strengthens relationships, making them a source of comfort and encouragement. Boundaries are essential in maintaining a positive circle. While compassion and empathy are vital, Protecting your energy ensures that you can give and receive positivity without becoming overwhelmed. Boundaries help you navigate relationships with clarity, allowing you to address conflicts constructively and maintain healthy dynamics. They're not about shutting people out, but about creating balance and mutual respect. Gratitude also strengthens relationships. Expressing appreciation for the people in your life reinforces the bond between you. Whether it's a simple thank you or a heartfelt acknowledgement of their impact, these moments of gratitude nurture positivity and deepen connections. Gratitude shifts the focus from what might be lacking in a relationship to the value it brings, creating a cycle of mutual appreciation. Surrounding yourself with positive energy doesn't mean avoiding difficult conversations or pretending everything is perfect. True positivity includes the ability to address challenges with kindness and understanding. Relationships built on honesty and trust can navigate conflicts without resorting to blame or negativity. These moments, when handled with care, often strengthen bonds rather than weaken them. The environments you share with others also shape the energy of your relationships. Gathering in spaces that promote relaxation, creativity, or joy enhances the quality of your interactions. Whether it's a cozy living room, a serene outdoor setting, or a lively cafe, the atmosphere contributes to the energy exchanged between people, reinforcing positivity. Diversity within your circle adds another dimension to positive energy. Surrounding yourself with people from different backgrounds, perspectives, and experiences enriches your understanding of the world. It broadens your horizons, challenges assumptions, and fosters empathy. This diversity creates a dynamic and inspiring network where positivity thrives through shared growth and learning. Acts of kindness strengthen the bonds within your circle. Small gestures, like offering support during a tough time or celebrating someone's success, reinforce the connection between you. These acts don't have to be grand to be meaningful. Their consistency and sincerity matter most. Kindness creates a ripple effect, inspiring others to reciprocate and pass it on. The energy of your relationships also reflects the energy you bring to them. Cultivating your own positivity ensures that you contribute constructively to the dynamics of your circle. This involves managing your emotions, practicing self-care, and addressing your own challenges with resilience. When you approach relationships from a place of balance and inner peace, you inspire others to do the same. Empathy is a cornerstone of positive relationships. Understanding and validating the emotions of others strengthens the trust between you. Empathy doesn't mean solving someone's problems or taking on their burdens. It means being present with them, offering support without judgment. This mutual understanding fosters a sense of safety and connection, making relationships a source of comfort and inspiration. Celebrating the successes of others amplifies positive energy within your circle. Genuine joy for someone else's achievements fosters a sense of shared happiness rather than competition. This mindset builds trust and reduces envy, creating a space where everyone feels valued and supported. Celebrations, big or small, remind us that life's victories are more meaningful when shared. Positive relationships also include the ability to navigate transitions and endings with grace. Not all connections are meant to last forever, and letting go of relationships that no longer align with your values is an act of self-respect. Ending a relationship with kindness and understanding preserves the positive energy it once brought, while freeing space for new connections to form. Learning from others within your circle enhances your own growth. The perspectives and insights of those around you provide valuable lessons that broaden your understanding. Whether it's through shared experiences, constructive feedback, or witnessing their resilience. These interactions inspire you to become the best version of yourself. Surrounding yourself with positive energy also involves contributing to the larger community. Engaging in group activities, volunteering, or joining communities that align with your values fosters a sense of belonging and shared purpose. These connections extend beyond individual relationships, creating a network of positivity that uplifts everyone involved. Self-reflection helps you maintain a healthy balance within your circle. Regularly evaluating the dynamics of your relationships ensures they continue to support your growth and peace. This reflection also helps you identify patterns or habits that might need adjustment, allowing you to engage with others in a way that nurtures positivity. As you cultivate a supportive circle, you'll notice the profound impact it has on your overall well-being. The energy you share with others becomes a source of strength, joy, and resilience. These relationships, built on mutual respect, trust, and kindness, create a foundation for a life filled with peace and fulfillment. By choosing to surround yourself with positive energy, you not only enrich your own life, but also contribute to a ripple effect of positivity that touches everyone you encounter. The energy of the people around you profoundly shapes your peace and positivity, but the spaces you inhabit also hold immense influence over your state of mind. The environments where you spend your time can either ground and uplift you or contribute to stress and overwhelm. A mindful environment is not just about aesthetics. It is about creating spaces that resonate with calm, focus, and clarity. Decluttering both physical and digital realms opens pathways to serenity, offering a sense of balance and control in a chaotic world. The connection between your surroundings and your emotions is powerful. A cluttered room often mirrors a cluttered mind, making it harder to focus or relax. When physical items accumulate without purpose, they create visual noise that competes for each or competes for your attention. Decluttering isn't merely about tidying up. It's a process of intentionally choosing what serves your life and letting go of what doesn't. This act creates space, both literally and emotionally, for peace to flourish. Mindful organization begins with reflection. Understanding why certain items hold space in your life helps guide decisions about what to keep and what to release. Objects often carry emotional weight, tied to memories, aspirations, or even guilt. Acknowledging these attachments without judgment allows you to determine whether these items genuinely support your well-being or if they are simply taking up room. Creating a mindful environment doesn't mean striving for perfection. It's about creating harmony and functionality, aligning your space with your needs and values. For some, this might mean a minimalist approach, while for others, it could mean carefully curating items that bring joy and inspiration. The goal is not one size fits all, but finding what works for you and fosters a sense of calm. The act of decluttering is also deeply symbolic. As you release physical clutter, you often release mental and emotional clutter as well. Letting go of unused or unnecessary items becomes an act of trust. Trust that you have enough, that you are enough, and that you don't need to hold on to excess to feel secure. This trust brings a lightness that carries over into other areas of life. Mindfulness in your physical environment extends beyond the objects in it. Lighting, colors, and textures all contribute to the atmosphere of a space. Natural light enhances focus and mood, while warm, calming colors promote relaxation. Soft, inviting textures add a sense of comfort, making a space feel nurturing rather than harsh. These details may seem small, but their cumulative effect can transform a room into a sanctuary. Digital spaces play an equally significant role in shaping your mental environment. The constant influx of notifications, emails, and online content can create a sense of overwhelm that mirrors physical clutter. Decluttering your digital life involves streamlining your devices, unsubscribing from unnecessary emails, and organizing files for easy access. This practice reduces mental load, allowing you to engage with technology more intentionally. Boundaries are essential in managing digital clutter. Setting designated times for checking emails or social media prevents these activities from encroaching on your focus or relaxation. Turning off non-essential notifications allows you to reclaim your attention, fostering a sense of control over your time. These boundaries create a healthier relationship with technology, making it a tool that supports rather than dominates your life. Mindful environments also benefit from intentional pauses. Taking a moment to sit quietly in your space, observing how it feels, reveals whether it supports or hinders your peace. Adjustments can then be made based on these observations, refining your environment to better align with your emotional and mental needs. These pauses encourage you to engage with your surroundings rather than passively accepting them. Creating designated spaces for specific activities enhances focus and calm. A dedicated area for relaxation, work, or creativity signals to your mind what to expect when you enter that space. This separation reduces mental clutter, making it easier to transition between tasks or unwind at the end of the day. Even in small living areas, thoughtful organization can create these distinctions. Nature adds another layer of serenity to mindful spaces. Incorporating plants, natural materials, or even images of natural landscapes brings a sense of connection to the outdoors. This connection reduces stress, improves air quality, and creates a soothing atmosphere. Nature's rhythms remind us of balance and renewal, grounding us in the present moment. Regular maintenance ensures that your mindful environment continues to serve you. Clutter has a way of creeping back if left unchecked, so setting aside time to reassess your space keeps it aligned with your needs. This doesn't have to be a daunting task. Even a few minutes each week can make a significant difference. Maintenance reinforces the habit of mindfulness, making it a natural part of your routine. Gratitude plays a role in shaping your environment as well. Appreciating the items and spaces you choose to keep fosters a sense of abundance. This gratitude transforms your perspective, shifting focus from what's lacking to what's present. A home filled with intentional choices becomes a reflection of your values, amplifying your sense of peace and contentment. Simplicity often enhances serenity. When your environment is free from excess, it becomes easier to focus on what truly matters. This simplicity doesn't have to feel austere. It can be warm, inviting, and rich in meaning. The key is to prioritize quality over quantity, surrounding yourself with items and arrangements that bring joy and function without overwhelming. Mindful environments also extend to your social spaces. The energy brought into a room by people can either enhance or disrupt its calmness. Choosing to share your spaces with those who respect and contribute to its positive energy reinforces the balance you've created. This intentional approach fosters harmony, deepening your connection to your surroundings. The process of creating a mindful environment isn't about achieving a static goal, but embracing an ongoing journey. As your needs and priorities shift, your spaces can evolve with you. This adaptability ensures that your environment continues to support your well-being, providing a steady foundation for navigating life's changes. Decluttering and organizing aren't just chores, they are acts of self-care. By taking the time to shape your environment intentionally, you send a message to yourself that your peace and comfort matter. This act of prioritizing yourself strengthens your sense of worth and reinforces the importance of nurturing your inner and outer worlds. Mindful environments also inspire creativity and focus. When your space is free from distractions, it becomes a canvas for new ideas and deep thinking. The clarity of your surroundings mirrors the clarity of your mind, creating a synergy that supports personal and professional growth. Investing in a mindful environment creates lasting benefits. The peace it brings doesn't end at your doorstep. It carries into your interactions, decisions, and overall outlook on life. It's a practice that honors both the present moment and your long-term well-being, turning your surroundings into a sanctuary of serenity and purpose. Shaping a mindful environment brings clarity and peace to your external world, but the true essence of serenity begins within. Presence is not something to chase. It's already here, waiting to be noticed. When you release distractions and fully embrace the moment, life feels richer, simpler, and more connected. The practice of mindful presence is about finding that stillness amidst the noise, allowing you to experience life as it unfolds, one moment at a time. Mindful presence begins with intention. Without consciously deciding to focus on the now, it's easy to let your thoughts drift to the past or race ahead to the future. These mental wanderings often lead to stress, regret, or worry, pulling you away from the beauty of the present. By setting an intention to stay present, you anchor yourself in the here and now, creating a foundation for clarity and calm. Distractions are one of the biggest barriers to mindful presence. They come in many forms: notifications on your phone, an endless to-do list, or even your own thoughts. Recognizing these distractions is the first step toward letting them go. Awareness shines a light on what's pulling you away, giving you the choice to redirect your focus. This act of noticing and returning is the essence of mindfulness. The breath serves as a powerful tool for cultivating presence. Each inhale and exhale is a constant grounding rhythm that connects you to your body and the current moment. When your mind starts to wander, returning to the breath brings you back with simplicity and ease. It doesn't require effort or perfection, just the willingness to be here, now. Mindful presence also involves embracing what is, without judgment or resistance. Life is filled with moments that don't align with expectations, but resisting them only creates tension. Accepting the moment as it is, even if it's uncomfortable, allows you to engage with it fully. This doesn't mean giving up on change. It means responding to life from a place of peace rather than conflict. Engaging your senses deepens your connection to the present. The feel of the ground beneath your feet, the sound of wind moving through trees, or the taste of your morning coffee are all invitations to experience the now. By focusing on these details, you pull your attention away from distractions and into the richness of your surroundings. This sensory awareness transforms even ordinary moments into something extraordinary. Letting go of multitasking enhances mindful presence. While it may seem productive to juggle multiple tasks at once, this habit often scatters your focus and diminishes the quality of your attention. By dedicating yourself fully to one task at a time, you not only accomplish more, but also experience greater satisfaction in the process. Presence turns mundane activities into opportunities for focus and fulfillment. Mindfulness in daily routines fosters consistency in presence. Simple acts like brushing your teeth, preparing a meal, or walking from one room to another can become moments of mindfulness. By focusing fully on these activities, you train your mind to stay present, even during life's quieter moments. This practice builds a habit of presence that extends into more complex situations. Letting go of the need for constant stimulation creates space for presence. In a world that demands your attention at every turn, choosing moments of stillness feels like a radical act. Whether it's turning off your phone, stepping away from screens, or simply sitting quietly, these moments of intentional quiet allow you to reset and reconnect with yourself. The stories you tell yourself about the past or future often pull you out of the present. While reflecting on the past or planning for the future has its place, getting lost in these thoughts creates unnecessary stress. By recognizing when your mind drifts and gently returning to the present, you break the cycle of overthinking. This practice teaches you to engage with life as it happens, rather than as you fear or hope it might be. Mindful presence also strengthens relationships. When you give your full attention to someone, you create a space where they feel seen, heard, and valued. This deepens trust and connection, transforming conversations into meaningful exchanges. Presence in relationships is a gift, not just for others but for yourself as well, as it fosters deeper understanding and empathy. Gratitude naturally arises from mindful presence. When you're fully engaged in the moment, it's easier to notice the abundance around you, the kindness of a stranger, the warmth of the sun, or the laughter of a friend. These moments of gratitude anchor you further in the now, creating a positive feedback loop that strengthens your mindfulness practice. The practice of letting go enhances presence. Often, we carry worries, regrets, or expectations that cloud our experience of the moment. Letting go doesn't mean ignoring these thoughts, but releasing their hold on you. This act of release clears mental space, allowing you to focus on what truly matters. Movement can also bring mindfulness into the body. Activities like yoga, walking, or stretching ground you in the physical present, drawing your attention away from mental clutter. These practices connect mind and body, reinforcing a sense of wholeness and presence. Mindful presence transforms how you approach challenges. Instead of reacting impulsively, you pause, assess, and respond thoughtfully. This shift not only reduces stress, but also leads to better outcomes, as your actions come from a place of clarity and intention rather than fear or frustration. Creativity flourishes in the presence of mindfulness. When you're fully engaged in the moment, your mind becomes more open to new ideas and connections. This state of flow, often experienced by artists, writers, and innovators, arises naturally when distractions are set aside and attention is focused. Presence nurtures this creative energy, allowing it to unfold organically. Mindfulness also strengthens resilience. Life's challenges can feel overwhelming when approached with a scattered mind. Presence brings focus and calm, making it easier to navigate difficulties with grace. By staying grounded in the now, you build the inner strength needed to face adversity with courage and confidence. The ripple effects of mindful presence extend beyond yourself. When you embody presence, you inspire those around you to do the same. Your calm energy creates an atmosphere of peace, encouraging others to slow down and engage more deeply with their own lives. This shared mindfulness fosters a sense of connection and community. As you practice mindful presence, it becomes a way of life rather than a momentary effort. It weaves into every aspect of your day, transforming how you see, feel, and experience the world. Presence is not about perfection or constant focus. It's about returning to the now again and again, with patience and curiosity. This practice opens the door to a richer, more fulfilling existence, where each moment holds its own unique beauty. Embracing mindful presence deepens our connection to the moment, fostering clarity and peace. Yet even with this practice, life presents moments that challenge our positivity. Negativity can creep in, often unnoticed at first, shaping thoughts and emotions in ways that cloud our perspective. Overcoming negativity is not about ignoring it or pretending it doesn't exist. It's about understanding it, transforming it, and using it as a pathway to inner strength and resilience. Buddhist teachings provide profound insights and practical tools to navigate these challenges with grace and wisdom. Negativity often begins as a thought, fleeting and seemingly harmless. Left unchecked, however, it can grow into a cycle that dominates the mind, influencing how we perceive ourselves and the world. Awareness is the first step to breaking this cycle. By observing your thoughts without judgment, you create a space where negativity loses its hold. Recognizing when negative patterns arise allows you to address them consciously rather than being swept away. Mindfulness is a cornerstone in overcoming negativity. By staying present, you limit the power of regrets from the past and fears about the future, both of which fuel negative thinking. Mindfulness anchors you in what is real and immediate, making it easier to see challenges for what they are rather than through the lens of worst-case scenarios. This practice doesn't eliminate negativity, but helps you respond to it with calm and clarity. Buddhist teachings emphasize the impermanence of all things, including negative emotions. Just as joy is fleeting, so too are feelings of anger, frustration, or sadness. Understanding this impermanence softens their grip, reminding you that no emotion lasts forever. This perspective doesn't dismiss negativity, but provides comfort in knowing it will pass, making it easier to endure difficult moments. Compassion, both for yourself and others, is another powerful tool for overcoming negativity. When faced with your own shortcomings, it's easy to fall into self-criticism, amplifying negative emotions. Practicing self-compassion replaces this harshness with kindness, creating a foundation for growth rather than self-punishment. Extending compassion to others fosters forgiveness and reduces the bitterness that negativity often feeds on. Reframing is a practical way to shift the narrative around negativity. Challenges and setbacks often carry lessons within them, waiting to be uncovered. Instead of seeing a difficult situation as purely negative, ask what it can teach you. This shift in perspective transforms obstacles into opportunities, reducing their emotional weight and opening the door to growth. Gratitude serves as a counterbalance to negativity. Focusing on what is going well, no matter how small, redirects your attention from what's lacking to what's abundant. This practice doesn't ignore challenges, but reminds you that even in difficulty, there is always something to appreciate. Gratitude cultivates a mindset of abundance, which naturally diminishes the space for negativity to take root. Buddhist teachings also highlight the importance of letting go. Clinging to expectations, grudges, or outcomes often intensifies negativity. Letting go is not about apathy or indifference. It's about releasing the mental attachments that cause unnecessary suffering. This practice brings freedom and lightness, making it easier to face life's challenges with a clear and open mind. The breath is a constant ally in managing negativity. Deep, intentional breathing calms the nervous system and centers your thoughts. When faced with overwhelming emotions, returning to the breath creates a pause, a moment to reset and choose your response. This simple practice empowers you to navigate negativity without being consumed by it. Meditation is another transformative practice for overcoming negativity. By sitting in stillness, you observe your thoughts without attaching to them, creating a sense of detachment from negative patterns. Over time, this practice rewires the mind, fostering resilience and equanimity. Meditation teaches you that you are not your thoughts. You are the observer, capable of choosing which thoughts to nourish. Engaging with the present moment also reduces negativity. Often, negative emotions arise from dwelling on past mistakes or worrying about future outcomes. Fully immersing yourself in the now, whether through mindful eating, walking, or simply observing your surroundings, shifts your focus away from these sources of distress. This engagement not only diminishes negativity, but enhances your appreciation for life's simple joys. Acts of kindness create a ripple effect that diminishes negativity. Helping others shifts your focus outward, reducing the inward spiral of negative thinking. These acts don't have to be grand gestures. Even small moments of generosity or support can uplift both the giver and the receiver. Kindness nurtures a sense of connection, breaking through feelings of isolation that negativity often fosters. Buddhist teachings encourage the practice of detachment from outcomes. Negativity often stems from unmet expectations or perceived failures. By focusing on the effort rather than the result, you free yourself from the weight of disappointment. This mindset doesn't lower standards, but shifts the emphasis to what you can control, your actions and intentions. Journaling offers a practical way to process negativity. Writing down your thoughts and emotions provides clarity, helping you identify patterns and triggers. This practice creates a safe space to explore your feelings, releasing them constructively rather than letting them fester. Journaling also allows you to track progress, reinforcing your ability to navigate challenges over time. Community and connection are vital in overcoming negativity. Sharing your struggles with trusted friends, family, or mentors provides support and perspective. Others often see strengths and solutions you might overlook, offering encouragement that breaks through the fog of negativity. These connections remind you that you are not alone, fostering hope and resilience. Physical movement helps release negativity stored in the body. Activities like yoga, walking, or even dancing shift stagnant energy, creating a sense of vitality and renewal. Movement connects the mind and body, grounding you in the present and reducing the intensity of negative emotions. Mantras or affirmations provide a steady anchor during difficult times. Repeating phrases like, "This too shall pass," or "I am strong enough to handle this," reinforces a positive mindset. These words serve as gentle reminders of your resilience and the impermanence of negativity, offering comfort and motivation when you need it most. Letting go of judgment enhances your ability to overcome negativity. Often, negative emotions are intensified by the stories we attach to them, blaming ourselves or others, labeling situations as unfair or hopeless. Releasing these judgments allows you to see things as they are, rather than through the lens of blame or frustration. This clarity fosters acceptance and peace. Regular reflection strengthens your ability to navigate negativity. Taking time to evaluate your reactions and responses helps you identify what works and what needs adjustment. This practice deepens self-awareness, enabling you to approach future challenges with greater insight and calm. Embracing the Buddhist principle of the middle way, a path of balance and moderation, offers guidance in managing negativity. Extremes, whether in thought or action, often exacerbate distress. Finding the balance between acknowledging emotions and not being ruled by them creates stability. This balance fosters a sense of control and calm, even amidst difficulty. Overcoming negativity is not about eliminating it entirely, but learning to transform it into a tool for growth and connection. Buddhist teachings remind us that life's challenges, while inevitable, are also opportunities to cultivate strength, compassion, and wisdom. Through these practices, negativity loses its grip, leaving space for a deeper sense of peace and positivity to emerge. Transforming negativity into growth fosters resilience, but there is another profound shift that amplifies inner peace: the embrace of simplicity. Complexity often weighs heavily on the mind, with too many choices, possessions, or commitments creating unnecessary noise. Simplicity is not about doing less for the sake of it, but about intentionally focusing on what truly matters. In simplifying, you create space for clarity, joy, and a deeper connection to yourself and the world. Embracing simplicity begins with recognizing how much excess can impact your mental and emotional well-being. Clutter, whether physical, mental, or emotional, creates distractions that sap your energy and focus. When there is too much to navigate, decisions feel heavier, and moments of calm are harder to find. Simplifying is about lightening that load, allowing yourself to breathe more freely. Intentionality is at the heart of simplicity. Without intentional choices, it's easy to let obligations, possessions, or habits accumulate beyond what serves you. Simplicity asks you to pause and ask, does this add value to my life? This question applies to physical belongings, social commitments, and even thought patterns. When you begin to align your life with what is meaningful, clarity naturally follows. Physical decluttering is often the first step towards simplicity. Possessions have a way of collecting over time, creating environments that feel overwhelming. Each item you own requires some level of attention, whether to maintain, clean, or store it. Letting go of what no longer serves you creates physical and mental space. This process is not about discarding everything, but about keeping what aligns with your values and letting the rest go. Digital clutter also plays a significant role in mental noise. Unread emails, excessive notifications, or an unorganized digital workspace can add layers of stress. Simplifying your digital life by organizing files, unsubscribing from unnecessary emails, or turning off non-essential notifications reduces distractions. This digital detox creates a sense of order and calm, making it easier to focus on what's truly important. Mental decluttering involves addressing the thoughts and worries that crowd your mind. Overthinking, second-guessing, or holding on to unhelpful narratives creates unnecessary complexity. Simplifying your mental space means learning to let go of thoughts that don't serve you. This process might involve journaling, meditation, or simply practicing self-awareness. When you create mental clarity, you free up energy for what truly matters. Simplifying your schedule is another powerful way to reduce mental noise. Overcommitting leaves little room for rest, reflection, or spontaneous joy. By prioritizing what aligns with your values and saying no to what doesn't, you create a more balanced rhythm. This intentional approach to time allows you to engage fully with each moment, rather than rushing from one task to the next. Simplicity also extends to your relationships. Surrounding yourself with people who uplift and inspire you strengthens your sense of peace. Letting go of toxic or draining connections, while challenging, creates space for more meaningful relationships to thrive. Simplicity in relationships is about quality over quantity, fostering deep, authentic connections rather than spreading yourself thin. Financial simplicity brings another layer of clarity. Living within your means and focusing on what you truly need reduces the stress of constant consumption. This doesn't mean avoiding all luxuries, but choosing them intentionally. When spending aligns with your values, it brings satisfaction rather than guilt or regret. Financial simplicity fosters a sense of security and freedom. Practicing gratitude supports simplicity by shifting your focus from what you lack to what you have. Gratitude reminds you that abundance isn't about quantity, but about recognizing the value of what's already present. This perspective naturally reduces the desire for excess, allowing you to appreciate the simplicity of enough. Simplicity also encourages mindfulness. When life is less cluttered, physically, mentally, or emotionally, it's easier to be fully present. There's less to distract you from the beauty of the moment. This mindfulness deepens your connection to yourself, others, and the world around you, creating a sense of harmony and balance. The choices you make each day shape your experience of simplicity. Choosing nutritious meals over fast food, meaningful conversations over superficial chatter, or time in nature over endless scrolling are small shifts that align with a simpler, more intentional life. These choices accumulate, creating a lifestyle that feels lighter and more fulfilling. Simplicity often requires letting go of perfectionism. The pursuit of perfection adds layers of pressure and complexity that are rarely necessary. Embracing imperfection allows you to focus on what's meaningful rather than what's flawless. This mindset reduces stress and fosters acceptance, making room for peace and joy. Nature provides profound lessons in simplicity. Its rhythms and patterns remind us that life doesn't need to be complicated to be fulfilling. Watching a sunset, listening to birdsong, or walking through a forest brings a sense of calm that no amount of material possessions can replicate. Connecting with nature reinforces the idea that simplicity nurtures the soul. Simplicity also enhances your ability to adapt. When life is less cluttered, it's easier to adjust to changes or challenges. There's more flexibility in your schedule, resources, and mindset, making it possible to respond to life's unpredictability with grace. This adaptability reduces stress and fosters resilience. Letting go of societal pressures to do more, have more, or be more is a key aspect of simplicity. Society often equates busyness with success and consumption with happiness, but these pursuits can leave you feeling unfulfilled. By redefining success and happiness on your own terms, you create a life that aligns with your values and brings true contentment. Simplicity doesn't mean giving up ambition or drive. It means channeling those qualities toward what genuinely matters. When you simplify, you focus your energy on pursuits that align with your purpose, making your efforts more impactful and rewarding. This focus enhances your sense of accomplishment and satisfaction. Community plays an important role in simplicity. Sharing resources, skills, or time with others reduces the need for excess while fostering connection. Whether it's borrowing tools, exchanging knowledge, or participating in communal activities, these interactions enrich life without adding unnecessary complexity. Simplicity often reveals what truly brings joy. It's not the latest gadget or a packed schedule, but the quiet moments, heartfelt conversations, and meaningful experiences that linger. By stripping away distractions, you create space for these moments to flourish, deepening your sense of fulfillment. As you embrace simplicity, you may notice a ripple effect in other areas of your life. Clarity in your physical space fosters clarity in your thoughts. Balance in your schedule creates balance in your emotions. This interconnectedness reinforces the power of simplicity to transform not just one aspect of life, but your overall sense of well-being. The journey towards simplicity is deeply personal. It's not about following a specific formula, but about finding what aligns with your unique values and needs. Each step, whether letting go of an unused item, setting a boundary, or pausing to appreciate the moment, brings you closer to a life of greater clarity, peace, and purpose. Simplicity clears the clutter from life, offering a direct path to clarity and calm. But beneath this external and internal decluttering lies a deeper foundation for lasting peace: acceptance. True harmony arises not from changing the world to fit our expectations, but from embracing reality as it is. Acceptance is not about resignation or passivity. It is about recognizing the natural flow of life and finding contentment within it. In this wisdom lies profound peace, a freedom from unnecessary struggle, and a deeper connection to the present. Acceptance begins with acknowledging the nature of change. Life is in constant motion, shaped by cycles of growth, loss, and renewal. Resisting these changes often leads to frustration and disappointment. By accepting impermanence, you allow yourself to flow with life rather than against it. This perspective transforms change from an adversary into a natural rhythm that brings both challenges and opportunities. One of the greatest barriers to acceptance is the attachment to how things should be. These expectations create a gap between reality and perception, leading to dissatisfaction. When you release these rigid ideas, you open yourself to the richness of what is, rather than being confined by what you believe should happen. Letting go of these expectations frees your mind to appreciate life as it unfolds. Self-acceptance is a cornerstone of this practice. Embracing who you are, with all your strengths and imperfections, fosters a deep sense of peace. This doesn't mean settling for less or avoiding growth. It means acknowledging your humanity. When you accept yourself fully, you create a foundation of self-worth that is not dependent on external validation or achievements. Acceptance also extends to others. People will not always behave in ways that align with your preferences or beliefs. Instead of trying to control or change them, recognizing their autonomy brings harmony to relationships. This doesn't mean condoning harmful behavior, but understanding that everyone is on their own path. Compassion grows from this understanding, fostering connections built on respect rather than conflict. The practice of acceptance helps navigate difficult emotions. Anger, sadness, or fear are natural responses to life's challenges. Denying or suppressing these emotions often intensifies them, creating inner turmoil. By accepting and acknowledging these feelings, you allow them to move through you without becoming trapped by them. This process brings clarity and relief, making space for healing and growth. Buddhist teachings emphasize the importance of accepting suffering as a part of life. Pain, loss, and disappointment are inevitable, but they are also opportunities for growth and transformation. When you accept this reality, you reduce the additional suffering that comes from resisting or avoiding it. Acceptance turns hardship into a teacher, guiding you toward resilience and wisdom. Gratitude supports the practice of acceptance by shifting focus from what is missing to what is present. This perspective doesn't erase difficulties, but provides a balance that reduces their emotional weight. Gratitude reminds you that even amidst challenges, there are blessings to be found. This balance fosters a deeper sense of peace and contentment. Acceptance is not about giving up on change. It's about recognizing where your influence ends and letting go of the rest. This practice is rooted in the wisdom of discernment, knowing when to act and when to release. It allows you to focus your energy on what you can control while finding peace in what you cannot. Mindfulness deepens acceptance by grounding you in the present. When you are fully engaged with the now, it becomes easier to accept life as it is. The present moment, free from past regrets or future anxieties, holds a simplicity and clarity that fosters peace. This presence reveals that many struggles arise from resisting the present rather than embracing it. The act of letting go is central to acceptance, Clinging to the past or fearing the future creates unnecessary tension. Releasing these attachments doesn't mean forgetting or ignoring them, but understanding their place and allowing yourself to move forward. Letting go creates space for new possibilities and brings a lightness to your being. Nature offers profound lessons in acceptance. The changing seasons, the flow of rivers, and the cycles of life and death all reflect a harmony that arises from embracing what is. Observing these patterns inspires a deeper understanding of life's impermanence and the peace that comes from aligning with it. Nature's wisdom reminds you that acceptance is not about control, but coexistence. Acceptance also reduces conflict. Many disagreements arise from trying to impose your perspective on others or resist their differing views. By practicing acceptance, you create space for dialogue and understanding. This doesn't mean abandoning your values, but recognizing that others have their own truths. This perspective fosters peaceful resolutions and stronger connections. Developing patience is a key part of acceptance. Life often unfolds in ways that defy immediate understanding. Patience allows you to sit with uncertainty without forcing answers or outcomes. This trust in the process reduces frustration and opens the door to unexpected insights and opportunities. Creativity flourishes in a state of acceptance. When you let go of rigid expectations, you create room for new ideas and approaches to emerge. Acceptance nurtures a sense of curiosity and openness, making it easier to adapt and innovate. This mindset turns challenges into opportunities for exploration and growth. Practicing acceptance strengthens resilience. Life's difficulties feel less overwhelming when approached with an accepting mindset. This doesn't mean avoiding pain or difficulty, but engaging with them from a place of strength and understanding. Resilience grows from this balance, enabling you to navigate life's storms with grace. Forgiveness is another powerful aspect of acceptance. Holding on to resentment or blame creates mental and emotional clutter that blocks peace. Forgiving others and yourself is not about condoning harm, but about freeing yourself from the weight of anger and bitterness. This act of release brings clarity and paves the way for healing. Acceptance transforms your relationship with time. Instead of rushing toward the future or dwelling on the past, you learn to savor the moment. This presence enhances your ability to find joy in the small, everyday experiences that often go unnoticed. It turns ordinary moments into sources of extraordinary peace. Living in harmony with reality doesn't mean abandoning ambition or hope. It means pursuing goals and dreams with an understanding that outcomes may differ from expectations. This flexibility allows you to adapt without losing sight of your purpose. It transforms setbacks into stepping stones, enriching your journey rather than derailing it. Acceptance is a practice, not a destination. It requires patience, self-compassion, and a willingness to return to it again and again. Each moment of acceptance deepens your sense of peace and strengthens your connection to the present. Over time, this practice becomes a way of life, fostering contentment, clarity, and a profound sense of harmony. Acceptance invites harmony by teaching us to embrace reality as it unfolds, but within that embrace lies an even deeper path to joy, kindness, and compassion. When the heart opens to others, the act of giving creates a ripple of love that often returns with greater force. Kindness and compassion are not merely acts of charity or goodwill. They are profound tools that connect, heal, and nurture both the giver and the receiver. Their transformative power lies in their ability to dissolve barriers, bring inner joy, and foster a sense of shared humanity. Kindness begins with a decision to act from love rather than fear. It is rooted in the recognition that every person carries their own struggles, joys, and needs. Extending kindness becomes an acknowledgement of this shared human experience, a way of saying, "I see you and I care." Small gestures, a smile, a thoughtful word, or an act of service can profoundly impact someone's day. These moments also nurture the giver, reinforcing a sense of purpose and connection. Compassion deepens kindness by adding the element of empathy. It is not just about helping others, but understanding their pain and standing with them in solidarity. Compassion creates a bridge of connection that transcends differences and unites people on a deeply human level. When you offer compassion, you remind both yourself and others that they are not alone, fostering a sense of belonging that can bring comfort and hope. Kindness and compassion are not limited to grand acts. They thrive in the ordinary. Holding the door for someone, listening without interrupting, or offering support in small ways builds a foundation of goodwill. These seemingly simple actions have the power to shift perspectives and create an atmosphere of positivity. They also remind us that kindness is not about what we give, but the love and intention behind the act. Practicing kindness begins with self-compassion. It is difficult to pour love into the world if your own well feels dry. Treating yourself with the same care and understanding you offer others fosters inner strength and resilience. Self-compassion is not indulgent, but necessary. It allows you to give freely without depleting yourself. When you acknowledge your own worth, you create space to fully appreciate the worth of others. Kindness is contagious. One act of goodwill often inspires others to do the same, creating a ripple effect that spreads far beyond the initial moment. This chain reaction not only benefits the individuals involved, but also fosters a sense of community and connection. When you practice kindness, you contribute to a culture of empathy and care that uplifts everyone. Compassion also reduces judgment. Instead of focusing on others' shortcomings or differences, compassion encourages understanding and acceptance. It shifts the perspective from criticism to curiosity, asking, "What might this person be going through?" This mindset creates a sense of peace by replacing conflict with connection, fostering harmony in relationships and within yourself. Kindness and compassion also foster gratitude. By focusing on how you can contribute to others' well-being, you often gain a deeper appreciation for what you have. This gratitude reinforces a sense of abundance, reducing feelings of lack or comparison. It reminds you that joy comes not from what you possess, but from the connections you nurture and the love you share. Acts of kindness cultivate mindfulness. When you focus on the needs of others, you naturally become more present. This presence deepens your awareness of the moment, turning even small interactions into meaningful experiences. Kindness becomes a practice of being fully engaged with life, enriching both your perspective and your relationships. Compassion softens the edges of difficult emotions. Anger, frustration, or disappointment often lose their intensity when approached with understanding rather than resistance. By extending compassion to those who hurt or challenge you, you transform conflict into an opportunity for growth. This doesn't mean tolerating harm, but choosing to respond from love rather than react from pain. Kindness nurtures resilience. In times of personal difficulty, focusing on others can provide a sense of purpose and direction. Helping someone else often shifts your perspective, reminding you that challenges are a shared human experience and that there is strength in connection. Acts of kindness become a source of healing, not just for others, but for yourself. Compassion also strengthens emotional intelligence. By understanding and responding to the emotions of others, you enhance your ability to navigate your own feelings. This deepens your self-awareness and improves your relationships, creating a cycle of positive energy that sustains both you and those around you. Kindness transforms the way you view success. Instead of measuring achievement by external standards, it shifts the focus to the impact you have on others. This redefinition brings a sense of fulfillment that transcends material gains or recognition. Success becomes about how you contribute to the well-being of the world, fostering a sense of purpose and alignment with your values. Compassion invites forgiveness. Holding on to anger or resentment often weighs heavily on the heart. Compassion allows you to see beyond the hurt to the humanity of those who have wronged you. Forgiveness doesn't excuse harm, but releases its grip on your peace, creating space for healing and growth. This act of release benefits both you and those you forgive, fostering a sense of freedom. Kindness teaches patience. By focusing on the needs and experiences of others, you naturally develop a greater tolerance for differences and challenges. This patience extends to yourself as well, reminding you that growth is a process and that compassion is key in every step of the journey. Patience rooted in kindness creates a calm and steady energy that carries you through life's complexities. Compassion deepens your connection to nature. Recognizing the interdependence of all living beings fosters a sense of care and responsibility for the environment. Acts of kindness toward the natural world, such as conserving resources, planting trees, or simply appreciating its beauty, reinforce your connection to something greater than yourself. This connection nurtures both inner and outer harmony. Kindness creates a sense of abundance. When you focus on giving rather than receiving, you often find that you already have enough. This mindset reduces feelings of scarcity or inadequacy, replacing them with a sense of sufficiency and gratitude. The act of giving becomes its own reward, enriching your life in ways that go beyond material measures. Compassion requires vulnerability. Allowing yourself to truly connect with others' pain or joy means opening your heart. This vulnerability strengthens rather than weakens you, fostering deeper relationships and a greater sense of empathy. It reminds you that being human is not about perfection, but about connection, and in that connection lies profound peace. Kindness and compassion illuminate the shared journey of life. They remind you that every act, no matter how small, contributes to a larger tapestry of love and understanding. By practicing them consistently, you create a life filled with purpose, joy, and a sense of belonging. These acts transform not only the world around you, but also the world within, fostering a profound and lasting sense of inner tranquility. Kindness and compassion bring light into the world, strengthening connections and fostering inner joy. However, these qualities can be tested when faced with toxic relationships, those that drain your energy, disrupt your peace, and cloud your sense of self. Navigating these relationships requires mindfulness and the courage to set clear boundaries. It's not about closing your heart or turning away from compassion, but about protecting your energy so you can continue to live authentically and thrive. Toxic relationships are marked by patterns of manipulation, criticism, or control that leave you feeling diminished. Recognizing these dynamics is the first step toward managing them. Awareness shines a light on behaviors that may have been normalized or overlooked, allowing you to assess how these relationships affect your mental, emotional, and physical well-being. This clarity is essential for making conscious decisions about how to proceed. Mindfulness is a powerful tool in navigating toxic relationships. By staying present, you can observe interactions without being consumed by them. Mindfulness helps you identify patterns, triggers, and emotional responses, giving you the ability to respond thoughtfully rather than react impulsively. This awareness creates a sense of control, even in situations that feel overwhelming. Boundaries are essential for protecting your energy. They are not walls to shut people out, but guidelines that define what is acceptable in your interactions. Setting boundaries requires self-awareness and self-respect. It's about clearly communicating your needs and limits while remaining compassionate toward others. Healthy boundaries foster mutual respect and create space for both parties to grow. Detachment is another important practice when dealing with toxic influences. Detachment doesn't mean indifference. It means separating your sense of self from the behavior of others. This practice allows you to engage with people without being consumed by their negativity or drama. Detachment frees you from the need to control or fix others, enabling you to focus on your own well-being. Learning to say no is a key aspect of boundary setting. For many, this can feel uncomfortable, especially if you fear disappointing others. However, saying no to what drains you is saying yes to what nurtures you. Practicing this skill reinforces your boundaries and strengthens your ability to prioritize your peace over the expectations of others. Self-compassion plays a vital role in navigating toxic relationships. These dynamics often trigger feelings of guilt, self-doubt, or inadequacy. Treating yourself with kindness and understanding allows you to process these emotions without internalizing blame. Self-compassion reminds you that protecting your well-being is not selfish, but necessary for your health and growth. Toxic relationships often thrive on cycles of guilt and manipulation. Recognizing these tactics is essential for breaking free from their grip. Manipulation often relies on exploiting your fears or insecurities, making it important to identify these vulnerabilities and address them with self-awareness. When you understand how manipulation works, you can respond with clarity and confidence rather than being pulled into the cycle. Seeking support from trusted friends, family, or professionals can provide valuable perspective and strength. Sharing your experiences with someone you trust helps you process your emotions and gain insight into the situation. Support systems remind you that you are not alone, offering encouragement and guidance as you navigate challenging dynamics. Practicing detachment also involves releasing the need for approval from toxic individuals. Their validation is often tied to control, making it important to find your sense of worth from within. Reclaiming your confidence and independence diminishes their power over you, creating space for healthier connections. Mindfulness helps you navigate difficult conversations within toxic relationships. Staying grounded allows you to express your needs and boundaries without being drawn into conflict. Listening without absorbing negativity helps you maintain your composure, even in heated moments. This presence strengthens your ability to communicate effectively and assertively. Toxic relationships often involve a lack of accountability. Recognizing this dynamic can help you understand that the issues may not stem from you, reducing feelings of self-blame. While you cannot force accountability in others, you can choose how much you engage with their behavior. This choice reinforces your boundaries and protects your peace. Letting go of toxic relationships when necessary is an act of self-care. Ending a relationship can be painful, especially when there are deep connections or shared history. However, releasing what no longer serves you creates space for growth and healing. This process requires courage and support, but it ultimately leads to greater freedom and peace. Forgiveness plays a role in navigating toxic relationships, not as a way to condone harm, but as a means of releasing the emotional burden it carries. Holding on to anger or resentment keeps you tied to the pain, while forgiveness allows you to move forward. Forgiveness is for your benefit, freeing you from the grip of the past. Mindfulness also helps you reflect on the lessons toxic relationships offer. While painful, these experiences often reveal insights about your boundaries, values, and resilience. Embracing these lessons transforms the experience into a source of growth, enabling you to approach future relationships with greater clarity and strength. Practicing gratitude, even amidst toxicity, can help shift your perspective. Gratitude doesn't mean accepting harm, but recognizing the aspects of your life that bring you strength and joy. Focusing on these positives provides a counterbalance to the challenges, reinforcing your sense of hope and possibility. Toxic relationships often test your sense of identity. Mindfulness and self-reflection help you reconnect with who you are outside of these dynamics. Reclaiming your sense of self strengthens your ability to make decisions aligned with your values and needs. This process restores your confidence and empowers you to create healthier connections. Compassion remains important even when navigating toxicity. Understanding that toxic behavior often stems from unresolved pain or insecurity allows you to approach the situation with empathy rather than anger. Compassion doesn't mean tolerating harm, but recognizing the humanity in others while prioritizing your well-being. Healing from toxic relationships is a journey. It requires time, patience, and self-care to process the emotions and rebuild your sense of peace. Engaging in practices like meditation, journaling, or therapy supports this healing, helping you release negativity and move forward with clarity and strength. As you heal, you create space for relationships that uplift and nurture you. By navigating toxic relationships with mindfulness and boundaries, you protect your energy and foster a deeper connection to your authentic self. These practices empower you to approach challenges with clarity and compassion, creating a life filled with healthier, more fulfilling connections. Navigating toxic relationships requires mindfulness and boundaries, but sustaining inner clarity and peace demands a deeper practice. Meditation offers a way to steady the mind, fostering clarity and calm even in the face of life's challenges. Rooted in Buddhist teachings, meditation is not an escape from reality, but a means to fully embrace it. By observing thoughts without attachment and cultivating stillness, meditation opens the door to a profound sense of balance and awareness. Meditation begins with the simple act of sitting and turning inward. In a world full of distractions, this practice can feel unfamiliar at first. However, the beauty of meditation lies in its simplicity. There is no need to perform or achieve, only to be. This stillness creates space for the mind to settle, revealing a deeper clarity that often remains hidden in the rush of daily life. The breath is a foundational anchor in meditation. Focusing on the natural rhythm of your inhale and exhale brings your attention to the present moment, gently pulling you away from the noise of your thoughts. The breath is always with you, steady and constant, offering a grounding presence even when your mind feels restless. By returning to the breath, you cultivate a sense of stability that can extend into all aspects of life. Meditation teaches you to observe your thoughts without judgment. The mind naturally produces a constant stream of thoughts, some helpful, others distracting or overwhelming. Instead of trying to control or suppress these thoughts, meditation invites you to watch them as they arise and pass, like clouds moving across the sky. This practice creates distance between you and your thoughts, reducing their power over your emotions and actions. Detachment is a central principle in Buddhist meditation. It is not about ignoring or denying thoughts and emotions, but about seeing them for what they are, temporary and ever-changing. Detachment allows you to acknowledge these experiences without becoming entangled in them. This perspective fosters a sense of calm, even when the mind is busy or emotions run high. Mindfulness meditation emphasizes being fully present. This practice encourages you to engage with each moment as it comes, whether it is joyful, neutral, or difficult. By paying attention to the sensations, thoughts, and emotions that arise in the present, you develop a deeper connection to yourself and the world around you. Mindfulness transforms ordinary moments into opportunities for insight and peace. Loving-kindness meditation, or metta, focuses on cultivating compassion and goodwill toward yourself and others. This practice begins with extending kind and loving thoughts to yourself, then gradually extending these wishes to loved ones, acquaintances, and even those with whom you have conflicts. Loving-kindness meditation dissolves barriers of anger or resentment, replacing them with empathy and understanding. This practice not only nurtures inner calm, but also strengthens your connection to others. Vipassana, or insight meditation, is another transformative practice in Buddhist teachings. It involves observing the nature of reality through the lens of impermanence, suffering, and non-self. Vipassana encourages you to look deeply into your experiences, recognizing the transient and interconnected nature of all things. This understanding brings freedom from attachment, fostering a profound sense of peace and acceptance. Meditation also strengthens focus and concentration. By training the mind to stay with a single point of focus, such as the breath or a mantra, you develop the ability to direct your attention where it is needed. This skill carries into daily life, improving your ability to concentrate on tasks and stay present in conversations. The clarity gained from focused meditation enhances both productivity and relationships. Body scanning is a meditation technique that involves bringing attention to different parts of the body, observing sensations without judgment. This practice deepens your awareness of the physical self and helps release tension held in the body. By reconnecting with physical sensations, body scanning fosters a sense of wholeness and balance, grounding you in the present moment. Walking meditation offers an alternative for those who find stillness challenging. By focusing on the sensation of each step, the rhythm of your movement, and the connection between your feet and the ground, you bring mindfulness into motion. Walking meditation integrates the principles of stillness and awareness into a dynamic practice, making it accessible and engaging. Meditation fosters self-awareness, allowing you to recognize patterns in your thoughts and behaviors. This awareness creates the opportunity for change, helping you break free from habits that no longer serve you. By observing your mind with curiosity and compassion, you gain insights that lead to personal growth and transformation. The benefits of meditation extend beyond mental clarity. Regular practice has been shown to reduce stress, lower blood pressure, and improve sleep. These physical benefits create a positive feedback loop, enhancing your overall well-being and reinforcing the practice of meditation. The integration of mind and body through meditation nurtures a holistic sense of health and balance. Meditation also cultivates resilience. Life's challenges can feel less overwhelming when approached with a calm and focused mind. Meditation teaches you to sit with discomfort, observing it without being consumed by it. This practice builds the strength to navigate difficulties with grace and composure, fostering a sense of inner stability that remains unshaken by external circumstances. Community meditation, or practicing in a group, can deepen your experience. Sharing the practice with others creates a sense of connection and accountability, offering support as you navigate your meditation journey. The collective energy of a group enhances focus and motivation, reminding you that meditation is both a personal and shared experience. The practice of meditation is not about achieving a specific state or outcome. It is a journey of self-discovery and acceptance, where the process itself is the goal. Each session, whether filled with calm or restlessness, contributes to your growth. This perspective removes pressure and allows you to approach meditation with curiosity and openness. Integrating meditation into daily life amplifies its benefits. Even a few minutes of mindful breathing or silent reflection can reset your mind and restore clarity. Finding moments for meditation in your routine, whether during a commute, lunch break, or before bed, creates consistency and strengthens the habit. This integration makes meditation a natural and accessible part of your day. Meditation is a lifelong practice. Its depth unfolds gradually, revealing new insights and layers of understanding over time. Each session builds on the last, deepening your connection to yourself and the world. This journey requires patience and commitment, but the rewards, a calm mind, a clear heart, and a peaceful spirit, are immeasurable. Through meditation, you cultivate not only mental clarity, but also a profound sense of harmony and presence. The practice teaches you to embrace life as it is, grounding you in the moment and freeing you from unnecessary struggles. As your meditation deepens, it becomes a source of strength, guiding you toward a life filled with peace, purpose, and joy. Meditation brings clarity and balance, creating a calm center from which you can navigate life's complexities. From this foundation of inner peace arises another transformative truth. The energy you cultivate within yourself radiates outward, touching those around you in ways both subtle and profound. Positivity is not confined to the self. It creates ripples that extend into your relationships, your community, and beyond. By fostering positivity within, you contribute to a collective atmosphere of hope and connection. Positivity begins with the thoughts you choose to entertain. The mind, like a garden, reflects what is cultivated within it. Nurturing thoughts of gratitude, kindness, and possibility not only elevates your own mood, but also sets the tone for your interactions. Others sense the energy you carry, and positivity becomes an invitation for them to respond in kind. This exchange transforms simple moments, greetings, conversations, shared silences, into opportunities for connection and warmth. Energy is contagious, and positivity holds the power to shift the emotional climate of a space. A smile, a kind word, or a gesture of understanding carries weight far beyond its simplicity. These acts disarm defensiveness, dissolve tension, and create an atmosphere of safety and trust. When you approach others with genuine positivity, you encourage them to let down their guard, fostering openness and collaboration. The ripple effect of positivity begins with self-awareness. Recognizing your own emotional patterns allows you to choose how you show up in the world. It doesn't mean forcing cheerfulness or ignoring challenges, but choosing to respond to difficulties with grace and resilience. This approach inspires others to do the same, demonstrating that positivity is not about denying hardship, but about rising above it. Empathy strengthens the ripple of positivity. By attuning yourself to the needs and feelings of others, you create a sense of belonging and support. Empathy bridges the gap between individuals, reminding us of our shared humanity. When you act with empathy, you cultivate a sense of connection that uplifts both you and those you interact with, creating an ever-widening circle of kindness. Positivity also amplifies when paired with authenticity. Genuine positivity stems from a place of sincerity, not performance. When your actions and words align with your true self, they carry a depth that resonates with others. Authentic positivity encourages others to embrace their own truth, fostering relationships built on trust and mutual respect. The ripple effect of positivity extends to how you handle conflicts and challenges. Approaching disagreements with calmness and a willingness to understand creates a foundation for resolution. Positivity in these moments shifts the focus from blame to collaboration, transforming potential divisions into opportunities for growth. This approach not only strengthens your relationships, but also sets an example for others to follow. Generosity is a powerful amplifier of positivity. Sharing your time, resources, or support without expectation creates a sense of abundance. Acts of generosity ripple outward, inspiring others to pay it forward. This cycle of giving fosters a community rooted in care and connection, where positivity thrives and multiplies. Positivity also influences how you frame your narrative. The stories you tell about yourself and your experiences shape not only your perspective, but also the way others perceive the world. By choosing narratives of resilience, growth, and hope, you encourage those around you to see challenges as opportunities and setbacks as stepping stones. This shift in perspective empowers others to approach life with optimism and courage. Gratitude fuels the ripple effect of positivity. By focusing on what you appreciate, you create a mindset of abundance that inspires others to do the same. Gratitude invites a sense of wonder and connection, reminding us of the richness present in everyday life. Sharing your gratitude, whether through words, actions, or presence, reinforces this mindset, spreading it like a gentle wave. The ripple of positivity often begins with small, consistent actions. Holding space for someone to share their thoughts, offering encouragement during a difficult time, or simply acknowledging someone's effort can create profound impact. These moments of presence and care demonstrate that positivity is not about grand gestures, but about showing up with intention and heart. Positivity also transforms how you engage with yourself. The kindness and understanding you extend inward influence the energy you project outward. By cultivating self-compassion, you model the importance of treating oneself with care, inspiring others to do the same. This inner positivity reinforces a cycle where self-love and love for others coexist and strengthen each other. Positivity fosters resilience within groups and communities. When individuals bring hope and determination to shared efforts, the collective energy shifts toward possibility and progress. This dynamic encourages collaboration and innovation, turning challenges into opportunities for collective growth. The ripple effect of positivity becomes a force for transformation, not just for individuals, but for the whole. Positivity also creates space for vulnerability and growth. When you approach others with acceptance and encouragement, you create an environment where they feel safe to be themselves. This openness nurtures trust and deepens connections, allowing for more authentic relationships. In this way, positivity becomes a foundation for mutual empowerment and support. The ripple effect of positivity transcends words and actions. Your presence alone can influence those around you. When you carry yourself with calm, joy, and authenticity, you become a source of stability and inspiration. This energy often resonates with others on a subconscious level, encouraging them to align with the same uplifting frequency. Positivity invites people to dream bigger and aim higher. By celebrating the successes and potential of those around you, you reinforce their confidence and motivation. This encouragement not only helps individuals grow, but also fosters a culture of mutual support, where positivity becomes the norm rather than the exception. Kindness and positivity work hand in hand, creating a feedback loop that strengthens both. The more you give, the more you receive, not in material terms, but in the sense of fulfillment and connection. This reciprocity reinforces the practice of positivity, making it a natural and sustainable part of your life. The ripple effect of positivity also challenges negativity. While it cannot eliminate hardship, it offers a counterbalance that softens its impact. Positivity doesn't ignore difficulties, but provides the strength to face them with grace. This approach inspires others to find their own strength, creating a shared resilience that uplifts the collective spirit. Positivity in leadership transforms teams and organizations. Leading with empathy, encouragement, and integrity sets a tone that others naturally follow. A positive leader creates an environment where individuals feel valued, motivated, and supported, fostering a sense of purpose and belonging that benefits everyone involved. The ripple effect of positivity is not confined by boundaries. Acts of kindness, words of encouragement, and moments of connection often spread far beyond what you can see. A single positive interaction can inspire countless others, creating waves of change that extend into the broader world. By cultivating positivity within yourself, you become a beacon of hope and connection for others. This energy is not finite. It grows as it is shared, creating an ever-expanding ripple of love, kindness, and inspiration. The impact of this positivity, though often unseen, is profound and lasting, shaping not just individual lives, but the world we share. The ripple of positivity extends beyond the self, influencing others and creating a chain of transformation. Yet, as this energy flows outward, life still brings moments that test our inner strength. In these moments, Buddhist teachings offer timeless principles that ground us, enabling us to navigate challenges with calm and resilience. These principles provide a foundation for living in harmony with the world while maintaining peace within, ensuring that external circumstances lose their power to disturb your inner balance. The first principle emphasizes the importance of cultivating awareness. Awareness is the ability to see things clearly as they are, unclouded by judgments, fears, or assumptions. It is the light that illuminates truth and dissolves illusions, allowing you to respond thoughtfully rather than react impulsively. By practicing awareness, you learn to observe the world without becoming entangled in its complexities. This clarity creates space for calm, no matter the chaos that surrounds you. Equanimity is another cornerstone of Buddhist philosophy, teaching you to maintain emotional stability regardless of circumstances. It is not indifference, but a deep understanding that joy and sorrow, success and failure are all part of life's ebb and flow. Equanimity allows you to remain steady, like a mountain unmoved by the winds. By embracing this principle, you develop the strength to face both highs and lows with grace, avoiding extremes that can unbalance the mind and heart. The principle of non-attachment teaches that clinging to people, possessions, or outcomes creates suffering. Letting go does not mean giving up, but releasing the need to control or possess. Non-attachment frees you from the fear of loss and the pain of unmet expectations. This freedom allows you to engage with life fully, appreciating its gifts without being weighed down by the desire to hold on to them. Compassion is a powerful principle that transforms your interactions with the world. By extending kindness and understanding to others, you shift your focus from self-centered concerns to shared humanity. Compassion softens anger, heals wounds and builds connections that transcend differences. Practicing compassion enriches your inner world, creating a deep reservoir of peace and fulfillment. Mindfulness anchors you in the present moment, reducing the tendency to dwell on past regrets or future anxieties. It teaches you to engage fully with what is happening here and now, fostering a sense of presence and clarity. This principle helps you navigate life's uncertainties with a calm mind and an open heart, ensuring that external pressures do not overwhelm you. Acceptance is a principle that reminds you to embrace reality as it is, rather than as you wish it to be. Resistance to what cannot be changed often leads to unnecessary suffering. Acceptance is not resignation, but a recognition of life's impermanence and unpredictability. This understanding brings peace, allowing you to move forward with courage and adaptability. Gratitude is a practice that shifts your focus from what is lacking to what is abundant. It reminds you to appreciate life's simple joys and the lessons embedded in its challenges. Gratitude creates a mindset of sufficiency, reducing the grip of envy or dissatisfaction. This principle nurtures contentment and resilience, fortifying your spirit against the trials of life. Right speech, a principle rooted in mindfulness, emphasizes the power of words. Speaking with kindness, truth, and intention cultivates harmony in relationships and fosters trust. This practice also involves restraint, avoiding words that harm or deceive. By aligning your speech with your values, you create a ripple of positivity that influences not only others, but also your own sense of integrity and peace. The principle of detachment from ego encourages humility and self-awareness. The ego often drives a need for validation, recognition, or superiority, leading to conflict and dissatisfaction. By detaching from ego-driven desires, you align your actions with purpose rather than pride. This shift fosters genuine connections and a sense of inner freedom, making you less vulnerable to external criticism or praise. Meditation, as a principle and practice, cultivates stillness and self-reflection. It allows you to observe your thoughts and emotions without judgment, creating a space of calm and clarity. Regular meditation strengthens your ability to respond to challenges with equanimity, reducing the influence of external stresses. This inner sanctuary becomes a source of strength that sustains you through life's ups and downs. Patience is an essential principle that teaches the art of enduring difficulties with grace. Life's challenges often test your resolve, but patience allows you to navigate them without frustration or haste. It reminds you that growth and solutions take time, and that each moment, no matter how trying, contributes to your journey. Patience fosters resilience and a sense of trust in the process of life. Generosity embodies the principle of giving without expectation. Sharing your time, resources, or kindness creates a sense of abundance that transcends material possessions. Generosity not only uplifts others, but also enriches your own sense of purpose and connection. It reduces attachment to what you have, reminding you that true wealth lies in what you give. Simplicity, as a principle, encourages you to focus on what truly matters. By reducing excess and distraction, you create space for clarity and peace. Simplicity is not about deprivation, but about intentional living, aligning your actions and possessions with your values. This focus reduces mental clutter and strengthens your ability to remain centered in a complex world. The principle of humility fosters a deep respect for life and others. It reminds you that growth comes not from asserting dominance, but from listening, learning, and collaborating. Humility softens the ego, creating space for connection and understanding. This perspective reduces conflict and fosters harmony, both within and without. Through the lens of Buddhist principles, you learn to approach life with a sense of balance and resilience. Each principle offers tools to navigate challenges, cultivate inner peace, and foster meaningful connections. Together, they create a framework for living authentically and harmoniously, ensuring that external circumstances hold no power over your inner tranquility. The wisdom of Buddhist principles shows us how to live with balance, resilience, and harmony, even amidst the complexities of life. But what about the moments when we are alone? Solitude, often misunderstood as loneliness, holds profound power. It is in being alone that we can reconnect with our deepest truths, discover clarity, and cultivate an inner fullness that radiates outward. Living fully while being alone is not about withdrawing from the world, but about embracing the wholeness within. The power of being alone begins with a shift in perspective. Solitude offers a sanctuary where external noise quiets, and the inner voice becomes clearer. In this space, you come to understand that aloneness is not an absence, but a presence, a chance to meet yourself without distractions. It is here that self-awareness flourishes, and you begin to see your thoughts, emotions, and desires with greater clarity. This insight fosters growth, allowing you to align your life more closely with your values and intentions. Being alone creates an opportunity to cultivate independence. Many people rely on external validation or companionship to feel complete, but solitude teaches you that true fulfillment comes from within. By learning to enjoy your own company, you develop a sense of self-sufficiency that empowers you in all areas of life. This independence is not about rejecting others, but about standing firmly in your own identity, unshaken by external influences. Solitude allows you to reconnect with simplicity. Without the distractions of constant interaction or societal demands, you have the freedom to focus on what truly matters. This simplicity brings a sense of calm and clarity, making it easier to prioritize your time and energy. In solitude, you often find that the most meaningful moments are not grand or elaborate, but quiet and reflective. The practice of mindfulness deepens during solitude. When alone, you are more attuned to the present moment, free from the pull of others' expectations or distractions. This presence allows you to fully experience each breath, thought, and sensation. Mindfulness in solitude turns ordinary moments, drinking tea, walking, or watching the sky, into profound experiences of connection and peace. Solitude fosters creativity. Without the noise of external opinions or judgments, your mind is free to explore, dream, and innovate. Many artists, writers, and thinkers have drawn inspiration from periods of solitude, finding that the quiet allows their imagination to flow unhindered. This creative energy is not limited to art, but extends to problem-solving, personal growth, and new perspectives on life. Being alone is also a time to recharge. Social interactions, while enriching, can be draining, especially for those who are sensitive to energy or emotions. Solitude offers a chance to restore balance, refilling your emotional and mental reserves. This renewal makes it easier to re-engage with others from a place of fullness rather than depletion. In solitude, you can confront and process emotions more effectively. When surrounded by others, it is easy to distract yourself or suppress feelings, but alone, you are faced with your true emotional state. This confrontation is not something to fear, but a chance to heal. By sitting with your emotions and exploring their roots, you gain a deeper understanding of yourself and greater emotional resilience. Solitude also helps you strengthen your inner dialogue. The conversations you have with yourself shape your mindset, choices, and sense of self-worth. Being alone allows you to become more aware of this dialogue and to shift it toward positivity and encouragement. This practice builds confidence and fosters a more compassionate relationship with yourself. The ability to be alone strengthens your relationships with others. When you are comfortable in your own company, you approach relationships from a place of wholeness rather than neediness. This independence creates healthier dynamics, where connections are based on mutual respect and shared joy rather than filling voids. Solitude teaches you to value quality over quantity in relationships, focusing on meaningful connections. Solitude encourages self-discovery. Without external distractions, you have the space to explore your passions, interests, and values more deeply. This exploration often leads to revelations about who you are and what you want from life. By knowing yourself more fully, you can make choices that align with your true self, leading to a more authentic and fulfilling life. Time alone offers a chance to reflect on your life's direction. In the quiet, you can assess your goals, habits, and relationships, identifying what serves your growth and what does not. This reflection fosters clarity and helps you make intentional adjustments that bring you closer to your aspirations. Solitude becomes a tool for realignment, ensuring that you are living in harmony with your purpose. The power of solitude extends to spiritual growth. Many spiritual traditions, including Buddhism, emphasize the importance of retreat and silence for deepening one's connection to the divine or the inner self. In solitude, you are more attuned to the subtle energies and truths that often go unnoticed in daily life. This spiritual awakening fosters a sense of unity with the world and a deeper appreciation for existence. Solitude allows you to detach from external influences. In the company of others, it is easy to adopt their perspectives, desires, or fears. Being alone helps you distinguish your own voice from the noise, reclaiming your sense of individuality. This detachment fosters a sense of freedom, where you can make choices based on your inner wisdom rather than external pressures. The experience of solitude teaches you to embrace impermanence. Being alone often brings a heightened awareness of life's fleeting nature, but rather than inducing fear, this awareness inspires gratitude for the present. Solitude reminds you that each moment is a gift, encouraging you to savor life fully, whether in the company of others or in the quiet of your own presence. Living fully while being alone requires a balance of introspection and action. It is not about withdrawing from the world, but engaging with it in a way that honors your individuality and inner needs. By embracing solitude, you create a foundation of strength and clarity that enhances every aspect of your life, allowing you to move through the world with purpose and peace. Embracing solitude unveils layers of ourselves that often remain hidden amid the noise of daily life. In the quiet moments alone, we discover not only the essence of who we are, but also the profound influence our thoughts wield over our reality. As we delve deeper into the silence, a pressing question emerges. How can we harness the power of our minds to shape a life of peace and fulfillment? The mind is a vast landscape, teeming with thoughts that arise and fade like waves in the ocean. These thoughts can be sources of inspiration, but they can also become chains that bind us to patterns of worry, fear, or negativity. Mastering your thoughts is not about controlling every mental impulse, but about understanding and guiding them toward harmony and clarity. Buddhist wisdom offers timeless insights into this inner journey. Central to these teachings is the recognition that thoughts are not fixed realities, but transient phenomena. By observing them without attachment, we begin to see their true nature. This awareness is the first step toward mastery. When you watch your thoughts as an impartial witness, you create space between the thinker and the thought, reducing their grip on your emotions and actions. Mindfulness is a foundational practice in this process. It involves bringing full attention to the present moment, acknowledging thoughts as they arise without judgment. This practice can be cultivated through meditation, where you focus on the breath or bodily sensations. As distractions emerge, gently returning your focus strengthens your ability to remain centered. Over time, mindfulness becomes a natural part of your daily life, allowing you to navigate experiences with greater ease and composure. Understanding the impermanent nature of thoughts is crucial. Just as clouds drift across the sky, thoughts come and go. Clinging to them can lead to unnecessary suffering. By recognizing their fleeting nature, you learn to let go of unhelpful patterns. This doesn't mean ignoring problems, but approaching them with a calm mind, which often reveals solutions that stress and anxiety might obscure. Another aspect of mastering your thoughts is embracing the concept of non-attachment. This principle teaches that suffering arises from clinging to desires and aversions. By releasing the need to label thoughts as good or bad, you allow them to pass without internal conflict. Non-attachment fosters inner peace, enabling you to engage with life more fully and respond to situations with clarity rather than reactivity. The practice of right understanding, or seeing things as they truly are, plays a significant role. It involves examining the origins of your thoughts and the beliefs that underpin them. Questioning long-held assumptions can uncover biases or misconceptions that hinder personal growth. This self-inquiry leads to greater wisdom and the ability to reshape thought patterns in alignment with truth and compassion. Cultivating positive mental states is also essential. While it's important to acknowledge all thoughts, nurturing those rooted in kindness, generosity, and joy enhances your overall well-being. Practices like loving-kindness meditation encourage the development of these qualities. By intentionally focusing on positive attributes, you reinforce neural pathways associated with happiness and reduce the influence of negative thinking. Discipline of the mind is another key element. Just as the body benefits from regular exercise, the mind thrives when trained consistently. Setting aside time each day for meditation or reflection strengthens mental faculties. This discipline enhances concentration, making it easier to direct your thoughts purposefully rather than being swayed by every distraction. Awareness of the senses is part of this training. The mind often reacts to sensory inputs with attraction or aversion, triggering thoughts that can lead to emotional turbulence. By observing these reactions without immediately engaging, you gain control over impulsive responses. This mindful approach reduces stress and prevents the escalation of minor stimuli into major disturbances. Understanding the interconnectedness of thoughts, emotions, and actions is vital. Thoughts influence feelings, which in turn affect behavior. Recognizing this chain allows you to intervene at the thought level to prevent undesirable outcomes. For instance, noticing a thought rooted in fear enables you to address it before it manifests as anxiety or avoidance. The environment also impacts your mental landscape. Surrounding yourself with supportive people and engaging in activities that promote growth can positively influence your thoughts. Conversely, exposure to negativity can reinforce harmful patterns. Being mindful of your surroundings and making conscious choices about what you consume mentally and emotionally supports your journey toward mastery. Patience is an indispensable virtue in this process. Changing mental habits doesn't happen overnight. There will be times of progress and moments of setback. Embracing patience ensures that you remain compassionate with yourself, acknowledging that mastery is a lifelong journey rather than a destination. Letting go of the ego is another significant step. The ego often clings to thoughts that reinforce a sense of identity or superiority. This attachment can lead to conflict and dissatisfaction. By recognizing the ego's role in your thought patterns, you can release the need to defend or elevate yourself artificially. This humility opens the door to genuine understanding and connection with others. Embracing silence enhances your ability to master your thoughts. In silence, distractions fade, and the mind's chatter becomes more apparent. Regular periods of silence, whether through meditation retreats or daily moments of quiet, allow you to observe your thoughts more clearly. This clarity aids in identifying and transforming unhelpful patterns. Breathing techniques can aid in calming the mind. Focusing on the breath anchors you to the present moment and provides a simple tool for regaining composure when thoughts become overwhelming. Techniques like deep diaphragmatic breathing activate the body's relaxation response, reducing stress and promoting mental clarity. Self-compassion is essential throughout this journey. The mind can be a harsh critic, amplifying mistakes or perceived flaws. Practicing self-compassion involves treating yourself with the same kindness and understanding you would offer a friend. This approach reduces negative self-talk and fosters a more supportive internal dialogue. Mindful engagement in daily activities reinforces mental mastery. Whether eating, walking or working, bringing full attention to the task at hand minimizes distractions and enhances satisfaction. This practice turns ordinary moments into opportunities for meditation, strengthening your ability to maintain focus amid the demands of life. Understanding the law of cause and effect, or karma, provides insight into how thoughts influence reality. Recognizing that your intentions and mental states contribute to future experiences empowers you to cultivate positive thoughts. This awareness motivates you to be mindful of what you nurture in your mind, knowing it shapes your path ahead. Developing equanimity helps in maintaining balance amid life's fluctuations. Equanimity is the ability to remain steady regardless of external circumstances. By not being overly swayed by pleasure or pain, success or failure, you preserve inner peace. This stability comes from understanding that all experiences are temporary and that clinging to them leads to unnecessary suffering. Engaging with a community of like-minded individuals can support your efforts. Sharing experiences, challenges, and insights provides encouragement and fresh perspectives. Whether through meditation groups, spiritual communities, or friendships, these connections reinforce your commitment and remind you that you are not alone in your journey. Reflecting on impermanence deepens your understanding of thought mastery. Accepting that all things, including thoughts and emotions, are transient, reduces attachment and fear. This acceptance frees you to live more fully in the present, appreciating each moment without grasping or aversion. Applying wisdom to discern which thoughts serve your well-being is crucial. Not all thoughts merit attention or action. By cultivating discernment, you learn to focus on those that align with your values and let go of those that do not. This selective engagement conserves mental energy and promotes a more peaceful mind. Embracing compassion toward others arises naturally as you master your thoughts. Understanding your own mind enhances empathy for others' struggles. This compassion fosters harmonious relationships and contributes to a more compassionate world. Balancing effort and surrender is part of the practice. While intentionality is important, forcing the mind can create tension. Allowing thoughts to arise and pass without force cultivates a gentle discipline that is sustainable and effective. Recognizing that thoughts are not the entirety of who you are is liberating. You are the awareness behind the thoughts, capable of observing and directing them. This realization creates a sense of spaciousness and freedom, reducing identification with limiting beliefs. Incorporating ethical conduct supports mental mastery. Living in accordance with principles like honesty, kindness, and integrity reduces internal conflict and guilt. This alignment between actions and values promotes mental peace and clarity. Regular reflection and journaling can aid in understanding thought patterns. Writing down your thoughts provides perspective and helps identify recurring themes. This practice enables you to address underlying issues and celebrate progress. Embracing gratitude shifts the focus from what is lacking to what is abundant. Gratitude fosters positive thinking and reduces tendencies toward envy or dissatisfaction. By acknowledging the good in your life, you cultivate a joyful mind. Accepting responsibility for your thoughts empowers you. Recognizing that you have the ability to influence your mental landscape encourages proactive engagement. This ownership transforms you from a passive recipient to an active creator of your mental state. Seeking guidance from teachers or mentors can provide valuable insights. Those who have walked the path can offer wisdom and support, helping you navigate challenges and deepen your practice. Integrating mindfulness into communication enhances relationships. Being fully present during conversations fosters understanding and reduces misunderstandings. This mindful engagement strengthens connections and contributes to mutual respect. Understanding that setbacks are part of the journey prevents discouragement. Challenges provide opportunities for growth and deeper understanding. Embracing them with a learning mindset turns obstacles into stepping stones. Practicing loving kindness toward yourself and others nurtures a compassionate mind. This practice involves sending wishes of well-being and happiness, dissolving barriers of judgment or resentment. Engaging with nature can support mental clarity. Time spent in natural settings often calms the mind and provides perspective. Nature's rhythms remind us of the interconnectedness of all things and the simplicity of existence. Incorporating playfulness and joy into life balances seriousness. Laughter and enjoyment refresh the mind and prevent rigidity. This lightheartedness fosters creativity and a positive outlook. Embracing humility opens you to continuous learning. Recognizing that there is always more to understand keeps the mind open and receptive. This openness enhances wisdom and reduces the limitations imposed by arrogance. Creating rituals or routines supports consistency in practice. Regular meditation times, mindfulness cues, or reflective practices embed mastery into daily life. Finally, patience and perseverance are vital. Mastery of the mind is an ongoing journey without a final destination. Each moment offers a new opportunity to practice and grow. Embracing this journey with patience ensures that you remain compassionate with yourself, appreciating progress without harsh self-judgment. Through these practices and insights, the secret to mastering your thoughts unfolds as a path of awareness, compassion, and intentionality. It's a journey of returning to the present moment again and again with a gentle and open heart. By cultivating this mastery, you create a foundation of inner peace that not only transforms your own life, but also ripples out to touch the lives of others. Mastering your thoughts lays the foundation for a life of clarity and inner peace. But as the mind becomes more disciplined, there are moments when wisdom is found not in speaking, but in silence. In Buddhist teachings, silence is not simply the absence of words, it is a deliberate and powerful choice. It is an act of mindfulness, restraint, and insight that can transform interactions, diffuse conflict, and protect your peace. Knowing when to remain silent is as vital as knowing when to speak, and it often speaks louder than words ever could. Silence can serve as a shield against impulsive reactions. Words spoken in anger or frustration frequently cause harm, both to others and to yourself. The energy of such moments is turbulent, clouding judgment and making it easy to say things that later bring regret. Restraint in these situations not only prevents harm, but also gives space for emotions to settle. When silence replaces reaction, clarity emerges, allowing you to address challenges with wisdom rather than haste. When faced with someone intent on provoking conflict, silence can disarm. Responding to hostility with calm can diffuse the situation, breaking the cycle of aggression. Silence in this context is not about surrendering or ignoring, but about stepping away from a dynamic that fuels negativity. It signals strength, showing that you are not controlled by external triggers or drawn into unnecessary drama. In moments of uncertainty or incomplete understanding, silence creates an opportunity to listen and learn. Speaking without full awareness often leads to misunderstandings or errors. By choosing to remain silent, you create space to absorb information, ask thoughtful questions, and approach situations with greater insight. This practice strengthens your ability to respond thoughtfully, fostering trust and respect in your interactions. Silence can also protect your energy when faced with gossip or negativity. Participating in harmful conversations perpetuates their impact, drawing you into cycles of judgment or blame. Refusing to engage in such dialogue through silence preserves your inner peace and encourages a shift toward more constructive communication. Your restraint sets a powerful example, often inspiring others to reflect on their words and actions. When others are grieving or experiencing deep emotions, silence can be an act of compassion. Sometimes, the most meaningful support comes not from words, but from presence. Offering silent companionship honors their experience, allowing them to process their feelings without the pressure of responding or explaining. This silence communicates understanding and solidarity in a way that words often cannot. Silence can also be a tool for reflection. When decisions or conflicts arise, rushing to fill the space with words can cloud judgment. Choosing silence allows you to step back, consider all perspectives, and align your response with your values. This practice fosters thoughtful decision-making and prevents impulsive choices that may lead to regret. In the face of criticism or personal attacks, silence demonstrates self-control and confidence. Reacting defensively often escalates the situation, while silence conveys that you are not swayed by external opinions. This restraint protects your dignity and encourages others to reflect on their behavior. By refusing to engage in negativity, you maintain your peace and avoid feeding cycles of conflict. Silence also plays a role in spiritual growth. Buddhist teachings often emphasize the value of solitude and quiet as pathways to deeper understanding. In silence, the mind finds space to settle, revealing truths that are often hidden in the noise of daily life. This practice strengthens your connection to the present moment, fostering a sense of inner clarity and calm that extends into all aspects of life. When others seek validation or attention through boastfulness, silence can offer a gentle mirror. Engaging in competition or comparison often fuels insecurity, while silence shifts the focus away from ego-driven dynamics. This choice encourages humility and reminds others of the value of authentic connection over superficial validation. Silence is equally valuable when you lack the answers or certainty. Pretending to know or speaking without clarity can erode trust and create confusion. Acknowledging what you do not know through silence reflects honesty and humility. It creates space for growth, collaboration, and the pursuit of understanding. The choice to remain silent is not about avoidance, but intentionality. It is a form of mindfulness that ensures your words carry purpose and align with your values. Silence becomes a tool for cultivating wisdom, fostering connection, and protecting your peace. Through this practice, you learn to discern when words are necessary and when silence can speak volumes, creating a life guided by clarity and compassion. The strength found in silence is profound, offering clarity and control in even the most challenging situations. Yet, there are moments when silence alone is not enough, especially when emotions like anger rise within. Anger can feel overwhelming, consuming clarity and leading to reactions that harm relationships, peace, and even our sense of self. Buddhist teachings illuminate pathways to manage anger, not by suppressing it, but by understanding and transforming it into something constructive and healing. Anger arises from unmet expectations, misunderstandings, or perceived injustices. It often builds quickly, clouding reason and narrowing perspective. The first step in addressing anger is recognizing it without judgment. Labeling the emotion, acknowledging its presence, creates a crucial pause between feeling and reaction. This moment of awareness allows you to choose your response, rather than being controlled by the surge of emotion. Mindfulness serves as a foundation for controlling anger. By grounding yourself in the present moment, you anchor your attention away from the stories anger often creates. The practice of mindfulness encourages observing the physical sensations of anger, such as tension in the body or quickened breath, without feeding the thoughts that amplify it. This detachment reduces the intensity of the emotion and brings clarity to the situation at hand. Buddhist teachings emphasize the power of compassion in neutralizing anger. Viewing the source of your anger through the lens of compassion, whether it is a person, situation, or even yourself, shifts your perspective. Often, anger stems from pain, fear, or misunderstanding. Recognizing this can soften the edges of the emotion, allowing space for empathy to replace hostility. Patience is another essential quality in managing anger. Anger often demands immediate action, but patience provides the strength to resist that impulse. Waiting allows the emotion to subside and reason to return. Patience is not passivity. It is an active choice to respond wisely rather than react impulsively. Practicing patience strengthens your ability to remain steady, even in provoking situations. The principle of non-attachment plays a critical role in reducing anger. Clinging to outcomes, expectations, or a need for control often fuels frustration when things do not go as planned. By embracing impermanence and letting go of rigid attachments, you reduce the triggers that ignite anger. This mindset fosters flexibility and acceptance, enabling you to navigate challenges with a calm and open heart. Understanding the interconnectedness of all things also helps in managing anger. Realizing that every action, word, and event arises from a complex web of causes and conditions can diminish personal blame and resentment. This perspective encourages a sense of shared humanity, reducing the intensity of anger and fostering understanding instead. Breathing techniques are practical tools for controlling anger. When emotions run high, the breath often becomes shallow and rapid, exacerbating tension. Conscious, deep breathing activates the body's relaxation response, calming the nervous system and providing mental clarity. Focusing on your breath creates a natural pause, offering time to reflect before responding. Reflection is a vital practice in transforming anger. After the moment has passed, revisiting the situation with an open and honest mindset helps uncover the deeper causes of the emotion. Was it rooted in fear, insecurity, or unmet needs? Understanding these roots allows you to address the underlying issues, preventing future instances of anger from arising in similar ways. Forgiveness is a transformative practice emphasized in Buddhist teachings. Holding on to anger often harms the one who carries it more than its target. Forgiveness is not about condoning harm, but releasing the burden of resentment. By letting go, you free yourself from the chains of the past, creating space for healing and peace. Meditation on loving kindness or metta directly counters anger. This practice involves directing thoughts of goodwill and love toward yourself, those you care about, and even those who have caused you harm. Repeating phrases of kindness, such as, "May you be happy, may you be free from suffering," dissolves barriers of animosity and fosters a sense of universal connection. Recognizing the impermanence of anger itself is liberating. Like all emotions, anger rises and falls, passing with time. Clinging to it only prolongs its presence. By allowing anger to flow through without resistance or attachment, you reduce its power and impact. This approach aligns with the natural rhythm of life, promoting balance and harmony. Practicing gratitude is another antidote to anger. Shifting your focus to the aspects of life that bring joy and fulfillment redirects energy away from negativity. Gratitude fosters a sense of abundance and contentment, making it harder for anger to take hold. Regularly reflecting on the things you appreciate creates a mental habit that counters frustration. Building a routine of self-care supports your ability to manage anger. Fatigue, stress, and unmet needs often lower your threshold for irritation. Prioritizing activities that nurture your well-being, adequate rest, nourishing food, movement, and relaxation creates a stable foundation for emotional resilience. A balanced mind and body are less likely to succumb to anger's pull. Setting boundaries is an important aspect of anger management. Allowing others to overstep your limits or tolerating toxic behavior can lead to resentment. Clearly communicating your needs and establishing respectful boundaries prevents situations that trigger anger from arising in the first place. This proactive approach fosters healthier relationships and greater peace of mind. Seeking wisdom from mentors, spiritual teachers, or supportive communities can provide valuable guidance in managing anger. These sources often offer insights, tools, and encouragement tailored to your unique journey. Sharing your experiences with others fosters a sense of connection and reminds you that you are not alone in facing this challenge. Balancing self-discipline with self-compassion ensures sustainable progress in controlling anger. While it is important to hold yourself accountable, harsh self-criticism only deepens frustration. Treating yourself with kindness and understanding allows you to learn from mistakes and continue growing without becoming stuck in guilt or regret. Understanding that anger is a natural human emotion, not a flaw, fosters acceptance. This perspective reduces the shame often associated with anger, enabling you to approach it with curiosity rather than judgment. Viewing anger as a teacher rather than an enemy transforms it into an opportunity for growth and insight. Embracing these teachings and practices, you cultivate a state of mind that remains calm and steady, even in the face of provocation. Controlling anger is not about suppressing emotions, but about transforming them into sources of wisdom and compassion. With patience, mindfulness, and intention, you can navigate life's challenges with a heart that remains open and at peace. Life's journey is full of twists and turns, challenges and triumphs, and through it all, the wisdom of Buddhism offers a timeless guide to stay calm and positive. From the transformative power of mindful breathing to the strength found in silence, from reframing challenges to cultivating gratitude, every lesson carries the potential to reshape not just your inner world, but the lives of those around you. These practices remind us that peace isn't something to be sought outside. It begins within. By embracing compassion, releasing control, and staying present in the moment, you create a foundation of resilience and joy that can weather any storm. The ripple effect of positivity you generate becomes a light for others, proving that calm and positivity are not luxuries. They are choices we can make every day. Let me share something that changed the way I see life. Over the years, I've learned that true peace comes not from what others give you, but from what you refuse to accept. In the teachings of Buddhism, we're reminded of this. Our suffering often stems not from what happens to us, but from what we allow into our hearts and minds. I've seen how accepting certain behaviors, words, or actions from others can quietly steal away our inner peace, like drops of ink slowly clouding clear water. When I first started exploring these ideas, I didn't realize how much of my energy I wasted, holding on to things I shouldn't, letting people's negativity seep into my thoughts and allowing their judgments to shape how I saw myself. Slowly, the teachings of the Buddha helped me see another way. They taught me to protect my peace like a sacred temple and to recognize the power of saying, "No, I will not carry that." Today, I want to share with you 12 things we should never accept from anyone, behaviors and attitudes that can quietly chip away at our sense of self. These insights, rooted in timeless wisdom, aren't just ideas. They're practical tools to help you build boundaries, protect your heart, and nurture the life you deserve. I remember a woman I once met at a retreat. Let's call her Maya. She had spent years in relationships, personal and professional, where she felt invisible. People dismissed her feelings, crossed her boundaries, and pushed guilt onto her for things she had no control over. Maya thought she was being kind by staying quiet, by absorbing others' negativity instead of confronting it. But over time, the weight of those unspoken words began to drain her spirit. One day, during a group discussion, she shared how she felt stuck. A teacher gently said to her, "Maya, you're not stuck. You're just holding things that aren't yours to carry." Those words hit all of us like a bell ringing in a quiet room. The teacher explained how clinging to harmful words, actions, or expectations is like picking up hot coals and expecting not to get burned. It's not our job to hold on to others' disrespect, manipulations, or negativity. That's when Maya realized that protecting her peace didn't mean being unkind. It meant being honest with herself and with others. From that day on, she began practicing something simple yet transformative, letting go of what didn't belong in her life. It wasn't easy at first. She had to learn to say no, to recognize what wasn't hers to carry, and to trust herself enough to walk away from what wasn't aligned with her values. But the more she practiced, the lighter she felt. Her story reminds me, and I hope it reminds you, that every day we have a choice to protect our peace, to nurture our well-being, and to live in a way that reflects our deepest values. Now let's explore these 12 things we should never receive from anyone and see how they can guide us toward a life of clarity, strength, and compassion. 1. Do not accept contempt from anyone. Contempt is a silent poison. It sneaks in through dismissive words, a belittling tone, or even a look that tells you, you are less. I've seen it erode people's confidence, leaving them questioning their worth. But let me be clear, no one has the right to make you feel small. Not a family member, not a friend, not a stranger. In Buddhism, there's a teaching that resonates deeply with me. You are worthy simply because you exist. The Buddha reminds us that each person carries the same inherent value. No one is above or below another. Contempt thrives on the illusion of superiority. When someone looks down on you, they're not reflecting your worth. They're revealing their own misunderstanding of life. I used to struggle with this. Years ago, I worked under someone who made contempt their weapon of choice. They would dismiss my ideas, mock my efforts, and subtly make me feel that no matter what I did, it wasn't enough. For months, I carried their judgment as if it were my truth. But something changed when I started reading Buddhist teachings on self-worth. I learned that contempt only has power if you accept it. The Buddha's teachings are clear. We cannot control what others say or do, but we can control how we respond. That realization shifted something inside me. I began to see that my worth wasn't tied to their approval, and their words were just that, words. They didn't define me unless I let them. When someone shows you contempt, you have two choices: carry it as a burden or reject it as a gift that doesn't belong to you. Rejecting it doesn't mean fighting back with anger or trying to prove them wrong. It means standing firm in the truth of who you are. A tree doesn't stop being strong because someone calls it weak. The next time someone shows you contempt, ask yourself, is this about me or is it about them? More often than not, it's their issue, not yours. Bow to their humanity if you must, but don't bow to their arrogance. Your dignity is sacred and no one has the right to take it away. 2. Do not allow others to control your decisions. Our decisions shape our lives. Every choice we make is like a thread in the fabric of our journey. Yet, so often, people try to weave their own desires into our tapestry, pushing us to follow their path instead of our own. Let me say this as clearly as I can. Your life is yours, and no one else has the right to dictate how you live it. I remember a young man who came to me during a retreat. He was torn. His parents wanted him to follow a certain career path, but his heart was pulling him in a completely different direction. He felt trapped, as if honoring his own dreams would mean betraying his family. I told him what Buddhism has taught me. True harmony comes when your actions align with your inner truth. The Buddha taught that each person must walk their own path. Even the greatest teacher can only guide. They cannot walk for you. When you allow someone to control your decisions, you lose not just your autonomy, but also the chance to live authentically. I've been there too. For years, I let others' opinions shape my choices. I said yes when I wanted to say no, took paths that weren't mine to walk, and silenced my inner voice to keep the peace. But peace built on self-betrayal is fragile. It wasn't until I began meditating on the Buddha's teachings that I realized the cost of living someone else's life. Buddhism teaches that true freedom begins within. When we take responsibility for our decisions, we step into our power. This doesn't mean disregarding others' feelings or advice. It means listening, reflecting, and then making a choice that aligns with your values. If someone tries to control your decisions, pause and ask yourself, whose life am I living? Am I honoring my truth or theirs? Choosing your path might upset others, but living out of alignment will upset your soul. The Buddha never promised an easy road. He promised a meaningful one. Take back your decisions. Walk your path. The journey may be challenging, but it will be yours, and that is a life worth living. 3. Reject unjustified guilt. Guilt can be a powerful teacher, but only when it's justified. When it's not, guilt becomes a heavy chain that binds your spirit and clouds your mind. I've seen this countless times, people burdened by guilt for things they didn't do, for outcomes they couldn't control, or for simply being who they are. Let me tell you something Buddhism has taught me. Unjustified guilt is like carrying a boulder that was never yours to lift. I once met a woman who had spent years feeling guilty for prioritizing her own happiness. Her family had convinced her that putting her needs first was selfish. For years, she lived for others, sacrificing her dreams and suppressing her voice. When she finally broke free, the guilt was almost unbearable. She told me, "It's like I can't win. If I stay, I'm unhappy. If I leave, I'm guilty." Buddhism teaches us to approach emotions like guilt with mindfulness. Instead of reacting to it or letting it consume us, we examine it with curiosity. When guilt arises, we ask ourselves, is this guilt rooted in truth, or is it imposed by others? The Buddha reminds us that while we are responsible for our actions, we are not responsible for the expectations or emotions of others. I've learned that unjustified guilt often comes from external pressures, society, family, or even cultural norms. But holding on to that guilt serves no one. It prevents you from living authentically and from showing up fully for the people you care about. When you release it, you're not just freeing yourself, you're creating space for honesty and growth in your relationships. Rejecting unjustified guilt doesn't mean ignoring accountability. It means discerning between what is truly yours to carry and what belongs to someone else. If you've wronged someone, make amends. But if someone tries to make you feel guilty for living your truth, let that guilt go. It's not yours to hold. The next time guilt knocks at your door, ask yourself, is this mine, or has someone left this at my feet? If it's not yours, bow to it, thank it for the lesson, and let it pass. You owe it to yourself to live with a clear heart and an unburdened mind. 4. Do not tolerate dishonesty. Dishonesty is a toxin that erodes trust and distorts reality. Whether it's lies, half-truths, or manipulation, dishonesty creates an environment where clarity and connection cannot thrive. Buddhism teaches us the importance of truthfulness, not just as a moral principle, but as a foundation for inner peace and harmony. Without truth, there is no solid ground to stand on. I learned this lesson the hard way. Years ago, I trusted someone deeply, only to discover they had been dishonest about important matters. At first, I tried to overlook it, telling myself, everyone makes mistakes. But the lies continued, and I found myself questioning not just them, but my own judgment. It was as if their dishonesty had cast a shadow over everything, including my sense of self. In Buddhism, honesty is a cornerstone of right speech, one of the principles of the Noble Eightfold Path. The Buddha taught that truthful communication fosters understanding and trust, while dishonesty leads to confusion and suffering. When we tolerate dishonesty from others, we invite chaos into our lives. We lose our ability to discern what's real, and that lack of clarity can leave us feeling lost. But here's the thing. Rejecting dishonesty doesn't have to be confrontational. It starts with setting clear boundaries. When someone lies to you, you have every right to call it out or step away. You don't owe anyone your trust if they've proven unworthy of it. Trust, once broken, can only be rebuilt with consistent honesty over time. At the same time, Buddhism also teaches compassion. When you encounter dishonesty, ask yourself, what fear or insecurity might be driving this behavior? Understanding doesn't mean excusing. It means recognizing that dishonesty often comes from a place of pain or misunderstanding. While you can have compassion for someone's struggles, you are not obligated to accept their lies. Living truthfully doesn't just mean speaking honestly. It means surrounding yourself with people who value the truth as much as you do. It means choosing relationships built on mutual respect and transparency. When you reject dishonesty, you're not just protecting yourself, you're honoring the sacred principle of truth. Do not let dishonesty have a place in your life. Protect your peace, seek clarity, and hold yourself and others accountable to the truth. In doing so, you'll create a space where trust can flourish and where your heart can rest in authenticity. 5. Defend your personal boundaries. Personal boundaries are sacred. They are the invisible lines that protect our well-being, define our limits, and remind others how we deserve to be treated. Yet, so many of us struggle to defend them. I've been there, saying yes when I meant no, letting others invade my time, my space, my peace. But here's the truth. Without boundaries, we lose ourselves. In Buddhism, boundaries align with the concept of self-compassion. The Buddha taught that while we should extend kindness to others, we must first show kindness to ourselves. If you allow people to constantly cross your boundaries, you're not only harming yourself, but you're also enabling their lack of awareness or respect. Boundaries aren't selfish, they're acts of love for you and for the other person. I remember a friend who once shared her struggle with this. She was the yes person in her circle, the one everyone turned to for help, advice, or favors. But inside she was exhausted, resentful, and completely drained. She told me, "I feel like I'm disappearing." That's what happens when we don't defend our boundaries. We lose touch with who we are and what we need. Defending your boundaries doesn't mean building walls. It means creating gates, open to those who respect your space, closed to those who don't, and the key to those gates lies in your hands. When someone tries to cross a line, it's your responsibility to speak up. This isn't easy, especially if you fear conflict. But Buddhism teaches us to act with right intention, to communicate our needs with clarity and compassion. When I started setting boundaries, I realized something profound. The people who respect you will honor them, and the ones who don't may not belong in your life. Defending your boundaries becomes a way to filter out what doesn't serve you. So, ask yourself, what are my boundaries? Where do I draw the line? Then, practice defending them. It may feel uncomfortable at first, but remember, every time you protect your boundaries, you strengthen your sense of self. And that's not just an act of survival, it's an act of liberation. 6. Do not let others waste your time. Time is the most precious resource we have. Once it's gone, it never returns. Yet how often do we let others steal it with unnecessary demands, meaningless distractions, or trivial interruptions? I used to struggle with this, filling my days with obligations that didn't align with my goals, letting people pull me into situations that drained my energy. It wasn't until I embraced the teachings of Buddhism that I truly understood the value of time. The Buddha often spoke of mindfulness, the practice of being fully present and intentional in how we live. When we allow others to waste our time, we're not just losing minutes or hours, we're losing opportunities to grow, to reflect, to create. Time wasted is life wasted. I once worked with someone who had a habit of dumping their problems on me, long, meandering complaints that rarely led to solutions. At first, I listened, thinking I was being helpful, but over time, I noticed how drained and frustrated I felt after these interactions. I realized that while it's kind to support others, it's unkind to yourself if it comes at the cost of your peace and purpose. Buddhism teaches us to prioritize what aligns with our values. This doesn't mean shutting people out or being unavailable. It means discerning what truly matters. When someone demands your time, ask yourself, is this meaningful? Does this serve a purpose, for them or for me? If the answer is no, it's okay to step back. Saying no to time wasters isn't rude, it's responsible. The Buddha's teaching of right action reminds us to act in ways that support our well-being and the well-being of others. Allowing someone to waste your time serves neither. By setting limits, you're not rejecting them. You're honoring your own life. One practice that helped me was treating my time like I treat my health. Just as I wouldn't eat something harmful to my body, I stopped saying yes to things harmful to my time. The results were life-changing. I found more space for creativity, for meaningful relationships, for simply being. Protect your time like the treasure it is. The next time someone tries to pull you into something that doesn't serve you, pause and reflect. Your time is your life, and no one else has the right to decide how you spend it. Use it wisely, and you'll find not just productivity, but peace. 7. Reject destructive criticism. Criticism is a double-edged sword. It can shape us, refine us, and help us grow when delivered with the right intent. But destructive criticism, that's different. It's the kind of feedback that tears down rather than builds up, often motivated by anger, jealousy, or insecurity. I've learned through experience and Buddhist teachings that accepting destructive criticism is like letting someone throw dirt at your soul. It doesn't belong there, and it's your choice whether to let it stick. There was a time in my life when I couldn't distinguish between helpful and harmful criticism. I took every comment to heart, analyzing it endlessly, even when the words came from people who clearly didn't have my best interests at heart. It wasn't until I encountered the Buddhist teaching of right speech that I began to see things differently. The Buddha taught that speech should be kind, necessary, and truthful. Destructive criticism fails on all counts. The first step to rejecting harmful criticism is recognizing its source. Ask yourself, does this person truly know me? Are they speaking from a place of wisdom or from their own pain? Often, destructive criticism reflects the critic's inner struggles more than your shortcomings. Buddhism reminds us to approach such situations with compassion, not for their words, but for the suffering that drives them. Rejecting destructive criticism doesn't mean ignoring all feedback. In fact, the Buddha encouraged self-reflection, but it does mean filtering what you take in. If criticism doesn't align with your values or doesn't offer a path for growth, let it go. You're not obligated to internalize someone else's negativity. I've learned to respond to such comments with calmness. Instead of arguing or defending myself, I reflect on whether the criticism has any merit. If it doesn't, I silently release it. This practice, rooted in mindfulness, protects my peace and helps me stay grounded. Remember, constructive criticism helps you grow. Destructive criticism stifles your spirit. Choose carefully what you allow into your heart. You deserve feedback that uplifts and guides, not words that wound and diminish. 8. Do not accept a lack of empathy. Empathy is the bridge that connects us as human beings. Without it, relationships become hollow, interactions feel cold, and misunderstandings multiply. A lack of empathy is more than just a failure to care. It's a rejection of the shared humanity that binds us. Through Buddhism, I've come to see empathy as both a gift we give others and a boundary we set for ourselves. We can extend compassion, but we don't have to accept indifference or cruelty in return. I remember a student who once shared her story during a retreat. She had spent years trying to explain her struggles to a friend who consistently dismissed her feelings. "I feel invisible," she said, her voice heavy with frustration. She wanted so badly to be understood, to have her emotions acknowledged. But no matter how hard she tried, her friend remained indifferent. In Buddhism, compassion starts with ourselves. The Buddha taught that while we should strive to show kindness to all beings, we must also protect our own well-being. Accepting a lack of empathy from someone, whether it's indifference, dismissiveness, or outright hostility, doesn't align with this principle. It's not our duty to make someone care. It's our responsibility to honor our own emotional needs. When faced with a lack of empathy, the first step is awareness. Notice how it affects you. Do you feel drained, unseen, or invalidated? These feelings are signals that something isn't right. Buddhist mindfulness practices encourage us to observe these emotions without judgment, allowing us to respond rather than react. You can choose how to respond to this lack of empathy. Sometimes it means having an honest conversation, expressing your needs clearly and calmly. Other times it means stepping back from relationships that don't offer mutual respect or understanding. This isn't an act of anger, but of self-respect. Empathy is the foundation of meaningful connections. Without it, relationships lose their depth and purpose. By refusing to accept a lack of empathy, you're not being unreasonable. You're honoring your worth. Surround yourself with people who see you, who listen, and who genuinely care, and if someone can't meet you there, it's okay to let them go. Your peace is worth protecting, and your heart deserves to be held with care. 9. Avoid constant negativity. Negativity is like a slow poison. It doesn't hit you all at once. It seeps in gradually, clouding your thoughts and weighing down your spirit. Constant negativity, whether it's from others or from within, has the power to drain your energy, obscure your perspective, and rob you of joy. One of the most transformative lessons I've learned from Buddhism is this: you cannot control the storms around you, but you can choose not to let them enter your heart. There was a time when I allowed negativity to dominate my environment. I had people around me who always focused on what was wrong, what couldn't be done, and how life was unfair. Their complaints became my inner dialogue, and soon I found myself carrying their pessimism like it was my own. The Buddha's teachings on mindfulness helped me see this pattern for what it was, a cycle I didn't have to be part of. The Buddha taught that our thoughts shape our reality. When negativity surrounds us, it's easy to start believing that life is bleak. But when we cultivate an attitude of gratitude and focus on what's good, our experience changes. Avoiding negativity doesn't mean ignoring problems. It means choosing to approach life with a balanced perspective. One of the hardest lessons for me was learning to distance myself from people who constantly brought negativity into my life. It wasn't about abandoning them, but about protecting my peace. In Buddhism, this aligns with the concept of right association. Surrounding yourself with individuals who uplift and inspire you is as vital as nourishing your body with healthy food. Negativity will always exist, but it's your choice whether to let it consume you. Practice mindfulness to recognize when negativity starts to creep in, whether from external sources or your own thoughts. Acknowledge it, but don't cling to it. Instead, focus on gratitude, kindness, and the beauty in the present moment. By doing this, you're not only protecting your peace, but also creating a ripple of positivity that can inspire others. 10. Do not fall for emotional manipulation. Emotional manipulation is one of the most subtle yet damaging forms of control. It creeps into relationships disguised as love, care, or concern, but its true aim is to bend your will to someone else's desires. The Buddha's teachings on mindfulness and emotional independence have been invaluable to me in recognizing and resisting this kind of manipulation. I've seen this play out in my own life and in the lives of those I've worked with. A friend once confided in me about a relationship where her partner would use guilt and emotional outbursts to control her decisions. "He says I'm being selfish if I don't do what he wants," she told me. Her words struck a chord because I'd been there too, caught in a web of someone else's expectations, feeling trapped and unable to breathe. Buddhism teaches us to observe our emotions without being ruled by them. Emotional manipulation thrives on our inability to separate our feelings from reality. When someone uses guilt, fear, or shame to control us, they're exploiting our compassion and our desire for harmony. But the Buddha reminds us, true harmony begins within. We can be kind and compassionate without sacrificing our own well-being. The first step to resisting emotional manipulation is awareness. Ask yourself, does this person's behavior make me feel small, powerless, or obligated to please them at the expense of my own values? Recognizing these patterns is crucial. Emotional manipulation often feels subtle. It's not always obvious until you step back and see the bigger picture. Once you identify it, the next step is setting boundaries. Boundaries are not walls. They are clear markers of what you will and won't accept. You can say no with kindness but firmness. Emotional manipulators often rely on your fear of conflict or rejection, but Buddhism teaches us that peace comes from authenticity, not appeasement. Lastly, cultivate inner strength. The Buddha's teachings on self-reliance emphasize that our happiness and peace are not dependent on others. When you stand firm in your values and refuse to be swayed by manipulation, you reclaim your power. This doesn't mean cutting people off entirely. It means choosing relationships that are built on mutual respect and understanding, not control. Do not let anyone use your emotions as strings to pull you in directions that don't align with your truth. You are not a puppet. You are a person with the right to live authentically and freely. Protect your peace and remember that emotional freedom is one of the greatest gifts you can give yourself. 11. Do not accept constant disapproval. Constant disapproval is one of the most insidious forces that can erode your sense of self. When someone continually criticizes you, whether overtly or subtly, it's not just their words that hurt. It's the way they make you doubt your worth, your abilities, and even your choices. Buddhism teaches us a vital truth. Your value is not determined by others' opinions, but by your own perception of your actions and intentions. I remember a time when I allowed disapproval to define me. A colleague, someone I once respected, seemed to find fault in everything I did. No matter how hard I worked or how much effort I put in, it was never enough in their eyes. At first, I internalized their criticisms, thinking I needed to improve. But the more I tried, the more I realized their disapproval wasn't about me. It was about them. The Buddha's teachings on non-attachment were my turning point. He taught that clinging to external validation, or in this case, avoiding disapproval, leads to suffering. When we tie our worth to what others think, we hand over the keys to our peace. The truth is, no matter how kind, talented, or hard-working you are, there will always be people who disapprove. Instead of chasing their approval, focus on living with integrity. Ask yourself, am I acting in alignment with my values? Am I making choices that reflect my truth? If the answer is yes, their disapproval holds no weight. It's their lens, not your reality. Rejecting constant disapproval doesn't mean ignoring feedback. Buddhism encourages us to welcome constructive criticism as it helps us grow. But there's a difference between guidance and constant negativity. When someone persistently disapproves without offering genuine help or insight, it's a reflection of their inner struggles, not your inadequacy. Protect yourself from such energy. Limit your exposure to those who constantly disapprove, and surround yourself with people who see your potential and celebrate your growth. Remember, your worth is inherent. It doesn't fluctuate based on someone else's opinions. 12. Do not tolerate a lack of support. Support is the lifeline of any meaningful relationship. It's what connects us, sustains us, and gives us the strength to face life's challenges. A lack of support, on the other hand, can leave you feeling isolated and unworthy, like you're walking a long road with no one by your side. Buddhism emphasizes the importance of connection, reminding us that while we strive for self-reliance, we are still interconnected beings who thrive in mutual care. I've experienced the sting of a lack of support firsthand. A close friend, someone I had always been there for, seemed to disappear when I needed them most. I struggled to reconcile the relationship, asking myself if I was expecting too much. But the teachings of the Buddha clarified it for me. True relationships are built on balance, giving and receiving in harmony. When someone consistently fails to support you, it's not just about their actions, it's about what they're telling you. Their absence sends a message that your needs, dreams, or struggles are not important. Buddhism teaches us to approach such situations with compassion, but also wisdom. Support is not something you can demand or force. It must come from a place of genuine care. If you find yourself in a relationship where support is lacking, start by reflecting on your own role. Have you communicated your needs clearly? Sometimes people don't realize what we're going through until we express it. But if you've done this and the pattern persists, it's time to set boundaries. The Buddha's teachings on right association remind us to surround ourselves with people who uplift us. This doesn't mean abandoning relationships lightly, but it does mean prioritizing your well-being. Let go of the guilt that often accompanies these decisions. Choosing to distance yourself from unsupportive people is an act of self-respect, not selfishness. At the same time, practice gratitude for those who do support you, even in small ways. Buddhism teaches us to focus on abundance rather than lack. Celebrate the friends, family, or mentors who stand by you and lean into those connections. Remember, you deserve relationships that nourish your spirit and encourage your growth. Do not settle for less. Seek and nurture bonds that reflect mutual care, and let those be the foundation of a life filled with strength, love, and support. As we come to the end of this journey together, I hope these teachings have sparked something within you, a reminder of your inherent worth and the power you hold to protect your peace. Buddhism teaches us that life is not about what we endure, but about what we choose to let in and let go. By refusing to accept these 12 things from anyone, you're not just setting boundaries, you're honoring your truth and creating a space for a more compassionate, balanced, and fulfilling life. Imagine waking up every day feeling calm, content, and truly at peace with yourself and the world around you. Sounds incredible, doesn't it? But how often do we get caught up in stress, comparisons, and the endless chase for more? What if the happiness you've been searching for isn't out there, but already within you, waiting to be uncovered? Buddhism teaches us that happiness isn't something you find, it's something you create, moment by moment, through simple, intentional practices. These timeless teachings aren't just for monks or philosophers. They're for anyone who wants to live with more joy and less struggle. In this video, we'll explore 10 powerful Buddhist principles that can help you find happiness today, no matter where you're starting from. Whether you're feeling overwhelmed, disconnected, or just curious about how to bring more peace into your life, these insights are practical, transformative, and ready for you to try right now. And as you listen, think about this. What does happiness mean to you? Share your thoughts in the comments below and declare, I'm ready for happiness. 1. Create a joy jar. Imagine having a jar filled with tiny treasures of happiness, all collected from the moments that make your days brighter. This simple practice involves writing down one thing that makes you smile every day and placing it in a jar. Over time, this jar becomes a tangible collection of joy, a reminder that happiness is built one small moment at a time. Start with an empty jar, any scrap of paper and a pen. At the end of each day, take a moment to reflect. What made you smile today? It could be something as simple as the warmth of your morning coffee, a kind word from a friend, or a peaceful sunset. Write it down. As the days pass, this ritual helps you shift your focus from stress and negativity to the little joys that often go unnoticed. This practice aligns beautifully with Buddhist teachings on gratitude and mindfulness. Buddha once said, "Let us rise up and be thankful, for if we didn't learn a lot today, at least we learned a little." The joy jar transforms this principle into action. It trains your mind to notice the positive, no matter how small. The power of the joy jar lies not just in creating it, but in revisiting it. On days when life feels overwhelming, open the jar and read a few notes. You'll find yourself reconnecting with moments of peace and happiness, reminding yourself that even in challenging times, joy exists. Over time, this practice rewires your brain to seek out positivity naturally. It becomes easier to spot the little things that bring happiness because your mind is now trained to look for them. This is mindfulness in action, paying attention to the present and cherishing it fully. The beauty of the joy jar is its simplicity and accessibility. Anyone can do it, and it doesn't take more than a minute or two each day. But the impact can be profound. as it helps you build a reservoir of joy you can draw from whenever you need it. Happiness isn't found in grand gestures or major events. It's created in the quiet, small moments of everyday life. Start your joy jar today and watch as it transforms the way you experience the world. 2. Practice walking meditation. Walking is something we do every day, often without a second thought. But when you transform this simple act into a mindful practice, it can become a powerful way to calm your mind and reconnect with the present moment. Walking meditation, a practice deeply rooted in Buddhist tradition, combines movement with mindfulness, offering peace and clarity with every step. To begin, find a quiet space where you can walk without distractions. This could be a park, a garden, or even a hallway in your home. Stand still for a moment and take a deep breath. Feel the ground beneath your feet and center yourself in the present. As you start walking, focus your attention on each step. Notice the sensation of your feet touching the ground, the rhythm of your movements, and the gentle sway of your body. Walk slowly and deliberately, as if each step were the most important thing in the world. If your mind begins to wander, gently bring it back to the physical sensations of walking. Walking meditation is about cultivating awareness. Buddha taught that mindfulness isn't confined to sitting still. It's something you can bring into every activity. Walking meditation reminds us to slow down, observe, and be present, even during something as mundane as walking. This practice has a profound effect on the mind. It grounds you, helping to ease anxiety and stress by anchoring your thoughts in the present. It's also a great way to integrate mindfulness into your daily life, especially if sitting meditation feels challenging. The benefits of walking meditation extend beyond emotional well-being. It enhances your physical health by promoting gentle movement, which can improve circulation and reduce tension. The rhythm of walking also creates a soothing effect on the mind, similar to the calming influence of deep breathing. Incorporating walking meditation into your routine doesn't require extra time or effort. You can practice it while walking to work, strolling in your neighborhood, or even pacing at home. Each step becomes an opportunity to let go of worries and connect with the here and now. Through walking meditation, you'll discover that happiness isn't a destination. It's a journey, one step at a time. Try it today and feel how something so simple can bring so much peace and clarity into your life. 3. Write a letter of forgiveness. Forgiveness can feel like an impossible task when pain and resentment linger. But what if the act of releasing that weight wasn't about the other person, but about freeing yourself? Writing a letter of forgiveness is a powerful way to let go of past pain, whether it's directed towards someone who hurt you or even yourself. Begin by finding a quiet space where you can be undisturbed. Take a few deep breaths to center yourself. Then start writing. Address the letter to the person you're forgiving, or to yourself if you're releasing guilt or regret. Write honestly and openly about how you've been hurt, how it made you feel, and why you're ready to let it go. The beauty of this exercise lies in its privacy. You don't have to send the letter. In fact, many people find healing in simply writing their emotions out without any intention of sharing. The act itself is enough. It allows you to process the pain, acknowledge your feelings, and begin the journey toward release. Buddhist teachings often emphasize the importance of letting go to achieve inner peace. Buddha said, "Holding on to anger is like drinking poison and expecting the other person to die. By holding on to resentment, we hurt ourselves more than anyone else." Forgiveness is not about excusing behavior or forgetting what happened. It's about freeing your heart from the chains of bitterness. As you write, allow yourself to feel the emotions that arise: anger, sadness, even relief. It's all part of the healing process. Once you've expressed everything you need to, end the letter with words of forgiveness. For example, "I forgive you, not because what happened was okay, but because I deserve peace." Afterward, you can keep the letter, destroy it, or even bury it as a symbolic gesture of letting go. Whatever you choose, the healing has already begun. Forgiveness doesn't mean you'll never feel hurt again, but each time you release a layer of resentment, you make space for peace, love, and happiness to grow. Writing this letter is a step toward that transformation, a simple yet profound act of self-care. 4. Unplug for an hour. In a world dominated by screens, notifications, and endless scrolling, it's easy to feel overwhelmed and disconnected from what truly matters. Setting aside just 1 hour a day to unplug from technology can be a transformative practice for your mental and emotional well-being. Imagine an hour free from the constant buzz of your phone or the glow of a screen. This is your time to reconnect with yourself, your thoughts, and the people around you. The idea is simple but powerful. Turn off all devices for 60 minutes each day and dedicate that time to something meaningful. Use this hour to reflect, journal, meditate, or enjoy a creative activity like drawing or writing. If you have loved ones nearby, spend this time with them, talking, laughing, or simply being present together. You'll be amazed at how rich these interactions feel without the distractions of technology. This practice aligns with a Buddhist principle of mindfulness, which teaches us to be fully present in the moment. When we're glued to screens, our attention is often fragmented, jumping from one notification to the next. By unplugging, you allow your mind to settle and focus, reducing stress and enhancing your sense of calm. At first, this hour may feel challenging. You might feel tempted to check your phone or experience FOMO, fear of missing out. But over time, you'll notice how liberating it is to step away from the digital noise. That time becomes sacred, a space to breathe, think, and simply be. Buddha once said, "Peace comes from within. Do not seek it without." This hour of disconnection is a way to turn inward, to find peace in the simplicity of presence. It's a reminder that happiness doesn't come from likes, comments, or emails. It comes from the quality of your connection to yourself and those around you. To make this practice part of your daily routine, set a consistent time each day to unplug. Whether it's in the morning, during lunch, or before bed, choose a window that feels right for you. Let those around you know about your intention so they can support you in creating this boundary. Over time, this 1 hour can become the most valuable part of your day. It's a chance to reset, recharge, and refocus on what truly matters. By unplugging, you create space for presence, joy, and meaningful connection. Things far more valuable than anything a screen could offer. 5. Adopt a beginner's mind. When was the last time you truly noticed the joy in something ordinary, like cooking a meal, tying your shoes, or taking a walk? Often, familiarity leads us to overlook the beauty in everyday moments. Adopting a beginner's mind invites you to approach these activities with curiosity and openness, as though experiencing them for the very first time. In Buddhist philosophy, the beginner's mind is a state of being free from preconceived notions and judgments. It's about seeing the world with fresh eyes and welcoming every experience as an opportunity to learn and grow. Shunryu Suzuki, a Zen teacher, wrote, "In the beginner's mind, there are many possibilities. In the expert's mind, there are few. This mindset transforms routine tasks into opportunities for discovery and mindfulness. Imagine you're cooking dinner. Instead of rushing through it as a chore, slow down. Notice the vibrant colors of the vegetables, the aroma of spices as they hit the pan, and the satisfying sound of a simmering sauce. By engaging your senses, you turn the process into a meditative act, one that brings joy and fulfillment. Similarly, you can apply this mindset to activities like working out, cleaning, or even answering emails. Instead of seeing these tasks as repetitive or mundane, approach them with curiosity. Ask yourself, what can I notice about this moment? How can I do this with care and intention? Practicing a beginner's mind also encourages humility. When you let go of the need to be an expert or to rush toward completion, you open yourself to growth. Mistakes are no longer failures, they're part of the journey. This perspective can reduce stress and perfectionism, allowing you to enjoy the process instead of fixating on the outcome. One way to cultivate a beginner's mind is to try something entirely new. Take up a hobby you've always been curious about, like painting, gardening, or learning a language. Embrace the awkwardness of being a novice and find joy in the small victories along the way. By adopting a beginner's mind, you unlock the ability to find wonder in the everyday. Life becomes less about ticking off tasks and more about fully experiencing each moment. This simple shift can reignite a sense of joy and curiosity that enhances every aspect of your life. 6. Share a meal mindfully. In our fast-paced world, meals often become hurried affairs, eaten in front of screens, on the go, or without much thought. But sharing a meal mindfully with someone you care about can transform eating into a powerful act of connection and gratitude. Start by inviting a friend or family member to join you for a meal, whether at home or in a quiet restaurant. Before diving into the food, take a moment to pause together. Appreciate the effort that went into preparing the meal, whether it's your own cooking or the work of others. Acknowledge the farmers, chefs, and countless hands that contributed to bringing this food to your table. As you begin to eat, slow down. Instead of rushing through the meal, savor each bite. Notice the textures, flavors, and aromas. Share your thoughts with your companion. What do you taste? What do you appreciate about the dish? This shared mindfulness deepens the experience and fosters a sense of gratitude for the food and the company. Eating mindfully also helps you tune into your body's needs. You're more likely to recognize when you're full or truly enjoying a dish, which can prevent overeating and foster a healthier relationship with food. Buddhist teachings often highlight the importance of gratitude and presence. Thich Nhat Hanh, a renowned Zen master, encouraged mindful eating as a way to connect with the present moment. He taught that every meal is an opportunity to practice mindfulness and cultivate a sense of peace. Beyond the food itself, a mindful meal strengthens relationships. Sharing this intentional space allows for deeper conversations and genuine connection. Without the distractions of phones or television, you can truly listen and be present for one another. This practice creates a sense of intimacy and trust that lingers long after the meal is over. To make mindful meals a regular practice, try setting aside one day a week for this ritual. Whether it's breakfast with your partner, lunch with a colleague, or dinner with your family, prioritize this time for connection. By sharing a meal mindfully, you transform a daily necessity into a meaningful experience. It's a reminder to slow down, appreciate the present, and nurture the relationships that bring joy to your life. In a world that often feels rushed and disconnected, This simple act can be a profound source of happiness and peace. 7. Practice compassionate listening. How often do you truly listen when someone speaks? In a world filled with distractions, listening has become a lost art. Practicing compassionate listening means offering your full attention to someone without interrupting, judging, or planning your response. It's a simple yet transformative way to create meaningful connections and foster mutual understanding. Compassionate listening isn't just about hearing words. It's about understanding the emotions, needs, and intentions behind them. When someone shares their thoughts or feelings, they're often seeking validation, not solutions. By listening without an agenda, you offer them a safe space to express themselves fully. Start by setting aside distractions. Put away your phone, turn off the TV, and focus entirely on the person speaking. Maintain eye contact. Nod occasionally to show you're engaged, and use neutral phrases like "I see" or "tell me more" to encourage them to continue. Buddhist teachings emphasize the importance of listening with empathy and non-judgment. Thich Nhat Hanh described compassionate listening as a way to relieve suffering. He said, "If you love someone, the greatest gift you can give them is your presence. This presence creates a space for healing and understanding, even in difficult conversations." Compassionate listening also strengthens relationships. When someone feels truly heard, they're more likely to open up and trust you. This deepens your connection and builds a foundation of mutual respect. It can also help resolve conflicts, as listening with empathy allows you to understand the other person's perspective without defensiveness. This practice is especially powerful in moments of tension. If someone is upset or frustrated, resist the urge to interrupt or defend yourself. Instead, listen patiently and reflect back what you've heard. For example, you might say, "It sounds like you're feeling overwhelmed. Is that right?" This simple act of acknowledgement can diffuse anger and pave the way for understanding. Compassionate listening isn't just for others, it's also a gift to yourself. By truly listening, you become more present and aware, which can enhance your own mindfulness and empathy. Incorporate this practice into your daily interactions. Whether it's a brief conversation with a coworker or a heart-to-heart with a loved one, make the effort to listen with your whole heart. You'll find that this simple shift can bring profound depth to your relationships and a greater sense of peace to your life. 8. Celebrate micro wins. In our pursuit of big goals, we often overlook the small victories that happen every day. Celebrating micro wins, those seemingly minor accomplishments, can build momentum for happiness and help you stay motivated, even during challenging times. What is a micro win? It could be finishing a task you've been procrastinating on, making a friend smile, or simply getting out of bed on a tough day. These moments may seem insignificant, but they're building blocks for bigger successes and a more positive mindset. Buddhist philosophy teaches us to appreciate the present moment and find joy in small, everyday experiences. When you pause to celebrate a micro win, you shift your focus from what's lacking to what's going well. This change in perspective fosters gratitude and helps you stay grounded in the now. Imagine you've had a long, stressful day. Instead of dwelling on what went wrong, reflect on what went right. Did you complete an assignment? Call a loved one? Cook a meal? Acknowledging these small achievements reminds you of your progress and reinforces your ability to handle life's challenges. Celebrating micro-wins doesn't require grand gestures. It can be as simple as saying, "Well done" to yourself, jotting down the accomplishment in a journal, or sharing it with a friend. These small acts of recognition signal to your brain that your efforts are valued, which can boost motivation and self-esteem. For example, if your goal is to exercise regularly, a micro-win might be walking for 10 minutes or doing a single yoga pose. Instead of focusing on how far you still have to go, celebrate the fact that you showed up. Each small step brings you closer to your goal and reinforces the habit you're trying to build. Buddhist teachings often emphasize the importance of celebrating the journey, not just the destination. By appreciating micro-wins, you cultivate patience and resilience, which are essential for long-term growth and happiness. To make this practice a habit, consider keeping a win list. At the end of each day, write down 3 things you accomplished, no matter how small. Over time, you'll build a collection of positive moments to look back on, which can be a powerful source of encouragement. In a world that often glorifies big achievements, celebrating micro-wins is a radical act of self-compassion. It's a reminder that every step, no matter how small, is part of your journey. By honoring these moments, you create a foundation of positivity and motivation that fuels your happiness every day. 9. Engage in nature noticing. In our fast-paced, technology-driven lives, it's easy to forget the simple beauty of the natural world around us. Engaging in nature noticing is a mindful practice that invites you to slow down, step outside, and reconnect with the calming rhythms of the earth. By consciously observing the small details of nature, a bird's song, the texture of tree bark, or the soft hues of a sunset, you cultivate a sense of awe and peace that can refresh your mind and soul. Imagine walking in a park or sitting by a window on a quiet morning. Instead of scrolling through your phone or rushing through the moment, pause and take in your surroundings. Notice the way the sunlight filters through the leaves, the gentle sway of grass in the breeze, or the intricate patterns on a flower petal. These details, often overlooked, hold a quiet magic that can ground you in the present moment. Buddhist teachings remind us of the interconnectedness of all things, and nature beautifully illustrates this truth. Each element, whether a tree, a stream, or a bird, plays a role in the larger ecosystem, much like we do in our own communities. Observing nature not only fosters a sense of connection, but also encourages humility as we recognize our place in the greater web of life. Studies have shown that spending time in nature can reduce stress, improve mood, and even boost creativity. The simple act of noticing your surroundings activates your senses and brings your attention back to the here and now. This mindful focus can quiet anxious thoughts and create a sense of inner stillness. To practice nature noticing, start small. Take a short walk outdoors, even if it's just around your neighborhood. Leave your phone behind or put it on silent. Pay attention to the sounds you hear, the colors you see, and the sensations you feel. Perhaps you'll notice the crisp air on your skin, the rustling of leaves, or the distant chirp of crickets. If walking isn't an option, bring nature to you. Sit by an open window, tend to a houseplant, or watch the clouds drift by. The goal is not to seek out something extraordinary, but to find beauty in the ordinary. Nature noticing is more than just a calming practice. It's a reminder of the abundance that surrounds us every day. By tuning in to the natural world, you cultivate gratitude, perspective, and a deeper sense of peace. 10. Create a happiness playlist. Music has the unique power to shift our emotions and elevate our mood almost instantly. By curating a happiness playlist, your personal collection of uplifting songs, you create a go-to source of positivity and energy for those moments when life feels overwhelming or dull. Think about the songs that make you smile, tap your foot, or even dance without thinking. These tracks hold the key to sparking joy and transforming your mindset. Your happiness playlist isn't just a collection of tunes. It's a tool for self-care, a soundtrack that resonates with your inner positivity. Buddhism teaches us to be mindful of what we consume, whether it's food, thoughts, or experiences. Music, as an auditory experience, has a direct line to our emotions. A carefully chosen playlist becomes a mindful practice, filling your environment with sounds that inspire, soothe, or energize. To create your playlist, start by reflecting on what brings you joy. Is it an upbeat rhythm, soulful lyrics, or calming instrumentals? Consider songs that remind you of happy memories, encourage self-confidence, or simply make you feel good. Your playlist might include classics, current hits, or personal favorites from any genre. Once your playlist is ready, keep it accessible. Use it to brighten your mornings, ease the stress of a long day, or lift your spirits during a challenging moment. If you're feeling anxious or unfocused, let the music guide you back to a sense of calm and presence. Creating a happiness playlist isn't just about listening. It's about being intentional with your emotional state. Pay attention to how each song makes you feel and allow the music to take you on a journey. Whether it's dancing around your living room or quietly swaying to a soothing melody, let the experience be a celebration of the moment. This practice is especially powerful when shared with others. Play your playlist during a get-together or recommend it to a friend who might need a pick-me-up. Music has a way of connecting us, transcending words, and creating shared experiences. By incorporating a happiness playlist into your life, you're giving yourself a tool to navigate the ups and downs with a lighter heart. It's a simple yet effective way to bring more joy into your day, one song at a time. Happiness isn't something we need to chase. It's something we can create, moment by moment, with the choices we make and the practices we embrace. These Buddhist-inspired ways are simple yet powerful tools to help you reconnect with joy, find peace, and live more fully in the present. Which of these practices are you most excited to try? Let us know in the comments. Your journey could inspire someone else. And if you found value in this, don't keep it to yourself. Share it with a friend who could use a little more happiness in their day. Thank you for being here and exploring these ideas with us. Stay mindful, stay kind, and remember, happiness is always within reach. See you in the next video.